Welcome back to Legalese 123, where we are covering cases across America. Hello, and good morning, my lovies. How is everybody doing this morning? Thought I would come onto YouTube first this morning and just say hello. Look at all you people in the chat. Oh my goodness. How is everybody doing? I'm already having headphone issues this morning. I think they're connected, then they're not connected. They're Bluetooth. I should just hardwire them. It's a big kerfuffle. Oh, well, we'll figure it out. It always works out in the end. Hello, good morning, everybody. My Melissas are in the chat. Hello, my Melissas times two. Indica, good morning, girl. Reporting for jury duty with the rest of the world. Jennifer's here. You're here for it. Yep, hope everybody had a good night's sleep. You know, with all this Lindsay Clancy stuff and how she was desperate for sleep, I can feel for her at some points and times. I don't know if I've ever went 48 hours without sleep, but you know, yeah. Mama Legal, thank you. That's awesome. Yeah, I remember. So I told you guys, I'm like a visual person. So if I see something, I will remember it more than if like listening to it. So yeah. I'm not live on YouTube or on TikTok just yet. I'm still trying to figure out my headphones. So give me just a second here. Want to get them situated. We still have, a hot minute. All right, everybody, welcome in. As you may not know, court has not started yet. I'll show you. We're on time. Where are they? And it is live. It is live. See, we are live. Sometimes I have to do a little refresh, but we're live. So all of my Melissa, you said if you EANT, I don't know what that is. I don't know what EANT means. Yeah. All right, hang on, guys. You're going to hear something. I just need to test and see if my microphones or if my headphones are working. So you're going to hear something, but it doesn't pertain to you. I'm just doing a test. 1 second, please. I'm just going to go on something random.
We ready for the jury? Yes.
So you guys are going to hear something, so don't get alarmed. Okay, good. All right. My headphones are working. Oh, court's starting. All right, hiding on, everybody. We got to go live on YouTube or TikTok. Don't worry, you are not missing anything. Good morning, everybody. Hello, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Hello, my name is Missy K. I bring you law cases. We are in the middle of the Lindsay Clancy case. It is day 15 if you join me. Just Nana says she's got 300 comments in my live. Thank you. Thank you, girl. All right, everybody. It is it's time. The court has just started, so you guys are just in time. So we didn't really miss anything. And we always catch up. So we're just waiting for everybody on the TikTok world to join us. Make sure to hit those hearts and stuff so that everybody can come on in and we can get some more people to join us. I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing today. Good morning, everybody. Oh, stop that. Hold on. Sorry. Trying to get to my own page. It's a lot. All right. I'm trying to get to my own page so I can make some hearts. I know. I'm a glutton. What can I say? Good morning, Lauren. Watching me on YT on your big TV. Am I a lot larger? Especially when I do this, you guys. I know it's funny. When I go like this, you're like, wow, I see you. You sure do. You can see everything. You can see all my flaws and everything. You can see I'm like larger than life quirky. Well, you can't see my arms when I stretch out because the way my camera is. But anyways, I know he said, "Are you ready for the jury?" But you're already here. You got me on your tablet, so I'm a little bit smaller. I know you guys are great this morning. All right, well, let me bring this up so that when we go start, you love you love the pause I made on the the court person there, the court clerk. She's so funny. Good morning, Flower Girl. Back at it again. How is my girls doing? All right, there's not a lot of us in the chat. We got to hit that go, 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 go button. If everybody goes ahead and hits it about, I don't know, 20, 30 times, might get some things sent out to us. So court just started. It's okay. It's all right. We're still here. It'll be just fine. People will find us. They won't find us. It's all right. All right, let me just do some hearts and then we'll go ahead and get started. I know they have started, Nolan. We're always a little bit behind. It's okay. You follow me. You know that we'll catch up. Besides that, I have great commentary. I answer your questions. Court TV isn't going to answer your questions. Yes, my eye is watering a little bit today. I apologize, but you guys, I have these really bright lights in the morning, and sometimes, woo, you see hearts and dots today. Yeah. Good morning, Miss Fitzgerald. How you doing? It just says R. Fitzgerald, so I don't know what your first name is. So I just call you Fitzgerald. All right. I think that's good enough. All right, everybody. Everybody who is on TikTok, we got to go ahead and hit the hearts. Let's get a whole bunch of people out in the hearts. You guys, I opened up my gifts today and I said that it is the Notebook and Pen Fund. Oh, it's Rachel. Oh, Rachel, my mom was going to name me Rachel and it didn't happen. So I have an affinity for the Rachels because I could have been one. So I got you. All right, my law lovies, what is everybody drinking this morning? As you know, I got my smoothie. Where are we coming in from? Where do we hail from? I know a couple of people from a couple of places. What's going on? All right, I have a couple of show notes. When I say show notes, I mean it's just my notes that I want to tell you about. Yesterday on my Facebook, the Book of the Face, I have posted when Kevin Reddington was making his motion to acquit or his dismissal motion. A lot of you are like, what is he arguing? So if you're a law nerd like I am and you wanted to know what the case law was or the case that he brought up, it was Burnett Silveri something. I did post it on my Facebook. You can go over there. It's an interesting read. I just gave you some of the basics of what he was arguing. I did yesterday as well on my Facebook post the microdots video. I didn't watch it yet. I apologize. The microdots video about Sandra Birchmore. Definitely go over there. Oh, drinking coffee in Michigan. Melissa's from Chi-Town. Espresso just sent the kids off to school, so you're locked in. Woohoo! So definitely go check out my Facebook page. Lauren said she moved from Florida to New York. Woo! That sounds interesting. Usually it's the other way around. People from New York move to Florida. And also, you guys asked for the defense witness list. I posted those three things on my Facebook yesterday. I was also a busy beaver where I also posted or updated the timeline of some of the Google searches and some of the mom texts and stuff from yesterday on my timeline. I'm not ready to release my timeline just yet. I still have a little bit of checking to do. It takes a lot. So, all right, my law lovies, we are going to begin. So buckle up. I know that it's already started, but we will go ahead and, they take sidebars and stuff. So we'll catch up. All right, if everybody who is in TikTok land, if everybody goes ahead and taps 20 times, see if we can get some more people in. let us begin. Let me know how the volume is. If you can't hear me, if I'm talking too loud, if I'm screaming at you, if I'm talking too soft, and or if you cannot hear the court. So we're going to begin. Thank you so much, everybody. Here we go.
Justice of the Superior Court now sitting in Plymouth, within before the Commonwealth. Draw near and give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
All right, court's in session.
Good morning, Marilyn.
I got my little.
Veronica, for the court today, we have a continuation of the jury trial matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Callan.
Court's in
And the
session.
Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Dennis Craig and Assistant District Attorney Shane Buckingham.
Hi, thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, good morning, everyone. All right. Nice to see everyone. You know, I'm going to ask you those questions, and we'll talk a little bit about today's schedule. So first question is, any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror?
You guys know those are very
Next
important
question.
questions.
Is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? Again, thank you for following those instructions. And what I wanted to, we'll talk a little bit about today's schedule. We're at the point in the trial where I think, as you saw a little bit yesterday, there's kind of some stop and starts that go through. And I think we're going to have a similar day today. All right, so I appreciate your patience with us as I deal with
stop and
counsel
start
about some
day.
things that I have to speak to outside of your presence. But as you see the cases moving forward, and those kind of gaps or the stops that you see are part of the reason that keeps the case moving. So I think the schedule today will be similar in some ways to what we had yesterday. All right. And so with that, we're going to now return to the defendant who's presenting her case at this time. Attorney Reddington.
Thank you. Call Sue Clancy, please.
Here we go. The mother-in-law, Sue Clancy. You guys, I knew she was going to come on. Number 4, Susan Clancy. So just FYI, you guys, I did not think the defense did a tremendous job yesterday. They need to get to what they need to do and hit those points. I don't think that they did as well as I thought that they were. I thought they did not do as well as they should have. The prosecution actually did a little bit better yesterday with their questions. So they're gonna have to pick it up or hit those points that they're really, really trying hard to hit, right?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm just going to ask you, speak into that microphone, keep your voice up if you could.
So this is the mother-in-law.
Counsel.
I don't think she's going to be happy to be there, but
Good morning.
Keep your voice up so officers can hear you as well. Thank you. And just tell us your name and spell it, please.
Susan Clancy, SUSAN CLANCY.
why is Reddington where he is?
Situate.
Reddington's all the way on the side.
Yes,
And both you and Chris are mother and father.
You can't hear you.
correct.
And you are obviously with them, please.
Yes.
Tell us what your relationship was with Lindsay, how you knew her, and things like that.
Yeah, Lindsay married my son Patrick, and we had a very good relationship.
And did you have occasion to go to their home
Yes.
in Weymouth?
Yes, I did.
And then in Duxbury as well?
Correct.
And obviously, you and your husband were the grandparents of the 3 little kids.
Yes.
And how was your relationship with the babies?
Beautiful.
And tell us how frequently
She is
to your memory
nervous.
you were able to visit with your son, Lindsay, and of course your grandchildren.
At least a couple times a month we would see them.
At some point, oh, by the way, what did you do for work?
Iron.
I'm sorry, an Iran?
An iron.
And what type of any
I
focus?
worked in the labor and delivery room for about 38 years.
38 years in labor and delivery,
Correct.
helping women that were having babies. And
Correct.
obviously you kept up with the studies and continuing education and things.
Yes, I did.
To that extent, in your capacity as an RN with 38, well, back then it would have been 35 years of experience, I think.
Yes.
Fair to say that you, as I said, you would keep up with all of recent developments in postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, all of that.
Somewhat, but I mainly just was in the delivery room itself.
So were you aware of the various physicians that were in the forefront, if you will, of postpartum studies as it relates to medicine?
Yes.
And would one of the people that you were interested in be a person by the name of Dr. Meg Spinelli?
Yes.
Can you tell us who Meg Spinelli is?
I don't really know Meg Spinelli well. We've spoken a couple of times. I believe she specializes in postpartum mental health.
And have you met with her before?
Not in person.
Okay. Did you at some point ask Dr. Spinelli to help out at your hospital, and I guess they call it a rounds lecture?
I asked her to bring on her experience and education in that area and share it with my colleagues.
Did she do that?
She did.
And as time went by, dealing with your job, your family, your son, daughter-in-law, grandchildren, did you notice in 2022, after Callan was born, any change in the personality, if you will, of Lindsay?
Several months after that, I did.
Would that be sometime in the fall?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, being as close as you were with the family, well, let me back up. As a mother-in-law, did you have any observation to observe Lindsay with her kids?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors about how you saw her acting with her children as a mother?
She was very nurturing, very loving. She was a wonderful mother. Wonderful.
Did you ever see her treat her middle son, Dawson, bad because he didn't like him?
No.
Did she love Dawson, in your opinion?
She loved her children, all of them, very, very much.
And during that period of time, let's say October, November of 2022, what did you observe about Lindsay?
She reached out to me in November and told me that she felt unwell.
Did she describe any symptoms for you?
She did.
Tell the jurors what she said.
She felt, mostly she had insomnia. She was losing her appetite. She was very anxious and sad.
Did she tell you that she was seeing doctors?
Yes.
And at some point, did you recommend, did she come to you and ask you for help regarding seeing a doctor?
Yeah, she asked for my support.
And did you obviously gave it to her?
Yes.
And what did you do to make any recommendations for her?
I reached out to my colleagues who were running a clinic for women that were struggling postpartum.
Would that be the South Shore?
Yes, correct.
And at some point, as a result of your intervention, was a nurse practitioner, Julie Hall, agreeing to step in and help out?
Yes,
Did Lindsay see Julie?
I believe she did.
And you really pretty much were out of the mix at that point. You basically made the connection, knew that she was on there, right?
Correct.
Did you find that Lindsay was interested at all times in trying to get better and see doctors?
Very much so.
Did you find at all, do you have an opinion with your observations of Lindsay as to whether or not she was offered help and would just spurn it and not see doctors and not have
She was
treatment?
begging for help.
And during that period of time, you were there for her by text and by telephone and in person.
Correct.
Now, during that time that you were, let's say November and into December, the holiday season, do you recall the holidays for 2022?
Yes.
Tell us, was that a fun time for the Clancys?
Lindsay was struggling. We were all very concerned.
You knew in January, New Year's, actually, that she ended up going
Yes.
to the hospital.
Yes.
You know that she eventually got out of the McLean Hospital.
Yes.
Fair to say that you and Lindsay, as I said, communicated a lot by text messaging, right?
Yes, correct.
So I'm going to approach you with extraction report. This is a report that is done by the DA's office of the state police, Mr. Whiffen, on what's called Celebrate, where they can go into, did they examine your phone?
No.
They examined Lindsay's phone and obtained texts. Have you seen the texts?
I think so.
Okay. I'm going to approach you with the extraction report. Okay. And you can just take a look and see if your telephone number is on there, just for foundation purposes. Or if it is, okay. And just quickly flip through and see if you recognize those texts. You don't have to look at all of them, that's for sure. They appear to be texts between you and Lindsay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm not going to go through each and every text. What I'm going to suggest is I would offer this, and then the jurors would be able to look at what they wish.
Any objection?
Your Honor, Kamal just makes the same objection previously made.
All right, over the Carmel's objection, that may be admitted.
Thanks, Reddington, for not going through all of that with us.
Thank you very much.
Carmel?
Oh, hang on. Oh, no. That was it? No. Oh, you guys, I'm so disappointed. All right, the prosecution's going to eat her alive, you guys. If you have such grave concerns, and if you know, Karen Reed case, if you have such grave concerns, yeah, how's that going to help okay. You know the prosecution's going to eat her alive. Here we go. You have such grave concerns. Why didn't you do anything? Take those kids away. Commit her. Sorry.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So you indicated that you were a labor and delivery nurse for 38 years.
Mhm.
And what hospital was that?
South Shore Hospital.
And early on in the defendant's career, did you work with her?
Briefly.
And she then went to Mass General, correct?
Yeah, she was a student at the time.
And you stated that you are aware of a doctor named Meg Spinelli, correct?
Yes.
Did you reach out to her in this case?
I don't remember exactly how she and I connected. I don't recall.
Well, you indicated that you connected with her in a professional capacity to have her come to your hospital, right?
Yes.
But as far as her role in this case with the defendant, did you reach out to her for that?
I don't think I did. I don't recall.
Now, you said that you began to notice some issues in, defense counsel said October, November, but fair to say you weren't aware of what was going on until she texted you on November 16th when she was
Correct.
at the emergency room.
Yes.
And that was at South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
And you actually met her there at the emergency room?
Yes.
Was she by herself or with Patrick?
She was by herself.
Did you know how she got there?
She drove.
She drove herself to the hospital?
Correct.
And she was in the emergency room for a while, correct?
I don't know how long, probably an hour, maybe 2 hours.
Well, you went down when you knew she was there, sat with her for a little bit, went back upstairs to because you were working that day, right?
Correct. I wasn't able to go down immediately. I had to wait about an hour and a half, and then I went down.
Okay. And then you sat with her for a little bit, went back up to work, right?
Yes.
And then you came back down at some point before she was discharged.
Yes.
Counsel, can I see it sidebar just very briefly?
What's that about? So you guys, this Dr. Spinelli has come up before. I'm going to have to do some research as to where I saw her name. I think I definitely saw her on, I think it's on the witness list, but I'll have to look and see. We're going to zoom because we have a little bit of room. So hold on, everybody. And by the way,
You,
sidebar.
why she was
hang on.
there.
I jumped too fast. I'll back up. Give me a second. If you're new to TikTok, hello, my name is Missy K. I bring you law cases. We're in the thick of the Lindsay Clancy trial. Thank you for coming along and following along. I would like to post it up here for you, but I can't because TikTok will ding me. So we're listening to it. But if you want to join me live over on YT, wink, wink, wink. If you know, you know. If you don't, put it in the chat. Somebody will guide you. I lost my train of thought. So, sidebars. If there's a sidebar, everybody hits the heart button on your phone or on your computer so we can tell more people that I exist. All right, we're going to back up just a smidgy smudge because she started talking. So I apologize. Here we go.
And you sat with her for a while, correct?
Yes.
And did she tell you why she was there?
Yes.
And fair to say, she indicated to you that she was having trouble sleeping and she had some heart palpitations.
Correct.
And that's what brought her to the emergency room to get checked out.
Yes.
Did she tell you that she had consumed a weed gummy before going to the ER that day?
She did not.
Okay. And in your experience as a nurse, is that sometimes a reaction to THC or CBD or some sort of weed that somebody might have a faster heartbeat?
I don't know.
Now, when she was in the emergency room, she was seen by a doctor and provided some medication. Were you there when the doctor was there?
Yes.
And you're aware that the doctor, the ER doctor, gave her some trazodone to help her sleep?
Yes.
Because that's what she was really concerned about, right? To sleep.
Yes.
And when she left the emergency room, did you call her an Uber or have Pat come and get her or call your husband to come get her?
No.
She left in her own car, right?
Correct.
And so fair to say, after that ER visit, you remained in pretty constant contact with her, at least via text message,
Yes.
right? And that you would check in with her pretty much daily. And that's all in these texts.
Yes.
Now, you were familiar with the perinatal behavioral health clinic because of your work at Social Hospital,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
And so the person actually that you connected with first was not Julie Paul, was it?
No, it was one of the midwives that I was working with.
And her name is Nanette.
I think so.
And so did she provide you with Julie Paul's contact information?
She suggested Julie.
Okay. And as a result of the suggestion, you reached out to Julie with Lindsay's permission, right?
Yes.
And you said that at that point you made the contact, knew she had spoken to Julie, and you kind of stepped back from the clinic.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You're aware Julie Paul is one of the only prescribers that the defendant encountered that's not personally named in a civil lawsuit that's pending, don't you?
I'm not sure.
Now, so the ER visits on the...
You guys, whoop, there it is. Whoop. I have to pause. Okay, I know you guys are like, you hate the prosecutors, whatever, but holy smokes, you guys, this is amazing. This is great. This is really great. I don't know how Reddington is going to clean this up, but the fact that Lindsay went to the ER, she had taken a weed gummy that day because she couldn't sleep, got her medication to sleep, and drove herself back. I don't know, you know? Oh, all right, I'm going to back it up just a little bit, but boy, they're landing it. Oh, that's so cute. Thank you. Am I drinking lemonade? Is that what that is? All right, everybody, let's go.
You?
I backed it up a little bit.
I'm not sure.
And the civil
Now,
lawsuit. Bam.
So the ER visits on the 16th. Contact is made with Julie Paul on November 20th, right?
It sounds right.
Okay. And that would have been your phone call to her first.
I don't remember exactly.
in the time period, well, you knew she was going and going to see providers and meeting with Julie and going to the clinic. Did you offer to help out more with the kids?
Yes,
You were still working full-time at that time, weren't you?
yes,
So fair to say it was kind of limited based on your schedule?
correct.
Did you have a normal schedule that you worked at that time period?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, as a nurse, did you work day shifts? Did you work
I
mids?
worked the day shift.
So did you offer to watch the kids at nighttime?
I don't remember exactly.
Did the kids come to stay at your house overnight so that she could get some sleep?
No, they didn't.
Fair to say you offered and she didn't want the kids to come to your house, right?
No, that's not right.
Well, did they ever sleep over your house?
No, they didn't.
And Cora was 5, right?
Yes, correct. She turned 5 that December.
So at any point, they never stayed over.
We decided together it was best for them to be in their own beds at their own house with all their belongings. And Lindsay's parents were very actively involved in staying over and helping out. So it was the best decision that they stay home in their own beds.
So prior to the November of 2022, did you and your husband ever come and stay over the night so that Patrick and Lindsay could go off?
We never did stay at their house.
And as far as kind of watching the kids or taking the kids outside of the house during the daytime, did you often take Cora on kind of day trips out to lunch?
Yeah, we used to go to lunch together.
How about Dawson? Did you take him one-on-one out to?
Not as much. He was younger.
And how about Callan? Did you ever take him out of the house without Lindsay?
No.
And are you aware that Lindsay told one of the therapists that she wasn't close with you as in-laws? And that
I didn't know that, no.
That she said she doesn't generally allow the in-laws to watch her children?
I did watch the kids.
Okay, but are you aware that she told the therapist that?
No.
Are you aware she told the therapist that she didn't have any particular reason why and that they don't bug me about it either?
I didn't know any of that.
Way to throw Lindsay under the
Now,
bus there.
Lindsay, the defendant, she communicated with you via text about her issues with sleep and the medication she was taking, right?
Yes.
And as far as the ER visit where the trazodone was prescribed, do you recall having a back and forth conversation with her about that it's okay to increase it if you weren't getting any relief?
The doctor told her that, so I repeated that.
And so you're aware that she was in fact increasing the dose?
I did not know that.
As we're going along, I am updating my list, and I do see the 16th, November 16th ER visit, and I added that she took a weed gummy and she drove herself to the hospital and drove herself back. Was she
Now,
under the influence?
Once she was seeing Julie Paul, did you continue to have conversations with her about how she was feeling?
Yes.
And you knew that she was taking some new medications after she saw Julie, right?
Yes.
And sorry, these pages are different than mine.
Come on, prosecutor.
At some point, after being prescribed some medication, you recall that Lindsay told you that she thought she developed a benzo dependency, correct?
I vaguely remember that.
That'd be on November 29th, where she says, I just deep down inside of me feel that I've developed a benzo dependence after just 2 weeks of using it. And I feel like no one is hearing that and addressing it. And we keep throwing different meds in the mix that aren't really addressing the real issue. Do you recall that message?
It sounds familiar.
And she asks you, or you respond, so hard, I don't know what to do. So should you not use it? And she responds, I guess not, but then I don't sleep, right? Do you recall that?
I can't say for certain. It sounds right.
Okay.
I don't remember a lot of specifics.
And on November 30th,
Just remember, Lindsay Clancy's mother is a nurse. She is a labor and delivery nurse at the South Shore Medical Facility.
November 30th, she says, and I'm just gonna.
Yeah, let's put it up. Put it up for us so we can see. Everybody wants to see. We want the tea. Let's go. November 30th is when she saw
says,
Julie
I'm
Paul.
not okay and I'm terrified of taking meds tonight. Do you see that in the green?
Yeah.
Come on, let's see it.
And then your response is, why are you scared? Why happens if you don't take them? What are you afraid of? What about Ambien, right? You're actively trying to help her kind of figure out the medication.
Yes, there were a lot of medications.
You're aware she wasn't prescribed all the medications at one time, but just that a lot of different combinations were kind of thrown around as options, right?
It seemed confusing.
That she's very clear and she tells you which medications she's taking, right? Ativan and Remeron.
Probably.
Okay. And then she also tells you on November 30th, when you're talking about it, she says, I know they take time to reach a therapeutic level to have the desired effect, right? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And then you respond, exactly. And she tells you that she's just depressed and she thinks it was brought on by the medication, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Well, on November 30th at 7:52, I was never ever this depressed. It was brought on by the medication. Did you say that or did she say that?
She probably said that.
If I were Susan Clancy, I would say, show me the messages.
Now, you were asked about the holidays and Thanksgiving. You remember Thanksgiving? Where did you guys go for Thanksgiving?
To my daughter's house.
And do you remember telling the grand jury that during Thanksgiving, things were better?
I don't recall.
Show her her testimony.
Well, do you remember her saying that she said things were better?
Refresh
Do you
her
remember that?
memory.
Vaguely.
Show her.
Okay. You were asked, what was Lindsay like during the big Thanksgiving gathering? What observations did you make? Answer, she smiled. The girls all had Thanksgiving t-shirts on that sort of matched. We took a picture. She mostly focused on the kids and interacting with the cousins and the aunts and uncles. At one point, she went off a little into the distance, and I approached and asked her how she was doing, and she said, I'm trying hard to get better. I'm still working at it. I asked about her sleep. I thought that was important, and also the fact that she lost some weight. She didn't have an appetite, and she said things were getting better.
Okay.
Sure, I said those
Now,
things.
during the holidays, you in fact took some time off of work so that you were around a little bit more, correct?
Correct.
And so when you were around a little bit more, did you spend all day, every day at their house?
No.
Fair to say you would come sometimes play with the kids, right?
Yes,
Do shopping for her.
correct.
And then you actually went on vacation.
Yes,
You and your husband went to Aruba.
yes.
How long were you in Aruba?
5 or 6 days, I think.
And now moving towards Christmas, you had dinner with.
Is the prosecution trying to say, how dare you go on a vacation and how dare you go to Aruba when your daughter-in-law is suffering and she's having all of these things and that you're not taking care of your grandchildren? You guys, let me know in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat. I understand where this is going, but I just need to know, is it starting to rub you off just a little bit, like it gives you a little bit of the ick? So put a 1 in the chat if this is giving you an ick. Put a 2 in the chat if you're like, nope, the prosecution's doing their job. Because how you're reacting, I think, is maybe how the jury is reacting.
Them at their house on the 23rd, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember breakfast on Christmas Day?
Yes,
Was that at their house or someplace else?
their house.
Okay. And then what did you guys do after breakfast?
We went to church.
And fair to say you've previously testified that breakfast was great
Yes,
and that church was beautiful.
yes,
And in fact, the defendant, she told you that it was great and that she was glad she went to church that day on Christmas Day.
yes, she did.
And then after that, you're aware they went down to Connecticut to see her family.
Right.
Now, are you an active member in the Catholic Church?
Yes,
So you're aware that murder is considered a mortal sin?
Counsel, could I see you over here?
Oh my God! No way! Oh, I will back it up. I will back it up for just a second. No! I'm sorry. You guys. No. Hang on, we're going to back it up and we're going to take a look and see what the mother's reaction is. No way. We're going to rewind. I have to compose myself for just a second. She did not go there. Don't worry, we're going to back it up. We're going to back it up. Don't worry. She asked her about religion and if it was a mortal sin. We're going to back it up. I just need a quick second. I need a quick second here. That was dirty. That was so dirty. Oh, okay. All right, everybody. I'm going to back it up. Hold on just a second. That was so dirty. I might have backed it up just a little bit too much. So hold on. Hold on, everybody.
Now, are you an active member in the Catholic Church?
yes,
So you're aware that murder is considered a mortal sin?
Counsel, could I see you over here?
Look at her face, you guys. Look at her face. Okay, we got some zoom room. We're going to zoom. You guys, that was dirty. That was dirty.
During that time period?
All right,
And what that means is you are
hang on. He admonished her. You are, I bet you. All right, hang on.
not
All right. Sorry, everybody.
consider it for any reason.
Okay.
All right. And what that means is you are not to consider it for any reason or any purpose. Okay?
All right. So what just happened? We didn't get to hear all what the judge says, but the judge is like, you have to strike that. So her downright dirty religious thing is stricken from the record. They're not to consider that question.
All right. Counsel.
So you were aware, Mrs. Clancy, about the stay at McLean Hospital from January 1st to January 5th, correct?
yes,
And did you come to the house to help with the kids during that time period?
yes,
And fair to say, when she came home on the 5th, there was a party for Cora on the 7th.
Yes.
Did you go to the birthday party?
No.
Were you at the house much between January 7th and January 24th?
I don't remember.
Do you recall previously reporting that you hadn't been at the house?
I don't remember.
And during that time period, you never took the kids on a day trip or for a visit?
I don't recall.
And were you aware that between January 7th and January 24th that Pat and Lindsay went to the Cape Codder with the kids?
I'm aware of that.
And that they went to the Museum of Science with the kids?
Yes.
And that Pat left Dawson and Callan home, or excuse me, left, Dawson and Callan home to go take Cora skiing. Were you aware of that?
It sounds accurate to me.
On the ski trip, did they ask you to come over and stay with Lindsay while she was with the other kids?
I don't remember.
And you were asked on direct examination about Lindsay going to see providers, and you said, I think she was begging for help, right?
She was.
Did you attend any of those meetings with her, therapists or doctors?
No.
So you don't know what she told the providers, right?
I don't know.
And you don't know what kind of help she asked for other than medication, do you?
No.
And do you know whether there was any other options offered to her other than McLean, like a partial hospitalization program or intensive outpatient? Were you aware of those options?
Yeah.
And do you know if she went?
She went to Women and Infants.
So that's the one day where Pat dropped her off and went skiing and then came back, right?
I believe so.
Nothing further.
Okay, so she just dropped a bomb there too. Oh, so Patrick went dropped her off at Women's and Infants, and then he went skiing. How come you weren't that hard with him when he was on the stand? Now, mind you, he is the father. Wow. Wow. Wow, you guys. All right, let's see how Reddington is going to clean this up.
All right, Ms. Reddington, redirect.
So she asked you about options that were available to Lindsay, correct?
Yes.
And you mentioned one of them was that she could go to the Women and Infants program in Rhode Island that specializes in perinatal and postpartum, right?
Yes.
You know that she went there, right?
Correct.
You know she was turned away because she was over-medicated, right?
Yes.
You also know that they gave her numbers to call suicide hotlines, right?
Yes.
She called twice, not once, but twice, and again was turned away. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, that was good. I wish he would have hammered a little bit more about those. Oh, shoot. She's back. Hi, D1.
So you're aware she was turned away because she told you she was turned away, right?
I don't remember the details of that visit or that day.
You didn't review the records, did you?
No.
So you're not aware that they actually deferred to Pat and Lindsay reporting over medication?
I remember something being said that she wasn't a candidate for that program. That's what I recall being told by Patrick and Lindsay.
Okay. And that's because everything she described was reported connected to medication and occurred well after what's considered the postpartum period, right?
I don't know.
Well, you're a labor and delivery nurse. You know the postpartum period could be up to a year, right?
I've heard it could be longer.
But generally, it's within the first 12 weeks that you start to see some symptoms.
I don't know.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No. You guys, we heard from several different witnesses that said that the postpartum period is, La Posada's coming up. Don't know spoilers. You guys know that the postpartum period isn't just 12 weeks. So symptoms. Okay, I'm talking so fast. You guys, isn't the postpartum period even longer than that? You may not show symptoms after the first 12 weeks. Don't worry, Amanda, you're fine. All right. Why is the prosecution doing this? Because it's their job. Let me go back for just a second. I know we're a little bit behind. Try no spoilers, please.
Right?
I've heard it could be longer.
But generally, it's within the first 12 weeks that you start to see some symptoms.
I don't know.
You're aware that she was sent from women and infants with actually several options, where it included inpatient treatment for medication management, a partial hospitalization program focused on general mental health, or continued outpatient management. That's what she was sent away with.
Okay.
Nothing further.
May I? One more?
Go ahead, one.
Please,
So,
Reddington,
outpatient
please.
management, that would include somebody like Gelada, right?
Yes.
You know that women and infants called Gelada and she never called them back?
I didn't know that.
Come up with anything on that?
No.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Let me step down. Thank you.
Oh, man. That was dirty. That was dirty and messy. You guys. This poor woman. You guys, this poor woman, she is just the mother-in-law. She lost her 3 grandchildren. So their relationship isn't great, right? How many of us have our grandparents or our parents take care of our kids? I know a lot of you in the chat, your parents don't take care of your kids. Your parents rarely see your kids. Your parents don't take them shopping or whatever. They don't have to, right? Who knows what their lives are like or what's going on with them? Just because they don't have this take care of your kids thing. Maybe Lindsay didn't want her to, right? She kind of testified to that. Then just because she isn't taking them doesn't mean she's a bad grandma. Right, Patrick's on a ski wife when his wife needed him the most. You guys, I didn't know that, so I didn't know the context of that. So that is in and of itself is, yep, I dumped her off at Women's and Infants. I went skiing. And then, she wasn't able to stay there, so we came back on the way back and picked her up. It's okay. There was a lot in that testimony from the prosecution to this witness. And I got to tell you, the religion thing was downright dirty. So if you're just joining me, hi, my name is Missy K. There are 517 of you here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If everybody could go ahead and hit those hearts, if at least you guys hit 20 or 30 hearts, that would be terribly awesome. So if you guys did not hear, the prosecutor asked her if she was religious. She said, yes, she was. And she said, did you know that it was a mortal sin to commit M? And then the judge said, can I see you over here, please? And she got admonished for stating that. And long story short, they weren't able to get into that. So if you're just joining me, hi, I'm Missy K. I bring you law cases. We are in the thick of the Lindsay Clancy trial, day 15. We're doing gavel to gavel coverage. If you're live on TikTok with me, I cannot bring it to you. I can only show you the witnesses. But if you want to join me live over on another channel, YT, wink, wink, wink. If you know, you know, we're live over there. You can watch it with me. If you don't know what YT is, you can put it in the chat and somebody will answer that question for you. All right. I heard a rumor that Dr. La Posada is coming up and they're getting ready to set up for it.
This is one of those stops I told you about we're going to have kind of throughout today. So I'm going to ask you to go back to the jury, hopefully just for a short amount of time. Then we'll bring you right back in and we'll continue with the evidence. Okay.
All right. We have some Zoom room. We are going to go Zoom, because if we don't, we'll never get through the day.
This court's in session. Please be seated.
All right. Counsel, I know that the next witness is scheduled to be Dr. La Posada.
Yes.
And she will be testifying by Zoom.
That's correct.
And I think that at some point after we talk a little bit, we're gonna have to take a short break just to make sure that logistically, everything's all set up with the doctor and the system here, and I appreciate everybody's.
Okay, I've got a couple of people who are just joining us. So you asked for a recap. This morning, the very first witness on the stand was Lindsay Clancy's mother-in-law, Susan Clancy. To give you a perspective, Susan Clancy is a labor and delivery nurse. Remember, Lindsay went to her to ask for help. So what happened was on November 16th, Lindsay was in the ER. Susan Clancy was working in the ER. She came down to go see her. Apparently, Lindsay had drove herself to the hospital. She had taken a weed gummy that morning or that day. I don't know what time frame it is because she couldn't sleep. And so the prosecutor said, well, if you're taking a weed gummy, would that have any sort of effects on your body? Like she's having heart palpitations, etc. Would that affect you? And she's like, I don't know. So then they prescribed her some trazodone. They talked about Lindsay's medication and what she was taking. There were some text messages that they were talking back and forth. We never got to see them. But the mother-in-law did know that Lindsay was having problems. She actually recommended Ambien to her. Was she taking the medication? Was she not taking the medication? Apparently the trazodone, she was taking more than that was recommended, but then the doctor said it was okay for her to take more. So that was a muddled thing. But one of the biggest takeaways was, number one, did you know what was happening in the Clancy household? Are you taking care of the kids? Could you have taken care of the kids? You're working when you're not working and you're at home. Do the kids come and sleep with you? Are you taking care of the kids because Lindsay's having a problem? Like shifting the blame to the mother-in-law. And then at one point in time, she asked her if you were religious. She said yes. And then she said, or she asked her if she was Catholic. And then she said, did you know it was a mortal sin to commit M? And then the judge was like, whoa, no. I want to see you over here at sidebar. And then he gave an instruction to the jury that said, you must strike that. She cannot get into that because that was a low, low, low blow. So they also talked about Meg Spinelli. I wanted to go back to that. Meg Spinelli is a witness for the defense, you guys. So this is sort of the first time she's coming up, but she is on the defense witness list. Don't know much about what's going to happen with her. So this is the first time she was mentioned. All right, everybody, we're going to continue to begin. At one point in time, I will answer your questions, but if we don't keep going, we're going to be here all day.
Help technically in setting that up. And I know that the defendant has provided, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 exhibits that counsel wanted to introduce through Dr. La Posada. And so I guess, Kamal, if you had an opportunity to take a look at these.
Yes, and we are objecting to these
No.
items. Yeah.
All right. And so why don't we discuss those here in open court and go through it. And so I've had the opportunity, I saw these this morning as well.
All right. There are 609 of you in my chat. Hello and welcome. If you guys know who Dr. La Posada is, put a 1 in the chat. If you don't know who Dr. La Posada is, put a 2 in the chat so I can explain it to you. And everybody, come on, let's hit those hearts. There are 593 of you in here. And if you have not liked and followed me, please do. All right. So I see a couple of you too. All right. Dr. La Posada is a world-renowned doctor in Boston. She testified in the Karen Reed case. She is, I want to be specific about her. Hold on just a second. She is fabulous. Okay, she's a forensic pathologist. She is a clinical professor at Brown University and the former chief medical examiner of Rhode Island. If you're from in and around that area, there was a big fire in Rhode Island where some band was playing and the place went up on fire and she was a chief medical examiner at the time, and there was a big hub to do about that as well. So anyways, she is fabulous. She is a no nonsense. So if these prosecutors think that they're going to wrangle around Dr. La Posada, good luck. All right, here we go. We're going to continue going on.
And so Commonwealth, why don't I hear the objections and then I'll hear from the defendant.
The main objection is that the drawing is inaccurate. The window well is in the wrong place, and where they have her falling and landing in slide 4 would be where the window well is actually placed in the photograph. I can pass up the photograph to the court. This is in evidence, I believe, maybe a couple times. But talks are discretionary, but what they should not do is mislead a jury and present information that's not accurate. And so the drawing itself is inaccurate. And so we're objecting to these slides.
Is that the Commonwealth's objection, is that the window well is in the wrong place on the drawing?
And putting aside the late disclosure and the fact that I don't know if anyone who created this is going to come in and testify that they created it and whether it's to scale or not, but the main objection is that it's inaccurate.
All right, Mr. Reddington?
Thank you. Your Honor, obviously, the window well, you've got, this thing is ridiculous. There's the diagram we're talking
This thing
about.
is ridiculous, he says.
The
Reddington.
window well, I'm just gonna, you already have a copy of it, right?
I do, yeah.
The window well is depicted on the diagram, I suggest, accurately. And in fact, measurements were taken by the gentleman who did the computer animation in conjunction with information by way of medical provided by Dr. La Posada. And it shows clearly that, as Your Honor can see, that we're talking about the x-rays that are included. There are exhibits that she attaches that shows the way that she falls, how she hits her head. The Commonwealth has been suggesting that, I guess, that they're confused as to how she would have ended up the way she did. This shows the way
Absolutely.
that she landed on her head, gets to Jefferson fracture, falls back, legs are facing out from the house. She's laying in the snow. They're all depicted there. If there's an issue with the window well that's off according to the government, they could raise that on cross. They could say, well, the window well was really 6 inches to the left instead of to the right. That never struck her anyway. It's totally irrelevant. I think that they are useful for a jury to be able to review. I did have copies made for the jurors and the court, as well as the DAs. And Dr. La Posada has it. And then I could go, I could go through, but you can see that we've taken the diagram, the window, where the body lands, and then to the right of it would be the actual x-ray. Dr. La Posada can compare the injuries, talk about the Jefferson fracture. There's a photograph that shows the blood in the snow, shows the area, and the photograph actually shows the window well. And I suggest the window well on page 6 is exactly the way we have it depicted. So I don't know what the objection is. I would ask that the court would allow this to be in.
All right. Well, I guess it appears to be slides 4, 5, and 6 certainly go towards the doctor's opinion as to, we said, the mechanism of the injury that shows the head striking of the ground. And then on the other part of the slide has the x-rays, and there's also a slide regarding the Jefferson fracture diagram. And then 5 is a diagram showing how the thoracic spine injury could have occurred. And there's a diagram regarding the thoracic spine, specifically T6. And then slide 6 shows and I think there has been testimony as that is where the defendant was found. And also then there's a thoracic spine, I think it's either an x-ray or some type of scan, as well as some of the additional medical devices that were found in that area. I'm not quite sure about 1, 2, and 3.
That's fine. I can remove 1, I can remove 2, and we'll just focus if you want on 3
Yeah.
3
I
through
think
6.
that goes more towards the doctor's background and kind of what had been offered in regards to her opinion.
Your Honor, I think you said you were unsure of 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
And defense said he could go with 3, 4, and 6. 3, 4, 5, and 6. So 3 was an issue, was it not?
What's wrong with 3?
Well,
What's wrong with
I think-
3?
again, I think 4 kind of would cover what's dealing with that. All right, so
All right, you guys know I had to stop in the chat. You guys know I made an emoji for Reddington. Here it is. So anytime Reddington makes me laugh or makes you laugh, you have to hit the emoji. I just put it in the chat. You can click on it. You can see he's big. It says Reddington on the side, but yeah, Reddington is so funny. What's wrong with that? Are these legal terms, Reddington?
I
Is
would
that your
allow
legal
in
argument?
slide 4, slide 5, and slide 6.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Not our question.
And so what we'll do is, yeah, objection noted. And then what we'll do is take a short break at this point, set up the Zoom call. Also, I know we're going to have to probably make certain changes to the jury book that was going to be presented. So the only slides that will be in that book will be, like I said, just so we know.
4, 5, and 6.
Yeah, just so we know which ones we're talking about.
There's a book.
Well, no, it's not a book. It's just Laura stapled together all of the exhibits.
All right, so just so we know what we're talking about, right? 4
Yes.
and
This is so clunky.
5 is the thoracic spine.
Why did they talk about this
Yeah, so
yesterday?
like I say, I've got enough for the jurors plus you and the DAs.
Okay, and then 6, I just kind of want to make sure that we're all
Yep.
talking the
5
same.
and 6.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, so why don't we do that? We'll take a short break so that those changes can be made and we can set up for the Zoom, and then we'll come back out and we'll proceed with Dr. Lapasada.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Court,
Okay, we're going to pause for just a second. You guys have a lot of questions and stuff. Hello, my name is Missy K. I bring you law cases. We are in the thick of the Lindsay Clancy trial. Dr. Lapasada is getting ready to testify. Some of you may not know, but she testified in the second trial in the Karen Reed case, and that woman was fire. She talked about, hang on, I got to do a puzzle. 1 second. There we go. You guys, I'm trying to do 6 things at once, and TikTok wants me to do a puzzle. If you know, you know. Dr. Lapasada talked a lot about the injuries that happened to John O'Keefe in Karen Reed's case because, again, it's sort of a mystery. How did he get these injuries? And so she talked extensively about how she got them. And this is what we need, right? Everybody doesn't know how she got these injuries. We know what her injuries are. We're talking about Lindsay Clancy, but we don't know how she got them. And I think it's imperative. The prosecution didn't bring anybody on that said how these injuries occurred, right? They think she Spider-Man out of the window. Some people say she dived out of the window. We don't exactly know. So will Dr. Lapasada answer some of those questions? And as I've mentioned to you a gazillion times, if the jury has questions and they are not answered, they will try to seek out those answers, just like we are here talking to each other, trying to figure out what we're here, the armchair jurors, trying to figure out what's going on, right? All right, so let's see. You guys are talking to each other, which is really good. Yes, they're going to do a Zoom call, Light Switch. She's on Zoom. She will not be live in court. She's going to be on Zoom. That's right. So anytime they say you can't do a Zoom call in court, I beg to differ, you can. Now, sometimes we do like to have these people in live so that they can be confronted live, but we'll see how this is going to go. Jasmine, if you're confused that it's live here and not there because we're behind, I'm behind. I'm always behind because I sit and talk to you guys and, we have conversations. I try to answer your questions. You say that the window didn't affect her fall. Objection is irrelevant. All right, we'll see. Prosecutor worried about all the bloodstains on the window well. Could be. Yes, if you're new here and you have not followed, liked, shared, please do share out the stream. Could she have hit the metal round thing next to the window? Possibly. Remember, but they said the window well was over here. So we're going to get further information into everything. Yes, TikTok tells you to do a puzzle. I don't think it matters how she got them. All it matters is that she did it to herself. All that matters is that she did it herself. Okay. Yeah, we hope to get the answers. Right, Olivia, to verify that I'm not a bot. Yes. How long is the trial? Well, Erica, we are in the defense case in chief right now. They said this trial was going to be anywhere. I've heard 4 to 6 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks. We are in 4 weeks of trial. The defense just got the case yesterday. So my best estimate is maybe another 3 weeks. We'll see. Did she dive? Did she fall head first? We don't know. Maybe Dr. Laposada is going to give us those answers. There was a Zoom on the Tupac trial yesterday. Nice. Murray, Lindsay Clancy's mother-in-law, Susan Clancy, was just on the stand just this morning. And let me tell you, that woman wanted to get off the stand as fast as she got on there. And the prosecutor wasn't nice to her. I hope you guys got caught up. If not, just remember, I am also live on YT. If you know, you know, wink, wink, wink. If you don't know what YT is, you can put it in the chat. Somebody will answer that. And if you don't know, you can always go back to my YT and watch it, or you can actually go on there right now as we're on there, and you can go forwards to go backwards if you want to. And then you can zoom all you want on that to catch up to us wherever we are live. It's obvious that she's paralyzed. It's obviously that she fell. She obviously didn't Spider-Man. Well, they're saying that she was hanging outside of the window Spider-Manning. All right, everybody, we're going to go ahead and get back into this and see. We probably might catch up. They might be on break. We'll see. We'll see. By the way, I did hear, I wanted to talk about, some of you asked me to listen to the hot mic moment from yesterday. Put a 1 in the chat if you heard the hot mic moment from yesterday. Put a 2 in the chat if you haven't heard it. And then I will explain the hot mic moment from yesterday to the best of my ability. Some of you over here on YT or say, watching from the beginning on another device, why does Reddington step away from the mic? That's a great question. I asked that when he did that. We need, if you know, sticker on here. I have to work on my YT area, so yes. The prosecutors are idiot. I'm glad the judge stopped the BS. Sometimes we need to pause and take a deep breath. We sure do. This is the nail in the prosecutor's coffin, might be. All right. Judge called her out on this one. 1122. Okay, so you guys, some of you heard the hot mic moment and some of you didn't. All right, everybody over here on TikTok, did I see that? Okay, so yesterday there was a hot mic moment, and I'm going to paraphrase. I do not know if this is true or not. I listened to it. I didn't quite get it. And just remember, we don't know if the prosecutor said this or who said this. Remember, the gallery is right behind them. And somebody said something along the lines after Ian Whiffin's testimony that something along the lines like, doesn't this prove, and I'm paraphrasing, doesn't this prove that Patrick didn't the F word, do it. So that's what I think that was said. I can't confirm that, but I know somebody was like, go listen to the hot mic moment. So if you know, you know. If you don't, if they did say that, ooh, everybody's got to be careful. Is Rosemary Fancy Lawyer sitting behind her today? I don't know. I did not see the gallery pictures today, but I will definitely look and see if she is sitting in the courtroom. If anybody knows if Miss Rosemary is sitting in the courtroom today, let me know. And then we'll go from there. All right, you guys, we are all caught up. We're live caught up. They are still on break. Is there a relevance to her sitting there? Sure is, Liz. You want to know why? Because she's listening to the testimony in the courtroom. She's making notes because whoever these witnesses are in this courtroom, you better believe they're also going to be witnesses in the civil cases. All right, let's go see if you guys have any more questions. And everybody, where are those hearts? Come on. I need to see those hearts. Everybody on TikTok, let's go tappity tap, tap, tap. We're at 32K. Let's get to 40K because I can. And also, if you would like to contribute to my notebook and pen fund, my gifts are open. And thank you, everybody who has given a gift. Indica, thank you so much. Oh, thank you. And is it Jocelyn? Thank you so much. Michelle, thank you. KK, thank you. Queen Killer Cat, love it. Thank you. Spicy sriracha. I love it. Today was actually spicy today as well. Spicy. Now, we like a little drama in the courtroom, right? We like some drama. Lauren, thank you so much for your lovely gift. Erica, as always, see and go. Oh, I like your thing. It's ZZGo09. That's interesting. Like that. Miss Rivera, thank you so much. Liz, of course. You guys, let's also give a big shout out and thank you to my mods. I can't do this without you. When there's so many people in the chat and the chat is going do. I can't keep up with it. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. So many breaks. Yes, the judge said yes, there's going to be a whole bunch of stops and starts today. But we're here for it, right? We're here for it. There are 394 of you in my chat. So please hit the like and the follow. And if you don't know, I am also live on YT. What does that mean? You can ask in the chat. There are 47 of you over here. Hello, my YT people. My YT people, if you have not liked and subscribed, I'm going to give you this little thing down here. Look, I can send you messages. Look. If you do not know about YouTube to like and subscribe, if you're watching it on your TV, you're going to have to put your remote and go to the thumbs up finger. Go on there and try to do that. If you're happening to watching it on your phone, you can go on there as well, but also subscribe and turn your notifications on YT because you just never know when I'm going to be live. Oh, right. Let's see, you guys. The jurors already heard it. One is for prosecutors being ugly. Those poor in-laws are also victims. These questions, though, they're hanging themselves. That's what everybody in YT is saying. Yes. All right. Hot mic. There was a hot mic yesterday. The hot mic was after Ian Whiffen had testified yesterday. It was reported out. I tried to hear it. I did my best. That they said something along the lines like, now this proves that Patrick didn't, with the curse word of F, didn't do it. I do not know if the prosecutors actually said that or whether or not it was somebody in the gallery. You just never know. You heard that the judge said that those microphones are very sensitive and they will pick up things. So who knows who said it? And also remember, you can't always rely on what you see or hear on TikTok. Not everything on there is real and true. I was thinking when she asked about the one provider she recorded or received not in the suite, did she prescribe? Lauren, I'm not sure about your question. They didn't treat Anthony and Casey Anthony this terrible. Just think also, if you guys do not like what the prosecutors are saying, think about what the jury thinks too, right? If you're doing the somebody also said, I also saw this as well. You know how Reddington will say, I'm sorry for your loss? He didn't say that to her. I wish he did. I wish you'd have said that to the mother-in-law, especially after, that would have been good, right? Especially after the prosecutor did her dirty. If he would have come back and said, I'm sorry for your loss, wouldn't that have gone a long way? So why did he say that there's a lot of starts and stops today? Well, Lissa, here we go. They need to set up this Zoom. They need to go into some legal discussions and what have you. So that's what they're doing. Personally, I think that Lindsay could have been a bit more manipulative, but that's pretty common with BP. Tesla. I'm not sure what BP means. Oh, bipolar. Okay, I got it. I am interested to hear from Dr. La Posada. As I stated, she clarified a whole bunch of stuff in the Karen Reed, John O'Keefe kerfuffle. If you know, you know. If you don't know, Karen Reed was accused of killing her cop boyfriend, John O'Keefe. Something happened. They had been heavily drinking that night. They went to 34 Fairview to go to another party. John got out of her car. Something happened to John. She drove off. She thinks that she left him and that he went into the house. That's why there's a big kerfuffle. Some people said that she backed up and ran him over. He has no injuries on him to indicate that he got hit by a car, but something happened. He has a big gash on the back of his head, and he was in the lawn. Some people said that the gash on the back of his head did not equate to him being on the lawn because of his blood loss. There wasn't that much blood, but remember, it was a blizzard and it was snowing. And then the police tried to collect the blood in solo cups, and they used a leaf blower to blow evidence away. And so and they didn't take any pictures. So we really don't know what happened to John O'Keefe because the police messed it up. So, it's coming back. We're back.
Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, we have some kind of background noise. I don't know if there's anything that can be done with it.
Yes, there's some clickety-click
I'm
background
not
noise.
sure.
That's
Yeah,
not
I'm probably
me.
the wrong
That's
person to
them.
ask in regards to that.
It might be.
Oh, that's going to be annoying. That is going to be annoying. Get your tech guy in there.
Hello.
Oh,
Wait a minute, hold on.
hello,
Have a
I'm
nice
here.
day. Is anyone there?
Oh, no. Oh, shoot.
Hold on, Doc.
I hope they can.
I'm
she
not
can
sure
hear.
this is going to work at this point. So
Oh. Oh, I don't know what they did. You guys, the feed just went to the feed just stopped. We're back to the sign of the seal. Oh my gosh. What happens now? Well, guess what? If Dr. La Posada via Zoom is not going to work, then they're going to have to shuffle, and they're going to have to get another witness that's going to be on the stand, and then they're going to have to figure out whether or not Dr. La Posada can. Yeah, Wi-Fi issues, exactly. Nikki Nicole, you win the internet for today. Oh my gosh, that's so cute. Look at me. That's so cute. I love that. Yeah, back to the 20. I see. That's why you guys. Oh, Amy mistrial. The jury's not in yet. Just FYI. So you guys, I'd often wondered, Zoom isn't great for a trial, right? And I had wondered if they were going to have some technical difficulties because we all know Massachusetts is a mess. And their technology and stuff is, Patrick could have been in there to fix it. Oh, Sharon. You guys, let's give some hearts to Sharon. That was great as well as Nikki Nicole. Let's give some hearts for them. Thank you. Those were lovely little digs. Why not fly her in? She must be busy, Amy. She's a busy, busy person testifying all around the world. All right, let's see. Someone said, they said, don't you think he did it, do you? That might be also what they said, Miss Rivera. Stopped breastfeeding, and this is when she spiraled. It's definitely up to a year or longer. So sad. Yes, 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 yes. Oh my gosh, you guys. When courts are live, things go awry. So just everybody, just to let you know, the feed, there's no sound. We can't hear anything, and we just see the seal of the state of Massachusetts. You guys know that our founding fathers were founded New England, and the courtrooms in New England, in Plymouth and in Norfolk County, I can tell you, are very old buildings. So, they need some renovations. Do you guys not remember in COVID when a lawyer had a cat filter on? Yes, I remember that, Nolan. Yes, I do remember that. She didn't want to go back to work. She didn't want to take care of the kids full time, Pink Sunset says. My hubby is an IT guy. His judge is a jerk when things go wrong. At least this judge seems nice. Tessa Tweaks, there was like a video of a IT person helping a judge, and then like, didn't the judge like assault him or something like that? They came back and had static on, trying to fix it. So he went to break again to fix the sound. Yes, thank you for that report out. Why at sidebar? Franny, they're trying to get Dr. La Posada to come on via Zoom. They're having technical difficulties. What are my thoughts on the trial so far? Well, it's a teeter-totter for me. Always, oh my goodness, your name is very, very, very long. Always stay humble. Oh my gosh, I like that. I really like that. Always stay humble and kind. That's very sweet. My thoughts are, I'm on a teeter-totter right now. I'm waiting for all of the evidence to come in before I can tell you my thoughts, feelings, etc. Thank you, Natalia, for sharing out the live. Yes, if you have not followed and liked me, please do. I not only just bring you Lindsay Clancy case, I bring you also other law cases. Missy, what do you got going on for us? Well, buckle up, law lovies. That's what I call you because you guys like what's going on. It's not just live trials. It's all about stuff. I do deep dives on cases. I read the motions. I tell you the tea. I also bring you the pre-trial hearing. So sometimes we cover a case from its inception before it gets to trial. And then when it gets to trial, we're like, we already know all of these things. And then we sit and anticipate and wait whether or not these things are going to come into trial or not. So I'm covering Miles King. These are Rosemary Scapicchio's cases, Miles King, Sean Johnson, because if you know the proctor of it all, put a 1 in the chat if you guys know about Michael Proctor. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't. We'll go over Michael Proctor of it all. So Rosemary Scapicchio has some very serious cases coming up. We will cover that as we can. Fraser Bohm out of California. He is the preppy person who is rich, who was driving 104 miles per hour, allegedly, on Pacific Coast Highway, ran into some cars and unalived 4 Pepperdine students. His trial is happening later on this month. We're going to bring that to you as well. We may not be able to do it in this fashion because Lindsay Clancy is going on, and Lindsay Clancy is priority number 1. So, guess what, law lovies? There's the weekends. So especially this weekend, there will be a huge sort of case catch up and wrap up. We're also covering the Alec Murdaugh case. Alec Murdaugh, as you know, is going to be retried because Courthouse Becky put her hands on the scales of justice, and we're talking to the jurors during the first trial, so he gets a new trial. Will he be convicted a second time? And will that trial be different than the first time? So you guys put a 3 in the chat if you've watched Alec Murdaugh trial number 1. Put a 4 in the chat if you have not. I am not doing the Tupac Biggie case. Did trial start today? Yes, trial already started today. The first witness on today's stand was Lindsay Clancy's mother-in-law, and the prosecution ripped her to shreds. That's right. Okay, so some of you know the proctor of it all, some of you don't. Well, in the Karen Reed case, Michael Proctor was the lead investigator. He's a Massachusetts state trooper. He on his work phone, the FBI was investigating something. They got a hold of the Karen Reed case, and so within Karen Reed's case, the FBI was also investigating her case. So all of these witnesses that testified, most of them, in Karen Reed's case, also went to a federal grand jury. Why? We don't know what the feds were investigating. But in this, they got a hold of Michael Proctor's text messages that he had on his personal cell phone. And in that, he made some disparaging remarks against Karen Reed. It came out in trial 1 and in trial number 2. So Karen Reed's lawyers were like, hey, if he's using his work phone to communicate to other people about the case, he texted his best friends and stuff about the case in real time and basically was biased against Karen Reed within hours of getting the case. Hours. I kid you not. He was texting his best friends from grade school about the case. And they said, oh, I bet you, the homeowner's going to get some asterisk T for having a body on the lawn. And he said, nope, the homeowner's a Boston police officer as well. Hello, you have a person who is deceased on your lawn and you're going to investigate? What? He also said some very nasty words about Karen Reed. He used the see you next Tuesday word against her. That came out in court. So if that makes you upset about Michael Proctor, then Karen Reed's lawyer's like, if he's talking to his best buddies, what is he saying on his personal phone? Just FYI, if you have a work phone and you have a personal phone, keep them separate. Because if you ever use your work phone for any personal business, that information is discoverable. And guess what, law lovies? They got his personal phone and they were able to go back to 2013 when he started to be a Massachusetts state trooper, and his comments were disgusting. He is very racist against Black and brown people, against Jewish people, women, totally disparaging women by calling them the see you next Tuesday, talking about grooming and date rape and a whole bunch of other stuff. He wasn't the only one. There is some other police officers in Massachusetts who were on these conversations. So Rosemary Scapicchio, who is defending Miles King, who is an African-American person, has filed 2 motions to dismiss in his case because of Michael Proctor's disparaging, disgusting text messages and pictures. I kid you not. If you guys have not seen my coverage on that, go to my YT page and go under Miles King. It is eye-opening. She wrote a 40-page motion to dismiss and put in all of Michael Proctor's disgusting messages against African-American people. Olivia, we are talking about Michael Proctor. Michael Proctor was a Massachusetts state trooper. He was the lead investigator in the Karen Reed case. He is also the lead investigator in the Miles King case. He has been since fired, you guys. If you didn't know, you know. Even the MSP chief said all of his cases need to be looked into. They sure do. There's a big kerfuffle in Massachusetts right now. Anything and everything Michael Proctor has touched from moving forward, all of his cases that are still pending are being looked at, as well as his previous cases are. Massachusetts is in turmoil right now because think about all these other cases. Think about if they've been convicted. and if Michael Proctor was biased towards them and they got a raw deal because Michael Proctor did things. He also talked about planting evidence, maybe in a jokingly way, but if it happens to be true, can you just imagine all of the civil lawsuits that are going to be filed against the Massachusetts State Police and Michael Proctor? And some people say Michael Proctor might also have some criminal charges against him. You heard it here first, people. You heard it here first. I can guarantee you that's going to happen. When? You just wait, but you heard it here first. Breaking news. Michael Proctor will get some charges on him. I can guarantee you that. Which means that they would be overturned, right? Yes, KT Clausen, not only would they be turned over, yes, my YT is the same. Not only would they be turned over, but just think about it. If you have people who are sitting in jail, they will go free. And it's called the bad guy effect, right? Say they're a bad guy and they like Miles King, he's a bad dude. He's a bad dude. And how do I know that? Because while Rosemary Scapicchio is trying to defend Miles King for his unaliving of Marquis Simmons, Miles King did not just sit by and wait for this trial to go through and have his lawyer help him get off. No, Miles King and his buddies are modifying pew-pews. That's right. So they took a regular pew-pew gun that might hold 6 pew-pews, if you get my drift, things that projectiles that come out of the pew-pews. They modify them that can do double, triple that. So the magazines that fit into a pew-pew, they hold 6. Well, now they hold 36. So it's like, a modified big pew-pew. And that's illegal. That's illegal. So the feds got involved. And guess what? Miles King got picked up by the feds. He's sitting in federal prison or federal custody right now while Rosemary Scapicchio is out in the streets saying how racist Michael Proctor is and how to get Miles King off of the unaliving of Marquis Simmons. So that's why that one's a big, big, big deal. All right, I hear some grumblings. Here we go.
For the purpose of the record, we return back to the letter Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present excluded.
All right,
So
we're
I
back
think
at it, everybody.
Probably it makes more sense to address whatever the technological issues were on the Zoom. Maybe that could be done during the lunch period. And then we can go forward. I know the defense next witness would be, is it Dr. Condi?
Yes, Donald Condi, Condid.
And I know that we had talked about a possible voir dire in regards to Dr. Condi. Do the parties see the need for the doctor testify that, or maybe we could just hear the offer of proof or what the expectations of the testimony is, and then we
I don't
can.
know what the objection is, so.
Yeah.
Well, so the objection is that you were provided with an affidavit. The original affidavit that was provided, counsel agreed that it referred to standard of care, which is not the issue in this case. It really reflects his opinions in a civil case. So we were provided another affidavit.
All right, if you're in my TikTok, you guys, every time we see the bow, we also go ahead and hit that heart button. So let's go ahead, everybody, let's go ahead. Objection, you can't object. The jury's not even in. Why the jury isn't sequestered? It costs a lot of money for a jury to be sequestered. Think about, first of all, they have to house them. Then they have to feed them. Then there's security back and forth, plus transportation. It's a lot of money. Plus also, juries don't like to be sequestered, especially for 4, 6, 8 weeks or however long this is going to go. It's a lot. All right, we're going to back up just a minute. She's saying how she doesn't want Dr. Condi to say certain things.
His opinions in a civil case. So we were provided another affidavit, which appears to factually have the same numbered paragraphs and just deletes the ultimate opinion section and adds that Dr. Tufts and Nurse Gelato were aware that Lindsay was experiencing symptoms of suicidal ideation in a critically deteriorating condition while under their care and failed to take reasonable steps. So it's unclear from his affidavit what exactly he's going to testify to. Is he going to just reiterate everything that has been presented in the records, everything that we would expect defense counsel to offer through expert testimony in the criminal responsibility era about the medication regimens that the defendant was on over the course of several months? Because if that's the case, then I would suggest that this is cumulative testimony and that it doesn't need to be presented in this manner to the jury.
But let me ask this, similar to the question I asked earlier, to a similar objection regarding cumulative. The defense hasn't put it, this is their first witness in regards to that. Wouldn't the cumulative analysis be done if there's a follow-up expert that would be addressing these areas?
Potentially, but
Yeah.
that then becomes the defense's strategic choice about whether if they're going to call Dr. Condi for this piece of it and the other experts for another piece of it. It's unclear.
Okay. KT Clausen, aren't hearing or seeing anything. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Can everybody hear? And you can't see there because I can't show you on TikTok. So hopefully you're getting that. It's going in and out.
Especially where the reports we've been provided by Dr. Spinelli and Dr. Zeisel talk about polypharmacology as part of the basis of their opinions in this case. So it's difficult to assess that, and obviously flagging it and objecting at this point based on
Right.
what we know the anticipated evidence to be. So I don't know if a proffer is necessary at this point to outline what exactly he
Right.
expects Dr. Condi to say and how that differs from the beliefs
You keep
of
saying
the
all right.
experts.
Like, shut up.
It seems to me that the main objection may lay in regards to Dr. Spinelli then, whether or not, it depends on what her testimony is and how that overlaps with whatever Dr. Condi's is at this point.
If I may, Judge.
Yeah.
And I appreciate the fact that you recognize that we have not yet put on a doctor yet. I don't have to accept their evidence. I don't have to accept their doctors. Our doctors, this is our first doctor, who is a very qualified psychopharmacologist. I expect to elicit from him the treatment, very briefly, that she received and the medications that she was on and the effect of these medications as it relates to her condition when she was seeking medical help. That's it. I'm not going to get into criminal responsibility with him. I'm not going to get into lack of criminal responsibility with him. Basically, psychopharmacology and the treatment that she received. He's not going to, be criticizing what Gelada did, what Tufts did. He's just going to detail her condition according to the medical records and the medications that were provided. I am well aware and very experienced in trying jury cases and know when you lose the jury. I know when you lose. I'm not going to have Dr. Zeisel and I'm not going to have Meg Spinelli wax eloquently for hours and bore the jury to death. I'm going to get right to the chase. Dr. Spinelli is a well-qualified doctor on the issues of postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression and treating a pregnant woman and or a postpartum perinatal client or patient. Dr. Zeisel is a general psychologist and will be discussing a number of issues, as you're well aware, because he's been involved.
All right, those of you who are asking for a Reddington emoji, I have one. Go and look and see. Here he is. I'll do this. Also, if you guys are like, this court is bananas, I call it kangaroo court. I have kangaroos also. Well, I can't, some reason I can't get Reddington because why can't I get him up here? There we go. Here he is. So there is a little Reddington. And so you can see him. He's got a little gavel on his back. It says Reddington on the side. Also, I have kangaroos in my chat. If you guys think that it is bunkers, I call it kangaroo court. And there's the kangaroos. I also made a meme the other day. Go to my TikTok page and go look. There are kangaroos jumping around the court from last Thursday. Here we go.
With Lindsay for literally 3 years, 46 times he's seen her or something like that.
It's tiny.
So I'm going to focus their testimony on those fields. I don't think it's necessary for us to have Dr. Condi get up here on a voir dire so that they can hear what he's going to testify to. I'm not going to have him rambling or going off the script. He signed an affidavit, which is even, I think, better than a medical report, that you usually get. So they have plenty to cross-examine him from.
All right. And the intention is not to ask the question regarding standard of care.
That's correct.
All right.
Yep, it's all been deleted because the objective we
All right.
removed. Yep.
Okay, let me explain. Everybody, what are they talking about? Okay, if you recall, Reddington asked for 4 doctors to come and testify well after the time frame. In courts, it is established you have a witness list, and this witness list needs to be completed by a certain deadline. Why? Because each side needs to have fair opportunity to research this person that's going to come on the stand so they can get questions, etc., for this person so they can be prepared, right? And each one needs ample time to prepare for court. Mr. Reddington put 4 witnesses on his list just days before trial was supposed to start. I kid you not. We kind of went over this. We went over the hearings and stuff about how and why can these experts to come in. I also need to preface to you too, this judge is under fire. About a week and a half ago, he had a case overturned. It was something very similar to Lindsay, where he did not allow experts to come in to testify, and there were some other shenanigans about. That case went on appeal. It was overturned. So you better believe that Judge Sullivan is under fire for allowing that case to move forward in that, and he got big slapped from the SJC, which is the Superior Justice Court of Massachusetts, the appeals. So he is very cautious about letting things in and not letting things in. So he said, all right, Reddington, you can let these people in. What is Dr. Condi going to testify? Why is this so important? He's going to talk about, as you heard, he's going to talk about the medications that she was taking and how that sort of messed with her, etc. He's not going to talk about the standard of care, meaning that Gelada and all of them failed to take care of her, because he can't testify to that because he did not care for her. He's not Dr. Gelada. He's not Nurse Paul. He's not Tufts. So he can't talk about them in their capacity. He can only talk in general about her medications and what she was prescribed. So that's what the prosecution is arguing. They're like, we don't know what he's going to testify to. So what a voir dire is means he comes onto the stand. The jury is not present. Both sides get to ask them questions so that could help them prepare for when he actually is on the stand, and that they can go and talk to him in front of the jury. Reddington doesn't want to do that. Reddington does not want to give them a preview of Dr. Condi's testimony before he comes on the stand. So that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to say, no voir dire. He signed this affidavit. You know what he's going to testify to. Let's roll. And the prosecution's like, no, Your Honor, we didn't have time to prepare. So just wanted to give you a background of what they're arguing.
All right. So over the Commonwealth's objection, I'm going to allow at this point Dr. Condi's testimony in line with the affidavit, basically in line with that affidavit, with the holding he's not to testify as to the standard of care opinion as he had the original statement.
Can I just tell him that to make sure?
Sure. Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
Can I go tell him? You're up. Guess what, Dr. Condi, you're up. So I hope I explained that to you. I know it's a lot. You're like, why is this and why is that? It's a very convoluted and spicy. Sriracha says that's why the judge declined the Rule 25, proceeded with the defense witnesses. It makes sense now. Yes, because when he's evaluating these things, there's a thing that's called probative versus prejudicial. The defense needs their opportunity to bring on witnesses to rebut what the prosecution is saying. If you don't allow them to have these witnesses, etc., then it could be a problem for appeal later that you did not allow this, as he's already been overturned. Did Reddington make a kerfuffle where he should have disclosed this beforehand? Yes. Could the judge have said no because you did not meet the deadline? Absolutely yes. But as I mentioned, since he was overturned, he's being very cautious and he's probably allowing these witnesses to come in because he doesn't want to get overturned again. So I hope I wrapped it up in a bow for you guys. Thank you, everybody. Let's send some
With that,
hearts my
Councilman, ready for
way.
the
Please,
jury?
please, please.
Okay.
Let's get to 50K while Dr. Condi's testifying. And also, I say this to you again. Don't you want to know about these things? If you're asking these questions, the jury's asking these questions. How do all of these medications come together and how does it affect one person? And we talked about what metabolizes, what doesn't. You guys also talked about whether or not she was on her period or not. You guys also talked about each person's body type is different and what was her hormone levels. He might not get into that, but he might give us some answers and some context that we didn't quite have. All right, lovies, everybody, let's get to 50K. If we can go ahead and hit those hearts, please, 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 please. And let's get Dr. Condi on the stand. He will be witness number, hang on, I got to go backwards, number 5. Here we go. Thank you, everybody.
God bless you.
The judge blessing people who are sneezing. All right, we got a little zoom room. I'm going to tappity tap to get us to where we need to. I know I'm a little bit behind, but I stop and chat.
So instead of going with that witness, we're going to go on to the next witness, and then we'll put the technological problems for later. All right. So with that, Attorney Reddington?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Dr. Clancy?
Sorry, jury, we're having some technical difficulties, so hope that coffee's good in the back room there. All right, you guys, this is going to be a little bit eye-opening, right? This is the second witness of the day. Yes, Mary, it's Dr. Condi. They had a kerfuffle with Dr. La Posada. She was going to testify via Zoom. And Amanda, you are correct. I cannot believe they would have a high-profile witness coming on Zoom. But, you know, yes, lots of shuffling. Yeah,
Good morning, Doctor.
if you got a high-profile
Morning, Your Honor.
person, bring him in.
All right, Attorney Reddington?
Thank you, Judge. Doctor, could you keep your voice up so all the jurors and counsel can hear you and tell us your name and spell your last name?
My name is Donald Condi, Condie.
And tell us, what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a child, adolescent, and adult clinical and forensic psychiatrist.
And can you tell us your background as to where you went to school and when you got your medical degree and things of that nature?
I graduated from Tulane University, then spent some time in graduate school at the University of New Orleans, then went to medical school at Louisiana State University in New Orleans. And then I came to Boston to the Massachusetts Mental Health Center to train in psychiatry.
And where is that?
The Massachusetts Mental Health Center was at 74 Fenwood Road. That building has been demolished, and now they're at 75 Fenwood Road in Boston.
I was referring to more like, is that affiliated with any particular medical schools?
Yes.
What is it?
Harvard.
And what years were you working at the Mass Mental Health Center affiliated with Harvard?
I started there after medical school. I graduated in 1982 from medical school, was an intern in 1982 to 83. And that was a Harvard affiliated internship. And then residency was 83 to 85 for adult training, 2 years. then 85 to 87, which is 2 years of training for child and adolescent. Then I did a forensic fellowship also at the Mass Mental Health Center. And during that year, I spent some time at Harvard Law School as a visiting fellow.
And do you have, or did you have any board certifications that you can tell us about?
I'm board certified in adult and child and adolescent psychiatry.
Do you have a particular focus also on medications that are utilized in the course of psychiatry?
Yes, I've spent a great deal of my career treating people in the state system with psychotic disorders and mood disorders.
Tell us a little bit about that. Was there one particular period of time that you worked with literally more than 100 people that had serious psychotic disorders?
Well, the Massachusetts Mental Health Center was a state inpatient facility. So we had many people with either no insurance or mass health insurance. Probably at least half of the patients at any given time would have had psychosis or a major depressive disorder.
Have you, in the course of your career, following through on psychosis or major depressive disorder, had any focus or treatment on women that are either pregnant or have had little babies and they are looking for help in the postpartum period?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Well, starting in my residency, so in 1983, we had several patients at the Massachusetts Mental Health Center who were pregnant and were also sometimes afflicted with psychosis. We also had people who had delivered a child, but were then hospitalized, sometimes with a psychotic depression or sometimes with simply suicidal ideation. And I've encountered that very frequently since then. I was for 14 years the chief medical officer of VinFen, which is a very large agency with contracts from the Department of Mental Health and the Department of Mental Retardation in Massachusetts and in Connecticut. We ran about 350 group homes, about 10 people per home, so maybe 3,500 patients. We frequently had people who were pregnant and were taking medications for psychosis. Sometimes after delivery, the severity of their psychosis would increase. So I'm fairly familiar with that phenomenon.
Doctor, how many years have you actually been practicing now as a physician?
I've been a licensed physician in Massachusetts since 1983.
So what's that? 83, 90, 2000, 2026? Okay, about 40 years.
A little more than 40 years.
Okay. From 1990 through 2012, were you affiliated with forensic child psychiatry with Mass General Hospital?
Yes.
And were you also affiliated through 2013 with Mass General on forensic case consults in this field?
Yes.
All right. I'm asking, have you had occasion to make a number of presentations? We don't have to go through them, but did you make a number of presentations and working as a lecturer for various medical schools, law schools, things like that?
Yes. During the time that I was at Mass Mental Health Center, I was a fellow at Harvard Medical School.
What does that mean to be a fellow?
It means you're a resident in a training program and you're teaching Harvard medical students things about the specialty in which you happen to be practicing.
And what was the specialty that you were a fellow lecturing Harvard medical students about?
First, it was general psychiatry, then it was child and adolescent psychiatry, and then it was forensic psychiatry.
You also have had various scientific or medical publications that you have been authored on a number of occasions articles. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I'd offer his CV if I could, just if as an exhibit, if that's accepted.
Come on. Okay, that may be admitted.
Thank you.
I was gonna say, if she objects, I swear, I swear I'm gonna go to the television
Now, Doctor,
and get her.
if you can tell me, do you know, not necessarily personally, but do you know of Lindsay Clancy?
I know about the case in general, but I don't know anyone personally.
Now, you have never met her, is that correct?
That's correct.
You've never talked to her, right?
Never have.
You've never evaluated her for what's called criminal responsibility, is that correct?
That's correct. I have not.
I consulted with you for purposes of psychopharmacology and issues like that in this case, is that right?
Yes.
Fair to say that we've had a number of conversations in the evening, off hours, about various medications administered to women that are pregnant or postpartum, is that right?
Yes.
Excuse me. Can you tell the jury, in a summary, what documentation, medical records, police reports, things of that nature on this case that you've had a chance to review?
Well, I've reviewed the records of Rebecca Gelada, the nurse practitioner, Dr. Jennifer Tufts, the psychiatrist that saw Miss Clancy. I've reviewed the Brigham and Women's Hospital records, and the women and infants records. I've reviewed the McLean records, and I might be leaving something out.
You know about her background as far as her employment as a labor and delivery nurse and her family, her 3 children and her husband that she was married, right?
Yes, I'm familiar with that.
Okay. So if I could, Doctor, direct your attention to, let's say, the fall of 2022, end of September. Can you tell us what Lindsay's status was as far as maternity leave with work and any complaints that she had at that time regarding her mental state?
From my, excuse me. Could I get some water?
We've got some on the way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Sorry, my allergies are kicking up. So from my review of the records, which would start with Dr.
Drinking
Tufts
on the stand.
records, my understanding is that Ms. Clancy was planning to go back to work as a labor and delivery nurse at Mass General. She worked, I believe, the 12 midnight to 12 a.m. shift. And she began to experience, as she had to some extent after her first 2 deliveries, some postpartum anxiety, and consulted Dr. Tufts at that time.
Now, after she had her 3rd child, Callan, was she in, would you strike that? It's fair to say she was in treatment with Dr. Tufts as a treating physician?
Yes.
Okay. And looking at your affidavit, I believe in paragraph 9, did you determine from looking at the medical records as to the time frame that Lindsay treated with Dr. Tufts?
Yes.
And what was that?
She started in the middle of September 2022, and I'm sure that her last appointment was January 23rd, 2023.
Now, did you have a chance to review Dr. Tufts' medical records?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe them for us, please?
They are somewhat sparse, and there are many check boxes in the records, but not a great deal of sentences that describe what was done during sessions.
were you aware that the sessions that Dr. Tufts conducted with Lindsay from September, the end of September, up through January 23rd were all televised on a computer?
Yes, they were all video.
Do you recall the medications that Dr. Tufts prescribed Lindsay?
I believe the first medication she started was Zoloft, 25 milligrams.
And what is that? Tell us what Zoloft is. What
Zoloft
effect does it have on a person?
I'm sorry?
What effect does that have on a person?
Well, Zoloft is a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, which is a type of antidepressant that started being used around 1988, I believe. Prozac was the first one, Zoloft was the second. When it works to be helpful, it combats both anxiety and depressive symptoms that people might have. It also has, in some people, an effect of causing a feeling of jitteriness and increasing anxiety. So it's something that does have some potential side effects as well as beneficial effects.
And when she was prescribed the original 25 milligrams of Zoloft, did she in fact take that, or did she defer on taking that?
My recollection of the records is that she had it prescribed, picked it up, but did not take it for at least a couple of weeks because she did not wish to take medication. She was, I believe, still breastfeeding at that time. There are medications, and Zoloft would be one that would likely appear to some extent in the breast milk.
Okay, so because she was worried about that, she held off on that, but ultimately did take the prescription from Dr. Tufts. Is that right?
The records indicate that she did eventually start taking
Does it
the
indicate,
25 milligrams.
Sorry. Does it indicate when she started taking them after that little hiatus?
At the end of September.
And was that dosage increased at some point?
The
It
feed,
increased from 25 milligrams to 50 milligrams.
And what happened when Lindsay
down.
took the 50 milligrams of Zoloft prescribed by Dr. Tufts?
The records indicate that she had a rather rapid series of difficulties, that she had insomnia for, I believe the records say 48 hours, couldn't sleep. It's something that would be called activation, that these medications can cause in some people who are more susceptible.
Now, by mid-October, after she began taking the Zoloft, would you agree that the records indicate a week after starting the medication and increasing the dose, she reported in October to Dr. Tufts what you're relating is that she felt, how did she describe it to Dr. Tufts? If you could, I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Well, she felt that she talked about being numb. She talked about not being herself. She talked about feeling worse, not better. Antidepressants usually take at least 2 to 3 and frequently 4 to 6 weeks to have useful effects, but sometimes side effects can happen very quickly.
Did she also indicate, looking at your affidavit, that she was crying all day, she was experiencing mental fog, terrified to start something new, anxiety had gotten much worse? Did she tell that to Dr. Tufts at that time at the end of October?
Yes, I do recall those things being in the record.
All right, and following through again on your affidavit, was there further explanation from Lindsay's recitation of symptomology to Dr. Tufts? Did she further state about racing thoughts, paranoia? What did she say? Looking at your report, look at your affidavit, if that helps you refresh your memory.
I actually don't have the affidavit with me at the moment. I do have some of the records, but
Well, let me just approach you then and hand you your affidavit, paragraph 13, and see if that refreshes your memory.
thank you. Yes.
What did she say to Dr. Tufts?
She reported, Dr. Tufts reported that Lindsay's psychiatric condition was generally deteriorating. That's a checkbox on one of the forms that her records.
What did Lindsay say her
Correct.
symptoms were at that point?
That she was having the racing thoughts, and that she was also feeling, as I said, not like herself. That her depression was worse than it had been. I believe that's also around the time that Dr. Tufts thought of trying a medication called Zulresso.
Zulresso.
Yes.
And what is that? Is that you need that by way of injection?
Yes, Zulresso is no longer marketed. It wasn't a particularly successful medication. It requires a 60-hour continuous IV infusion.
In a hospital setting or in a medical setting?
You have to be medically monitored. It doesn't necessarily need to be a hospital, but those are not necessarily things that can be done outside of a hospital.
So she didn't do the Zulresso though, right?
She did not. It also costs $34,000 just for the medication, not for the monitoring.
Okay. What's the next thing that happened with Dr. Tufts and Lindsay Clancy, sir?
Well, if I look at my affidavit, when she stopped taking the medication, the Zoloft, she now felt better, as she had felt before she took the Zoloft, but she was less anxious.
What was the next medication?
She was put on Benadryl and had some difficulty sleeping, but also was worried that night because her son was coughing, and she worried a great deal about the children's health.
And that would be something that would also intrude on her sleep, worrying about her children?
Yes.
Okay. What other symptomology traveling through November into December did she relate to Dr. Tufts, according to your review of the medical records?
Well, she talked about things like dizziness, feeling sedated in the morning when she woke up, if she got any sleep at all. And I think she used the term brain fog at times. These are sometimes symptoms that people who are experiencing postpartum depression frequently complain about. She continued to complain about anxiety.
Well, it's not what they're complaining about, it's what they're living, right?
It is a very unpleasant experience, yes.
And continuing on through November, at some point did she leave or stop with Tufts and go to another healthcare provider by way of either emergency room initially and then another healthcare provider?
Yes.
Who was that?
She started treatment with Rebecca Gelada, a nurse practitioner at South Shore perinatal program.
Now, one of the things that was apparent that we, if you recall, I believe that she also had initially been referred there by a friend of the family. Is that right? To that perinatal clinic?
Yes, my understanding from the records is that Miss Clancy's mother-in-law was friendly with a nurse practitioner who practiced in the perinatal program, and I believe it actually started the perinatal program.
Yes, and ultimately, or in the beginning, she was treated by a Julie Paul.
Okay, I have to pause for a second and talk on TikTok because if you don't, they might ding you. So just want to know if what you guys think so far in the chat. Make a 1 if you feel like this is cumulative, as the prosecution argued earlier. Are we just going over the same thing that Dr. Tufts had said? In my notes, it's pretty much the same thing, FYI. Is he hitting any points that you think that we don't already know? I know we're just getting into it, but I thought I would make those questions. So 1, if you feel like it's cumulative. 2, no, Missy, be quiet. We want to hear what he has to say. And I'm not offended either way. Also, let's make those hearts. I need to see some hearts. We want to get to 60K before Dr. Condi's done testifying. Thank you, everybody.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember looking at the medical records and that on November 27th of 2022, nurse practitioner Julie Paul reported that Lindsay stated that she was disassociated, that she was not in touch with reality. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And what is that a symptomology? Is that a symptom of psychosis, to be disassociated and not in touch with reality?
It certainly can be. Dissociation it can mean that people feel like things around them are not real.
Right. And that's a pretty serious feeling to have, right?
It is.
And that's pretty common, unfortunately, with women that have postpartum psychosis, right?
It certainly can be, yes.
And what are the other symptomologies of postpartum psychosis, sir?
Well, psychosis in general just means a lack of understanding of what's real as opposed to what is not. So a person with psychosis can have delusions, which are fixed false beliefs. They could believe that, for example, they have been told by God to do something. Okay. They can also have hallucinations at times.
What kind of hallucinations?
Most people have auditory hallucinations, not visual hallucinations.
Hearing. Is that correct? Auditory is hearing, right?
Yes.
Okay. As opposed to what?
As opposed to visual hallucinations.
Visual. And in the course of reviewing the medical records, did you see that, in fact, that Lindsay had auditory, no visual hallucinations, but auditory voices?
At times, she reported that she had heard a voice, yes.
Okay. Do you recall that as the time went by that in December, do you remember seeing in the medical records that she was relating that she was heavy, that she couldn't get out of bed, that she couldn't bathe, that she couldn't react, she couldn't love, she couldn't feel? Do you remember any of that from looking at the medical records?
Yes, those are all phrases that I recall from the medical records.
They were all coming from her, right?
Yes.
To the doctors.
Yes.
That would be Dr. Tufts and then Dr. Gelada. Is that right?
Nurse Gelada.
Sorry, nurse practitioner Gelada. Do you recall, sir, that nurse practitioner Gelada prescribed additional medications to Lindsay during that period of time from November through December?
Yes.
Can you tell us what they were?
I'd have to look to be sure, but I believe she continued the Benadryl at times. And there was some talk about the use of Buspar, but I believe that was Dr. Tufts.
About the what? I'm sorry?
I said it. I'm sorry?
What was the word you just used?
Oh, sorry. Buspar, which is the brand name for Buspirone, which is an anti-anxiety medication.
Right. How about Remeron? Was there ever a prescription for Remeron?
Remeron is a different kind of antidepressant, which helps people sleep a little bit and also sometimes helps their appetite. Yes, that was another.
The answer is yes, she was prescribed Remeron?
Yes, she was.
And that's an antidepressant?
It is.
Is that mocking or similar to, but not exactly the same as the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, Zoloft, Prozac, things of that nature, right?
It's similar in the sense that it has an antidepressant effect. It has some effect on serotonin. It has some effect on the adrenal adrenergic system as well.
The what?
The adrenergic system. Adrenaline is a neurotransmitter. It's also a hormone that circulates if you are suddenly scared or something like that. You get a surge of adrenaline. So if you were in a near-miss car accident, you might find yourself shaking because adrenaline will flood into your system from the adrenal glands. But it's also a neurotransmitter, and mirtazapine has some effect on that.
Now you said mirtazapine. Is that the same as Remeron?
Yes,
Okay,
sorry.
So it's two different names, generic and not generic.
Mirtazapine is the generic name, and I was taught to use generic names, but
Okay.
yes, Remeron is.
Around this time, Lindsay has been prescribed the Prozac, she had been prescribed the Remeron, she had been prescribed the Benadryl, she had been prescribed other medications very similar to the SSRIs. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and does the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, that's fancy word, what does it mean? Isn't that serotonin in your brain? Doesn't it block or in some fashion affect your brain?
It's a little complicated to explain, but
Let's explain
serotonin.
it. Tell the jury what serotonin means and what happens when you take an SSRI, please.
Okay, serotonin in this sense is a neurotransmitter. The brain is a relatively complicated place. It has about 86 billion nerve cells. They've got thousands of connections to each other, but they're not like the wires in your house where you put two pieces of wire together, twist the copper, and then put a nut on that. Nerves don't touch. They go close to each other, but there's a space between them, and that's called the synaptic cleft. One nerve secretes a neurotransmitter into the synaptic cleft, and it moves over to the next nerve in line where there's a receptor. Serotonin does that in the synaptic cleft, but it's also taken back up by the nerve that secreted it so it's reuptaked. So a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor slows down the reuptake of serotonin, prolonging its activity in the synaptic cleft, which causes the next nerve in line to be activated. I'm sorry that it's so complicated. So that's what serotonin is doing, and that's what a reuptake
When a woman
inhibitor
is
does.
pregnant or has just had a baby, can you tell me what effect, for example, hormones have when a person has a baby? I know we're two guys, but I mean, do you know what happens when a woman has a baby?
I've been at quite a few deliveries, yes.
Okay.
The fact is that many hormones increase. So progesterone is a hormone that many people have heard of. It's a component of birth control pills because it promotes gestation. So progesterone in a birth control pill fools the body into thinking it's pregnant, which means it doesn't, the woman doesn't produce eggs that could be fertilized. And that's the way the birth control pill works, or some of them do. Progesterone goes down very quickly after birth, as do many other hormones that are going up and then down after birth.
So if the hormones go up, and if there's an overload, if you will, might be the wrong word, of hormones, what effect does that have on the human body? What effect does that have on a woman who's just had a baby?
Well, it's quite complicated.
Just tell us basically what your feeling is. If they want to get into it, they can ask. But what effect does it have on a woman that has a baby?
Well, one of the other hormones that goes up is prolactin. So after the woman gives birth, prolactin promotes lactation, and it's a hormone that increases so that the mother can then breastfeed. These hormones are also seen in all mammals that feed their young through producing milk. So it's a very common mammalian thing to do. But other kinds of things can happen to
Did you say males or mammals?
mammals.
Okay, because mammals don't breastfeed, right?
I'm sure they don't, yes.
Okay, so as far as the hormone, again, I would ask when a woman has a baby and the placenta, I think I pronounced that right, is through the birth. All of a sudden, what happens? It stops that massive influx of hormones, or it increases that influx of hormones?
Well, some hormones go up, like prolactin, and some hormones go down very quickly.
What effect does that have in your experience and your education and your research on women that have a baby? What effect does that have on them?
Well, many women experience postpartum blues.
What is postpartum blues?
It's a feeling of...
Thing.
I'm sorry?
Sounds like a 50s thing. What's postpartum blues?
It's a feeling of low energy and being sad, not as serious or usually as long as postpartum depression.
What is postpartum depression? Is that the next level?
It's a more serious condition where the woman may feel that she can't connect to the baby, that she feels isolated, she has no energy, she may also have insomnia.
So, for example, if a woman is unable to sleep, feels as though she's losing a contact or connection with her infant, is stressing about not having that contact with her infant, feels that she's unable to emote or feel love or any emotions and can't relate to people and also is out of reality, are those, or disassociative state, are those, in your opinion, symptoms of postpartum depression and or leading to postpartum psychosis?
Yes, they are.
And Lindsay had those symptoms, didn't she?
She reported all those symptoms, yes.
Doctor, when a doctor like Tufts is meeting with a person and checking the boxes, can that doctor give a blood test to the patient?
Certainly.
Is that important in your opinion, that a doctor give a patient, especially a woman who's coming to them for help with these symptoms, give them a blood test?
Yes.
And again, we all know what blood tests are, but just tell me, I mean, is that a simple test? Is it a complicated test?
It's fairly simple to have blood drawn, and there are many tests that are relevant, particularly after a woman has given birth.
Why?
Well, some women become anemic. Depends on how much blood loss might have occurred during birth, but there's usually some blood loss. So checking hemoglobin levels is important. The thyroid can be affected by delivery of the baby. And some women in the postpartum period develop inflammation of the thyroid. The thyroid is a very important gland that regulates many parts of the body.
Is that why many times when a competent psychiatrist is treating a patient that is postpartum after having a baby, that they might run, and I may be wrong saying it, but a thyroid test?
They would do most commonly two different kinds of thyroid tests. They would test for thyroid stimulating hormone, which goes up when the thyroid hormones that also can be tested for actually go down. So thyroid stimulating hormone is telling the body, make more thyroid hormone because it's not enough in the circulation.
Did Tufts ever use a blood test at all in her treatment?
No, she did not.
Did Tufts ever check the thyroid levels of Lindsay Clancy at all during her treatment?
No, she did not.
How about Gelada? Did they test any of those things?
No, Nurse Gelada did not do blood testing either.
Now, you've made reference, sir, to postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis. You're familiar with the DSM, or what is referred to as DSM?
5TR.
Diagnostic Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. 5, you said TR, that would be right there, meaning test revision.
Correct.
And I'm approaching you with this and asking, you see that section there?
Yes.
And what is that section?
The bipolar and related disorder section.
What is bipolar disorder? What does that mean?
Bipolar is the newer name for what used to be called manic depressive illness. It describes an illness where people's moods go up, which is the manic phase, and then go down, which is the depressed phase. There are different categories of bipolar disorder. Bipolar 1 is the most serious. Bipolar 2 disorder also has similar fluctuations of mood, but in both cases of bipolar disorder, most people spend more time being depressed than they do being manic.
Now, just tell me, what does manic mean? What does that actually mean?
They feel usually euphoric, that they don't have,
They're up.
you're really up.
Okay.
You're extremely optimistic. You might spend a lot of money foolishly, but you wouldn't worry about that because certainly you're going to win the lottery. You can just feel it. So there can be psychotic thoughts along with bipolar mania, unreasonable expectations. Like I said, that you're destined to win the lottery, or in serious cases, you can believe that God is speaking to you and has appointed you to do some special thing in life.
How about excessive cleaning and, let's say, divesting oneself of personal property, cleaning garages, things of that nature?
There was talk in the records of an episode where Miss Clancy and her husband cleaned out the garage, but it was difficult to tell from the records whether or not that represented what we would call a hypomanic episode.
Exercise. Was there a lot of references to exercise?
There were a lot of references to exercise, and exercise can be a very useful thing.
Sure, that's one of the things that a woman postpartum may very well be prescribed to do by a doctor like or a nurse practitioner like Charlotta, right?
I believe that nurse practitioner Julie Paul recommended a long run at one point.
So there's nothing wrong with a woman going to, let's say, Kingsbury or whatever it is, or taking her kids to the local gym with a swimming pool and trying to get some exercise in the postpartum stage. That doesn't, that's something you wouldn't hold against her, right?
No.
Okay. Now, how about, are you aware that within a very short period of time after she had baby Callan, that she actually ran a road race?
Yes.
Is that indicative of a person that's kind of ramped up and doing these things you're talking about?
It's unusual to decide to run so soon after delivering a baby. I believe that she ran on the day that she might have delivered her last child, Callan.
That's correct. So during the month of December, in your review of the records, would you agree that her symptoms that she has related to the doctors that were there to help her, they basically increased, did they not?
I'm sorry, I couldn't
They
quite
increased.
hear. Yes.
And are you aware that then she went somewhere voluntarily in December?
Yes.
Where?
She went to the Mass General Emergency Room on, I believe that was in December. She had gone to the South Shore Emergency Room previously.
And did you, in the record, see that in fact she had gone to Women and Infants program in Rhode Island for a day?
Yes.
And are you familiar with that particular establishment? Is that supposedly helps pregnant women?
Yes, I reviewed those records as well.
And do you know why she was discharged after a day?
The records stated that they thought that she was having complications from medications more than she was suffering from postpartum issues, and therefore was not a good candidate for their program.
And this was after getting there at 8 in the morning and leaving there around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
And the records indicate, if you read them, that during that period of time, there were little group discussions and coloring sessions and things like that. Is that correct?
Yes.
You know that there are suicide hotlines that people are told to call, right?
Yes.
Especially if a woman is in postpartum and is experiencing these difficulties and is describing the symptomology and on all these medications, that if you feel like you're going to kill yourself, you're supposed to call a telephone number, right?
Well, it wouldn't be the advice I would give, but that was some advice that was given, yes.
And did she call, to your knowledge, from reviewing the records, the telephone?
She called the Aspire hotline, I believe, on 2 occasions.
And was she given any help by the Aspire hotline?
I believe the records say that she was told by Aspire that since she did not have a suicide plan, she did not require what's called a higher level of care, meaning an inpatient admission.
So she basically had been to Nurse Gelada. She had contacted Aspire on 2 occasions. She went to Rhode Island Hospital on a recommendation the day after she was recommended to go there, and left after not being accepted. After calling the suicide hotlines, things got to the point where she and her husband went to an emergency room. Is that right?
Yes.
And did she get treatment at the emergency room?
I believe the first time that she went to the Mass General Emergency Room, they recommended that she consider an admission at McLean, but she and her husband decided that they did not want her to go inpatient at that time.
How about the next time she went to the emergency room?
The next time she went to the emergency room, which was not very long after, she was admitted to McLean.
McLean Hospital, and that would be
Hospital.
That would be the locked wards for a period of about 4 days, correct?
Yes.
In reference to the bipolar disorder that we touched upon, sir, is that something that's a consideration when you're treating as a psychiatrist?
We got to pause for just a second. Oh, let's take a deep breath. Woo! I have to talk on TikTok, otherwise they're going to be like, ah. So, Stan Leandro Shirley asked, how do we donate to the Pen Fund? I believe like down below, if I'm not mistaken, there's like some things that you can click on, if I'm not mistaken. I am not the TikTok expert, so if somebody could sort of point her to the right direction, I think there's some things that you can click on to like send hearts or so Cookie sent a whole bunch of things. Thank you so much. Claire sent some things. Bookslayer sent some things. You can also send things to, yes, see, look, somebody just sent me a kiss. Look at that. Oh, there you did it. See? Thank you so much. So yes, if you would to contribute to the Notebook and Pen Fund. Oh, there's another one. Thank you. I appreciate it. As I stated earlier, the pens that I got from the TikTok shop. Let's see if you can see. Oh, no, I'm a ghost. I'm trying to see if I can show you. Yep, here we go. These pens, not good. We'll go into that later. But I have to talk a little bit as this goes on. Plus, we need a little bit of a break. Also, as I stated earlier, do you guys think that this is cumulative? We know a lot of this stuff. Are you learning anything new? If you're learning something new, put 1 in the chat. If you're like, oh my goodness, this is the same stuff, put a 2 in the chat. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining me. Let's tappity tap, tap, tap. We're trying to get through 60K before Dr. Conde finishes his testimony. Thanks so much for joining me. Appreciate you.
A woman who's coming to you for help and expressing concerns about the symptoms that we've talked about?
Yes.
Why?
Well, some people with bipolar disorder, especially given the fact that depression is a prominent symptom in bipolar disorder, become suicidal and can even commit suicide. So that's a very serious possibility that has to be considered.
Did any of the nurse practitioners consider that as a possible diagnosis?
The records indicate that Ms. Clancy was frequently asked if she had a plan to kill herself, even after she reported having what was called passive suicidal ideation. But it was reported very, very frequently in the records.
And in reference to her treatment with nurse practitioner Gelada, did, to your knowledge, nurse practitioner Gelada consider as a secondary diagnosis or a working diagnosis the possibility of bipolar disorder?
Yes.
Was anything followed through on that?
I believe she discussed the possibility of a mood stabilizer, but I believe that she then ended up using Seroquel or quetiapine, which is
That's Seroquel and quetiapine with a Q, right?
I'm sorry?
Seroquel and quetiapine with a Q.
Quetiapine with a Q, yes.
Using the 2 words again. I just want to make sure it's clear.
Seroquel is the brand name. Quetiapine is the generic name.
All right. And did she, meaning Lindsay, to your knowledge in the medical records dealing with these providers, complain about the effect that Seroquel had on her?
Yes.
And what did she say? What were the symptoms, or what did she feel?
Well, she often felt spacey, as if she was not her normal self. She felt, it's fairly commonly reported that she felt hungover in the morning, because these medicines, that particular medicine does make people somewhat sleepy. I believe the beginning doses were described as a sleeping dose, which is a very low dose of the medication that does, in fact, help sleep to some extent.
Was the Seroquel ultimately increased to 400 milligrams a day, 200 milligrams a day? Do you recall that?
Yes, it started at 25, and
It was bumped up pretty significantly, wasn't it?
yes, 400 is a lot more than 25.
And she was complaining about the effect of the Seroquel, is that correct?
She was.
And she was complaining about the fact that she couldn't sleep. All those symptoms that we went through continued on through the month of December. After McLean, she went there for the New Year's period. I know, I'm almost there. She went to the McLean for treatment.
All right, if you're new to the chat, every time Reddington makes me laugh, you have to put Reddington in the chat. If you don't know, go to your emojis. There is one of a guy holding I just posted it here. Yep, he's holding a gavel. When Reddington makes me laugh, or he makes you laugh, put Reddington in the chat. That's my Mr. Little Reddington. I know I'm almost done. Reddington, if you were just funny in your examination of your witness, we would all be laughing. Anyways, let's go.
And still complained of these symptoms. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did the symptoms ever resolve themselves for Lindsay in January, if you know?
There were times when she appeared to be a little less distressed, but the symptoms were never completely resolved, no.
And did you know that she went to see Dr. Jennifer Tufts in January 9th, and that she was prescribed diazepam?
Yes.
And then on the 12th, she was prescribed trazodone, 150 milligrams by Dr. Tufts.
Yes.
January 16th, 2 milligrams of diazepam by Dr. Tufts. January 16th, the same day, 10 milligrams of amitriptyline by Dr. Tufts.
Yes.
What is amitriptyline?
Amitriptyline is one of the older types of antidepressants. It's what's called a tricyclic antidepressant. It has more side effects, but one of the useful side effects in some cases is that it makes people sleepy.
Did it help her sleep?
Not really.
Now, in reference to the DSM, out of that revision, you agree with me that they have DSM 1, DSM 2, revised, rebooted, reconsidered, DSM 3, all the way up to DSM 5 text revision, right?
Correct.
And consisting of over 1,000 pages, right?
Yes.
Is this like considered, some people say, the Bible of psychiatry, or is it like a cookbook?
I would call it a dictionary. It's a list of definitions.
If I looked under P in this dictionary, would it contain anything about postpartum psychosis for a woman?
There is one mention on page 148.
That's it.
That's it.
The rest of the world, they don't care about the DSM. They have some other
Yes.
information, right? What is that called?
The World Health Organization publishes something called the International Classification of Disease, which is now in its 11th edition. It lists postpartum psychosis as a separate entity. And that's the one that insurance companies use for billing purposes.
Right, not this.
Correct.
Are you familiar, sir, with the way other countries treat pregnant women in postpartum condition when they see, let me finish, when they see a doctor for medical treatment? Yes or no?
Objection.
Right, just allow that.
All right, where's our Reddington? He just told her to shut up and sit down, pretty much, right? I'm not done yet. Oh my gosh. We're going to back that up for just a second because Reddington is hilarious, but we want to see that again. Hold on. And then I got to stop talking. As you guys know, sometimes what I do after we're done is I take these little clips of Reddington and I post them on my TikTok page because it's hilarious. So hold on. I got to back up to be quiet so I can record this. Hang on. Oh.
Question then we'll.
You familiar, sir, with the way other countries treat pregnant women in postpartum condition when they see, let me finish, when they see a doctor for medical treatment? Yes or no?
Objection.
Right, just allow that question then we'll.
Yes.
And how does that differ from the United States of America?
Objection.
Sustained.
Go ahead.
Oh, he tried, didn't he? He really tried really hard. All right, before the prosecution gets up. Oh, we made it to 60K. Thank you, everybody. We did it. Yay! I wish I could, like, I don't know how to, maybe there is a way, but I wish I could, like, make confetti rain or something. Anyways, no, it wasn't disrespectful of her to do that. He was getting into, like, what other countries do. It's not allowed. He's not there to really testify the comparison between American healthcare versus other healthcares. We do have a couple of people in here who are from Canada and other countries. So if you're on here, let me know where you're coming in from. And I know that your postpartum health care is much better than the United States, and your leave is much better than the United States. Yeah, see, Tesla from Canada. Woohoo! Tesla, tell us in the chat what your medical leave is like for women who have just had a baby, and or what your health care like as well, just to educate those of us that don't know. So yeah, we'll just continue. I lost my train of thought. Squirrel. So thank you everybody who has given gifts. Thank you so much. If you want to contribute to the Notebook and Pen Fund, it's open. So please do. You guys are doing great with the likes and the hearts. So since we got to 61, let's get to 65 before this prosecutor hits this guy hard. She's going to hit him hard. Here we go.
Come on.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
You spent some time when you first got to the stand going over your qualifications, and I think counsel now has admitted your curriculum vitae into evidence, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
Your curriculum vitae
Yes.
is you went through that with counsel. You recall that?
Yes.
And fair to say the majority of the entries and your experience and your presentations and your teaching and fellowships, most of which revolve around child and adolescent psychiatry, correct?
I wouldn't say the majority.
Well, where in your CV does it say that you worked with postpartum women?
It doesn't say that specifically.
Okay, so your testimony is that back in 1983 when you were at the Massachusetts, Mental Health Center, you worked with the postpartum women, is that correct?
There were patients who either were pregnant while they were there or delivered and were hospitalized after that, yes.
Okay. And your involvement in this case with defense counsel, wasn't directly that he reached out to you, was it? It was that you had provided some information as it pertains to a civil lawsuit that's pending.
That's correct.
Okay. And so this affidavit that counsel's been referring to that you drafted, you've revised it for these proceedings, but fair to say you went through a series of records that didn't include anything related to this criminal case, meaning no police reports, interviews, photos from the scene. Is that fair to say?
No police reports, no photos from the scene.
So the majority of what you reviewed pertained to medical records, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you cite too in your affidavit a New Yorker article for facts.
Yes.
That's where you got most of your facts, is from a New Yorker article.
No, I also spoke to Mr. Clancy.
You spoke to Mr. Clancy?
Yes.
Is that in your affidavit? Well, you have it before you. Can you point to a paragraph where you indicate that you got a report directly from Mr. Clancy?
I don't know if it's in the affidavit.
Okay.
But I did interview Mr. Clancy for 90 to 100 minutes.
Now, in relation to kind of going through the medical treatment, you indicate that the defendant reported that she was hesitant about taking medications. Do you recall that in paragraph 11?
Yes.
But you're aware that she sought out a psychiatrist, not a therapist, not a psychotherapist or a psychologist. She sought a psychiatrist as her first contact in the postpartum period, correct?
Correct.
And psychiatrists presumably prescribe medications and don't necessarily offer psychotherapy, do they?
Well, all psychiatrists are trained to do psychotherapy to some extent, at least. But yes, they can also prescribe medication.
And through the records, you learned that the defendant did have reactions to low dose of Zoloft. And your testimony is that a blood test would have helped. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
So a blood test that's about 4 or 5 months postpartum, how is that going to help prescribers?
Well, the blood test I was thinking of was you could do a level of the antidepressant in her blood, and that would tell you whether it was average, expected given the dose, or too high or too low.
And that would yield results if a person's only been taking medication for less than a week?
Yes.
But you indicate that over a period of 4 to 6 weeks is when you would expect to see a medication start to take effect, correct?
It sometimes takes that long, yes.
Now, you also spoke a little bit about Zulresso. You're aware from reviewing the records of Jennifer Tufts that she researched Zulresso and spoke about Zulresso, but never made a recommendation to the defendant that she do that injection.
Yes.
You also describe that by November 21st, that the defendant was experiencing suggesting symptoms of mania, like racing thoughts. But in fact, the criteria is not just racing thoughts, it's racing thoughts, pressured speech, correct?
There are a number of criteria that are listed, but racing thoughts is one of them, yes.
Okay.
And
you also list, or you identify in your affidavit, extreme insomnia, but for mania, it's not just insomnia, it's that there's insomnia with a decreased need for sleep, correct?
it can be decreased feeling that you need to sleep even if you didn't sleep for several days. But it's also true that some people feel very tired. It's not just one or the other.
You're aware that the defendant denied a decreased need for sleep around that time period in November from the records, aren't you?
In that period, yes.
You also indicated that in reviewing records pertaining to, I think you noted Jennifer Tufts, that her notes were a series of the record was a series of check boxes, right? That was your testimony?
There are a few sentences, but there are mostly check boxes, yes.
And fair to say, the way in which those notes are created, there are several areas in which notes are placed at different points in those records.
There are notes at certain places, yes.
And those notes are reflective of statements that the defendant was making about her mood and how she was feeling and symptoms, correct?
Yes.
Those are all important things for a treating psychiatrist to consider when they're considering a patient's overall presentation. Is that fair to say?
Yes, fair to say.
Now, you also referenced in your affidavit that the defendant had reported that she had these increased symptoms with Zoloft and didn't sleep for 48 hours after increasing the dose. Remember that in the record?
Yes, from 25 to 50.
And you didn't review any police reports to identify that there were only 7 pills missing from that bottle of sertraline, did you?
I did not review a police report, no.
So if a person takes 7 pills over 1 week period at 25 milligrams, how do they increase the dose without more pills missing from the bottle?
Well, I believe if you took...
Okay, I have to pause for just a second. You guys aren't going to believe this. So I just looked up Dr. Jennifer Tufts, and I wanted to point this out before we get going. So it says on her thing, Dr. Tufts' areas of specialty include PTSD, trauma-related disorders, mood disorders, anxiety, OCD, ADHD, and substance abuse. She has put a particular interest in women's mental health and perinatal psychiatry from pregnancy through 2 years postpartum. And I looked up and it says her areas of expertise. She has perinatal psychiatry, her treatment modalities, supportive psychotherapy. I will chat about it. I just needed to bring it up. We'll bring it up again. Thank you.
3 or 4 pills for a few days of 25, then you still would have enough pills to take 2 25s and increase the dose to 50.
Right, but if a prescription reads that if 30 are filled and only 7 are missing from the pill bottle when it's located months later, then if you've taken 7 pills, you've taken 1 pill each day, correct?
Not necessarily. I believe that she stopped taking the medication rather quickly. And I'm not sure which pill bottle you're discussing because, as you said, I didn't review a police report.
Okay. Now, you're aware that on December 15th, that the defendant and her husband reported that she was having persistent intrusive thoughts that day, correct?
Yes.
And that's the day she first presented to Mass General Hospital.
Yes.
And you're aware that Mass General Hospital is directly affiliated with McLean Hospital, right?
They are affiliated, yes.
And that she was advised to go to the inpatient program and she chose not to go.
Yes.
From reviewing the records, did you see how Letitia Dukes, a social worker or a mental health worker, from the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health Clinic had previously had discussions with the defendant about going to women and infants before her presentation to the Mass General ER on December 15th?
Yes.
And she didn't, in fact, go to that program until December 20th. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, you also mentioned in your review of the medications, lamotrigine. You recall that?
Yes.
And that was a medication that was prescribed to the defendant in December of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You're aware that she never took lamotrigine?
I believe that's what she said, yes.
Now, you also were asked, or you spoke about Seroquel. So you're familiar with the prescription or what was prescribed of the Seroquel over the period of time from November 30th through early December, correct?
Yes.
You've reviewed that. And so I think you testified on direct examination that the initial dose was a low dose, 25 milligrams.
Correct.
And you're familiar, that is a fairly common dosage, a low dose to prescribe to address some sleep issues.
It is, yes.
And you're aware that for people who are suspected or have bipolar disorder, that the levels of prescribed are generally much higher than 25 milligrams, right?
Yes, they would be.
They could range anywhere from 100 milligrams to up to, what is the range, if you know?
It would go up to 800 milligrams.
And so in this circumstance, you're aware that Rebecca Gelada had suspicions about bipolar disorder, right?
She mentions it as a distinct possibility, yes.
And without relief, she recommends titrating or going up on the Seroquel over a period of time, right?
Yes.
And you settled on a number of 400, but you know from the records that that was the goal, to titrate up to 400 milligrams. Do you know if the defendant ever took 400 milligrams?
I do not.
And you're also aware that once the defendant started reporting having symptoms and concerns about the Seroquel, that she had requested to taper off the Seroquel, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that prior to her presentation at McLean Hospital, that Rebecca Gelada actually did send in a prescription that would allow for her to taper down.
Yes.
And when the defendant was admitted to McLean Hospital on January 1st, she was already on a taper plan, meaning she had gone back down to approximately 100 milligrams per night.
I believe she was, yes.
And that at McLean, they further immediately started to reduce the dosage with each night.
I believe that was the plan at McLean, yes.
So the first night she was there, she went down to 75 milligrams, correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And then by the time she was discharged, she was at 0.
Yes, and they were talking about the amitriptyline.
Well, did she leave McLean Hospital with a prescription for amitriptyline?
I don't know if she left with a prescription, but it was discussed in the records that they recommended that.
And as of January 12th of 2023, you're aware that the only active prescriptions for the defendant were for amitriptyline, right?
Yes.
And Valium as needed and trazodone.
That sounds correct, yes.
So throughout the course of your review of the records and all of the different medications that she was on from October through January, she wasn't on all the medications at the same time, correct?
No, not at the same time.
And it's fair to say she was only on maybe 3 medications at one time.
3, there might have been 4 at one point, but yes.
And she had expressed particular medications that she wished to return to, like Ativan at some point, correct?
She was quite ambivalent about Ativan and talked a great deal in the records about being worried that she was addicted to it.
But Ativan tended to work for her, correct?
It made her feel less anxious. Yes.
And she actually described that at certain points to the providers that when she felt intrusive thoughts or she had a bad experience, that she took the Ativan and the thoughts were gone. Didn't she not?
I'm not sure that she said the intrusive thoughts were gone, but she would feel less anxious when she took it.
And as far as your conversations about hallucinations and auditory hallucinations, you indicated that at some point, or at points, I think was your testimony, that the defendant did hear a voice. But you're aware that she never reported to Jennifer Tufts that she heard a voice.
She did not.
She never reported to Rebecca Gelada that she heard a voice, did she?
She did not.
She never reported to Letitia Dukes that she heard a voice.
She did not.
And the only time she's ever said that she heard this voice was on January 24th of 2023. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
So when the district attorney asks you whether or not Lindsay, after all the symptoms that we've already gone through, told Rebecca Gelada that she heard a voice, told Dr. Tufts that she heard a voice, and denied that she heard a voice. Would you agree that there are reasons that a woman would not tell the doctor or minimize their symptoms out of fear?
Yes.
What kind of fear? Fear of what?
Well, in the records, it's stated that Ms. Clancy reported she was worried that her children would be taken away from her, perhaps by the Department of Children and Families, if she reported very severe.
No, you guys, no way, Jose. I have not heard anything to anybody. That was the civil lawsuit, you guys. That's in the civil case. I have not heard any. Amanda, you let me know if I'm wrong. I haven't heard her say to anybody that she was afraid that her kids were going to be taken away. It's only in the civil case. Amanda, correct me if I'm wrong.
Her symptoms. The other thing is, as a health care
Thanks,
professional,
Amanda.
boards of registration sometimes take a dim view of people who have been in treatment for certain psychiatric illnesses. And so she might have been concerned about her nursing license, but that's speculation.
So there are other reasons why a person.
Yes, Miss Rivera, speculation. I don't know why she's not getting up and objecting. Objection, 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 speculation. I know we need to go through this. I don't know why they're not objecting. This is kangaroo court, everybody. Hit those kangaroos. Hit those kangaroos. I'm going to back it up a little bit. I'm sorry for stopping and starting, but it's just, I don't understand this court. All right, hold on.
Been in treatment for certain psychiatric illnesses. And so she might have been concerned about her nursing license, but that's speculation.
So there are other reasons why a person may be concerned about telling healthcare providers, mandated reporters, that they're hearing voices, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that you don't have to see the proverbial unicorn in the corner to your health provider to be suffering from psychosis?
Yes, that's true.
And can you tell us, Council was asking about the symptomology, psychosis, is that something that just grinds on for day after week after month, or is that something that comes on out of nowhere very quickly?
No, overall.
It can be quite episodic.
What does that mean?
It means that an episode can start and stop, and then an interval of time goes by. It could be days, weeks, or months, and then another episode occurs.
Council asked you about bipolar disorder, the suspicions of bipolar disorder from Dr. Gelada, and then talked about the prescriptions that were prescribed. Is it, in your opinion, appropriate to prescribe a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor to a person that is bipolar?
No, overall.
It would
That's cause for
be considered.
that cause for conclusion, Your Honor. That causes for, sorry, when she objected, that causes for him to make a conclusion that he has not treated her, so he should not be able to answer that question. I don't know why you let it in. I'll back up.
In your opinion, appropriate to prescribe a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor to a person that is bipolar?
No, overall.
It would be considered something to be done cautiously and usually with a mood stabilizer begun at the same time to prevent the possibility of making manic symptoms worse.
Thank you, sir.
Buckingham.
So just briefly, you didn't interview the defendant, did you?
I did not.
You don't know what she was concerned about. You're speculating.
Yes.
And for a person who's begging for help, wouldn't it be important to be honest with their providers about what you're feeling, seeing, and hearing?
It should be, but that's not always what doctors find.
Nothing further.
All right, anything further?
Okay, good.
All right, thank you, Doc. Let me sit down. Thank you.
Oh, you
Let's see.
guys.
Sidebar against schedule.
Oh, sidebar. We know what that means. Ding, 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 ding. Hit that like button. Everybody, sidebar, sidebar. Oh, I'm hoping they're going to go to lunch. We need to chat. That was a lot. It was a lot of nothing. You know, I appreciate these experts coming on the stand. All they do is review the records and then they report their findings. And I'm glad he did not interview Lindsay. Why? Why? Because whatever he said to Lindsay, she can ask about. And you don't want that because what you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. All right, we have some Zoom room. Let's see if we can Zoom to see if they're at lunch. It looks as though they're at lunch. All right. Well, I don't know. Whatever I'm watching says. All right, you guys let me know. Are they at lunch? Oh, hang on. I went too far. Hold on.
And break at this point till 2 o'clock. All right. And much of the next longer break will be trying to resolve the technology issue that we had. And so if it's resolved, we may call one witness. If it's not, we'll call another witness. So we're going to try and get that all done during the break. So with my skills and technology, that's why we probably need a little bit longer than just the hour. So
Hang on. We'll recap and we'll talk about
in recess
questions.
till 2 o'clock. We'll come back in for the next witness. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Please, Juror Sexton.
All right. I need to breathe for a second. You guys, that is a lot. Kendra, when you say call Big Red, I'm not sure what you mean. So tell me what you think of call Big Red. All right, everybody. Hello and welcome to Legalese 123. I'm your host, Missy K. There are 606 of you here in my chat. Welcome. As you know, we have been covering the Lindsay Clancy case since day one. You may not have known that. I wasn't on here until like day 3 or 4, but it's all right. We're here now. I do not only cover the Lindsay Clancy case, I cover a myriad of cases. I've talked about them. So I'm in several different social media places. Number 1, you can find me on Facebook. Go over there. That's where I post motions. I posted the witness list. I posted some of the arguments that Reddington made yesterday. I posted excerpts from the trial, exhibits, etc. So if you want to see the things behind the scenes, that is the place to go. Please make sure to like and subscribe and turn on your notifications there because you just don't know what I'm going to post. If you want to watch this with me, TikTok will not allow me to watch this on here with you. They ding me, copyright infringement. I am live on another channel, as you may know. It is the Play Button channel, same channel name, Legalese 123. It's linked in my bio, wink, 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 if you want to go and hop over there and join over there. The chat is a little subdued over there, but you can chat over there. I am going back and forth, or some people do both. Some people can watch me on their big screen television, and they're on TikTok chatting in the chat. So if you have not liked, followed, subscribed, please do in all of those spaces so that you can get the content that you're looking for. And just remember, if you do go over to UYT, I do have a playlist of all Lindsay Clancy. If you missed something, you can go and watch it on replay, and you can also go zoom back. If you don't want to hear me chatty chat or what have you, you can go backwards and forwards. But when you do, please make sure to like every video that you see. It pushes the content out. Thank you so much, everybody. All right, it is time for thoughts, impressions, and then questions. All right. I thought Reddington did a little bit better with this witness, but it was a rehash of a rehash is what I call it. We already know a lot of this information from the doctors that testified. Why did they pay this expert to come in to say anything? Just basically talk more or less about what you should and shouldn't prescribe to somebody, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I wish he would have gone a little bit deeper into that. Oh, you prescribed this. Well, what is this for? Now, you can't talk about the standard of care. So he can't say that Gelada and Tufts, whatever, were terrible. He can just talk generally. But it was interesting that he had talked to Patrick Clancy. Did that change his opinion on things as well? And as you guys remember, when Patrick Clancy testified, oh, thank you. When Patrick Clancy testified, he's like, I don't remember. I don't know. So when did you, Dr. Condi, talk to Patrick Clancy? And what, they couldn't get into it, but I wanted to know what, if anything, they gleaned from that. And remember, it's hearsay of hearsay. Speculation. He said it himself. He was speculating. Plus, as I pointed out earlier, when he was talking about the voices and her hallucinations, there was only one time that we heard Lindsay talk about hallucinations, and that was in December when the mom testified yesterday and Patrick testified. Just FYI, guys, the dates are all over the place. They talked about general late in December. Some people say December 20th. I don't know. She went to MGH on the 15th. We got that clarification today. Was that the day that she was talking about the hallucinations? I don't know, but she only mentioned hallucinations to Patrick and her mother. She never told any of her medical providers. She never told her therapists. By the way, we never heard from the other therapist, the McAllister girl. That's right. I wonder why she didn't testify. Okay, I make notes for myself. I make notes for myself. So, when he made that statement, that is from the civil case. And if you did not see me, I went over Patrick and Lindsay's civil cases. I did that last Friday. Again, you can go to my YT page and go look that up. If you want to read the civil cases in Lindsay Clancy and Patrick, Lindsay's is pinned to my Facebook page. Go read that on your own. And Patrick's is somewhere. I posted it over the weekend. I think I posted it on Sunday. So you can go check those out if you want to go see them. So with that, let's see what your questions are. And everybody, let's go tappity tap, tap, tap. There are 600 people in here. Let's get to 100,000 likes before we get to lunch, if we get there, right? If they continue to have their technical difficulties. And if you would like to contribute to my notebook and pen fund, please do, because some of that's going on. Yes, Liz and everybody, I am going to recap. If you missed it this morning, the very first witness on the stand was Lindsay's mother-in-law, Susan Clancy. If you remember, she is a labor and delivery nurse at South Shore. She was the one that recommended Lindsay go see nurse practitioner Julie Paul. So, and if you don't believe me, I don't know if you can see this. Yeah. All right, there I went away. Let's see. Let's see. Nope. Okay. It's not. Oh, here we go. See, I take very copious notes so that I could recap for you. All right. She was the fourth witness in the defense case. She said, no, Dawson, I'm just going by my notes. No, Dawson was not bad. And no, Lindsay did not admonish Dawson in front of her. And that Lindsay was a very loving and caring mother. They talked about Meg Spinelli. Put a pin in that. She must have been a doctor at South Shore, and they must have talked to her at some point in time. She is on the defense's witness list. So this is the first time she's been mentioned, but I did see her name earlier. So put a pin in that. We might see her. So when they asked her whether or not she did share with her colleagues, I think she talked to Dr. Spinelli, and we'll see what, if anything, comes from that. Lindsay loved her kids very much. She recommended Julie Paul to her, and that Lindsay was begging for help. That she was struggling and they were very, very, very concerned. They were very concerned about Lindsay's welfare and well-being. There was one time that she was talking and texting to Lindsay about her medications, etc., and the mother-in-law suggested Ambien to her. She never harmed Dawson. She was a loving mother. She saw a decline in her in the fall. She was begging for help. And then the prosecution got a hold of Miss Clancy and did her dirty. So they were trying to get into her with what they talked about Margaret Spinelli. And so she had a lot of I can't remember, I can't recalls. They asked her about her grand jury testimony, and then she said she didn't remember, she didn't recall. They asked her about her text messages. She said she didn't recall. And so I said, impeach her. Give her those records. Let him look them over to see if it refreshes her memory. But for some reason in this court, they have the records, but they won't give them to the people to impeach them. Kangaroo court, people, kangaroo court. Did she reach out to her in this case? I don't know. We found out that Lindsay drove herself to the hospital in November, and that was the night that she took the weed gummy. And so the prosecution asked her, oh, you took this weed gummy. Do you think that this weed gummy affected her ability? She was having heart palpitations and other symptoms. Do you think that contributed to that? And she's like, I don't know. So, but then she also stated that she drove herself back to the back. So Miss Clancy, Susan Clancy, the mother-in-law, was in the hospital working that day that Lindsay had come in. So she had come down to go see her, talk to her for a bit. And then that's when the recommendation for Nurse Paul and all that came up. Spinelli's in there somewhere. And that Lindsay drove back by herself. The prosecution asked her many, many, many times about her taking care of the kids. Well, if you knew Lindsay was struggling, did you help take care of the kids? No. Did you ever take the kids to the what were your working hours? And she said, I work during the day. She's like, oh, so you have the nights available. Would you like to watch your grandkids at night? No, I didn't. She said that the Clancy family, the grandparents, felt it was important for the kids to go sleep in their own beds. Okay. So as we know, so then she brought up Lindsay's therapist appointment and stated that Lindsay didn't feel comfortable having Patrick's family take and watch over the kids. And she's like, did you know that? Did you know that Lindsay threw you under the bus and that she said that, that you weren't good at taking care of the kids? I'm paraphrasing. That's what I got from it. She's like, no. Then, as you guys know, drum roll, they asked her if she was religious. Are you Catholic? And she said, yes. And then the prosecution, I kid you not, said, did you know that it's a mortal sin to commit M? And then the judge was like, I'll see you over here. So they sidebarred because you can't get into that. That's not good. That's not good. So the judge said, no, you can't get into it. And not only that, he admonished that question and said, strike that from the record. Strike that from your notes. You can't consider this, and made an instruction to the jury. Then they mentioned the civil lawsuit. As you know, Patrick and Lindsay do have a civil lawsuit. And that Julie Paul is not listed as one of the people in the civil lawsuit. I knew that. I mentioned that in my time that I went over the civil lawsuit. And they talked about the medications and different benzos, etc. She did mention about, I don't know, there was a time, I'm still a little bit foggy on the timeline, but there was a day that Lindsay was taken to the hospital. Patrick dropped her off and went skiing with Cora and then came back and picked her up. So everybody's like, oh my goodness, the skiing trip was more important than Lindsay's mental health. So there's that. There's that for those of you who are upset about Patrick. So that was really, really interesting. In recross, the prosecution stated that, well, wasn't it Patrick and Lindsay who told the doctors that she was over medicated, and it wasn't women's and infants, or sorry, wasn't the hospital that said that she was over medicated, that it was Patrick and Lindsay who said they were over medicated. I thought that was interesting, but again, what the prosecution and the defense ask questions are not facts, and they're not testimony, meaning you cannot consider that. You can only consider what the witness answers. And then they were going to try to get Dr. La Posada on the stand. They couldn't. She's testifying via Zoom. They're having technological problems. So if you saw earlier that there was lots of sidebars, they're trying to figure that out. I don't know if they will get her to come in and testify on Zoom. In my opinion, if you are a professional person, you need to be in person, but it's kangaroo court, everybody. All right, I hope I answered your questions, and then we just saw Dr. Condi. Let's go through your questions and see what's going on, everybody. How's everybody doing? What's everybody having for lunch? And also, there are 695 of you in here. Let's hit that like button. Let's go. Come on, we are only at 75K. We're nowhere near where we need to be. So let's go, let's go. And if you have not liked and followed, please do. My name is Missy K. I bring you law cases. I not only just talk about Lindsay Clancy, I talk about a whole bunch more. I'm talking about Fraser Bohm. Oh, thank you. I'm talking about Fraser Bohm. I'm talking about David, the singer in California. I'm talking about Miles King, Sean Johnson, if you know the Massachusetts kerfuffle, Karen Reed and all of her civil kerfuffles, etc. I also brought you the breaking news yesterday. If you have not heard, the actress, and I'm butchering her name, Hayden Panettiere, has been declared deceased. She was 36 years old. So I'm sorry to have brought that news to everybody. All right, let's see if there's any big news going on. As you know, we will cover the Sandra Birchmore, Matthew Farwell case out of Massachusetts as well, but that's in federal court, so there'll be no live streaming from the court, but we will get a lot of people reporting out from that. So I'm covering that as well, but from outside of the courtroom. Let me just check one other space to see if there's any other breaking news that you guys might need to know about, and then we'll go into your questions. All right. I don't see anything that's of breaking news. All right. All right, everybody. Thank you for the wonderful gifts. I'm going to butcher this. TDG29, thank you so much for the heart. Jillian, thank you so much for the kissing heart. That's so cute. Erica, Holly, Sharon. I'm trying to get this other one and I cannot get it. Stacy, Marguerite, Alyssa, Jenny, hi. Carlos, Mama, Carrie, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the hearts. Shirley, thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, and then somebody over on my YT page mentioned something about new pens. What did you say about your pens? You said, oh boy, it might have been a long time ago. Where was the pens? Let me see if I can find it. We would be at lunch if the bowl lady would just let him do his job. Thank you, Kendra. That was very funny. I appreciate your funny quips. Yep, please let the doctor testify. I thought that it was going to be the lady doctor. We talked about that. They're having technical difficulties. I do wonder how much Dr. Condi got paid to come and testify. How much did he get paid for spending his hour and 30 minutes with Patrick Clancy? I just want to know, because I am nosy. And they said nosy people should be lawyers. All right, so Silent Dream tells me that I should get the right tech pens. I'm going to write that down. I will investigate that. And if you guys know about these pens, let me know. I think they did blood tests after the fact, indicating that her body at the time of the crime. Yes, they did her blood and urine at the time that she went to the South Shore Hospital. I do know what was in her blood system. So yes. We talked about Dr. La Posada, and Dr. La Posada was the medical examiner. If you know about the station fire that happened in Rhode Island in 2003, Dr. La Posada did that, and there was a big hub-de-doo about her and not doing things correctly. But I digress, because that's something else for something else. Uh-oh, are we not being respectful in the chat? My moderators are here in the chat. If you're not being respectful, they have the ability to yeet you. So please be nice to other people. And I warn you in the chat, if somebody's egging you on, don't engage. Do not engage with them. It's okay. All right. It's not like she was physically harming the children prior to, and I'm just reading some of your comments, so I don't know if I'll get them in succession. His witnesses coming up on television was funny. That's right. So if the defense wins, then Patrick and Lindsay win the lawsuit, correct? No. If the defense wins this and she goes to the mental hospital, the civil cases are different. The rules of evidence in civil cases are completely different than in a criminal case. And when we get to the civil case, we will do a deep dive on the civil cases. So make sure to follow. We'll do a deep dive as to where they are right now. They take a very long time. Will the civil cases be televised? You've asked this before. It just depends. So the answer is no. Civil cases are different. The burden of proof is different. So that makes it better. I would have already obtained a court order the first time my daughter expressed hurting my kids. Battle axe, absolutely. That is one of the things that the prosecution keeps honing is, hey, so they did it with the sister and the mom who testified yesterday. They kind of went into it a little bit with the mom today, about if you feel that she is declining and she's making these statements or whatever, did you do something about it? Did you have her committed? Did you take these kids away from her? And the answer was no. And if you didn't see, I made a little TikTok this morning that it's possible that they did not think that she was going to actually do it. That is a question I have. Drove herself. Where was her husband? Why didn't he drive her? That is a great question. I thought that was like WTF, right? Drove under the influence. You guys had stated that. Yep. They are at lunch, Marion Madness. Yes, they are. They're due to come back at 2:00, but you know as well as I know, they don't always adhere to the rules. And the judge did say there was going to be a lot of stops and starts today. So it's kind of like yesterday. Lindsay ran the show. This is clear. She was OCD, had a schedule, etc. It was CBD, not weed. Well, they said weed gummy, so that is why I said weed. So they said THC, but she also said weed gummy. So, Jenny, Sue, thank you for following me. If you have not followed me, please do. I not only just bring you Lindsay Clancy, I also bring you stuff behind the court scenes. As I said, go to my Book of the Face. I post a lot of stuff over there that you would like to know. All right, be careful, be nice to each other. I wouldn't want that mom to take care of my kids. Sunshine May, exactly. So what if you have a parent or a loved one that you just don't think is going to take care of your kids the way that you do? That's how I felt for my kids, right? Nobody could take care of my kids better than me. Did that obscure some things? Absolutely. Should I have let go a little bit? Probably. But every parents are different, right? She said, we already did that. We already got that. I'm sorry, but Boss Bo was on fire today. I am proud of her. Battle X, yep, she did. She made a whole bunch of mic drops. that landed, in my opinion, very well. Insane, wild. She seems like she's on Patrick's side and Sunshine May. I'm not sure I'm going to get to all that. I had to drive yourself. Spicy Sriracha says, I had to drive myself to the ER once, married, and you almost. Your ex was diagnosed as a S-path and a N-ist. Your ex was? Perfect Butterfly, welcome to our lovely chat. Thanks for following along. Who says about kids sleeping in their own bed? That was not a very good excuse. I don't know why. Yep. Thank you, Batty, for the separation of state and religion. The prosecution was nasty for asking that question. I agree. My kids' grandma loves keeping my kids. Yes, Sunshine May, some do, some don't. In Massachusetts, religious cause, the prosecutor seems obsessed with priests and religion. Yeah, we'll see. She's gonna call the priest. Tweedledee and Tweedledum, I think you're saying, were ridiculous today. Embarrassing. She didn't trust him in the marriage, so she didn't trust in-laws. She feared Patrick. Could be. No testimony to that she feared Patrick, though. The question that might trigger a mistrial, it's a question that might trigger the jury to disregard anything that the prosecution has to say, in my opinion. Many grandparents are very hands-off. Lindsay said, they don't give me problems about not having the grandkids. Right, so maybe, if they don't talk about it, they don't ask, they don't get, right? Reality Rose, thanks for following me. D1 asks, does anybody think it's weird that the former DA in Plymouth bought the house of Patrick's? I bet you a lot of people have some answers to that. Sunshine says, I don't know, maybe everyone is different, but your grandparents and don't help? Yeah, mine don't. There are some things that still don't add up to me. In fact, my husband's parents live far away and they rarely visit or talk to my children. They just don't do it. It's weird. They just don't. It's like, you got married, you went off, bye-bye. The defense expert wasn't very good for the defense. With Dawson, I believe. All right. I believe Patrick is... Oh, well, Ariel, that's a big, bold statement. By the way, I want everybody to know you have to be careful what you say on TikTok and making the accusations that you do, Ariel. That could be defamation, and you could get sued for that. So be careful what you're saying. No, I don't think he was trying to be I think he was also trying to be a good father. Describe the defense attorney's defense for this trial. Jeff Law, are you an attorney? What do I think the defense is for the defense of this trial? Their case so far is they're trying to elicit sympathy for Lindsay by saying that she was a good mother and that she was diligent, that she was asking for help and she didn't get the help that she needed. I think that's what they're trying to say. When Dr. Condi came onto the stand, I was expecting more of a lesson of this drug does this, that interacts with this, and then the metabolism for this. And yes, perhaps she should have waited to take it for the 2 to 4 to the 4 to 6 weeks, but she didn't because she had this adverse reaction. I was waiting to get more into the deep woods about that, specifics about that, and he didn't get there. So, Jeff Law, what's your opinion? All right, Lynn said male juror state will lose. Men have a hard time listening, period. State is dragging it out. I will say, and my 3-year-old and granddaughter need protection, and I quit your full-time job to watch her. Well, Barbie, that is very, very interesting news. What did the witness answer? Jay, I'm not sure what you're referring to. If you're talking about the religious question, the judge said she couldn't answer that and to strike it from the record. We need the PI on the stand immediately. You have so many questions. It's me, Valerie. You and I both. Thank you so much for the chat. Also, everybody, we're at 80K. Let's go ahead and hit those like buttons. Please, please, please. I'd like to get to 80K before we get to lunch. And also, if you'd like to fund my notebook and pen fund, please do so. Vivacious, thank you for the heart that you sent. I can't read yours. When you guys have so many emojis and I can't read your thing, I have to click on you. Oh, the baddie catty. Cookie. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Tulio. Tool made for TV. Oh, that's interesting. Tool made for TV movie. I don't know what that's about. That sounds interesting. Thank you for the stuff. Carissa, thank you so much. Holly, thank you. I think I got some of you. Okay, I can't read I can't read what you wrote. Not once did Lindsay journal negatively about Patrick. That speaks totally about his innocence. I don't know what to believe, honestly. I am on her side because I believe mental health systems failed her. You guys are doing great in the chat. I'm trying to get to some of your questions and or comments. Bo Peep's questions were mortal sin. Listen, I appreciate a good snark just as much as everybody else. I appreciate it. Thank you. We're here for the snark. If you're not here for the snark, I'm sorry. You're in the wrong chat. Will Lindsay be out on the stand? JM, no. No, she will not. She should not. If I were her defense lawyer, I would say, sit tight, sweetie. These experts that we've hired are going to come in and save you. Although I have to tell you, it's not working very well. They need to get back on track about all of the things that they're claiming. They're claiming she was over medicated. They're claiming that she was overtired and that she had postpartum psychosis. Get to those points and stop boring the jury. Hit those points and move on. The jury, we all have ADHD, right? Shiny thing, squirrel. Get to the point. And even if he doesn't in the first, he can redirect, like the prosecution did today. She mic dropped a couple of times. It was fabulous. Reddington needs to do the same thing. Reddington's 75 years old. He'll get there. I just don't know why he's not doing it. I'm grateful that postpartum in DMS-5 is in the discussion, right? But also, it's barely in there, right? As they stated, it's barely in the DSM, but it is going to, I think the new one's coming out and there's going to be more in there. Do kids really get taken away? In some instances, yes, they will. Now, I think probably if she was having some mental health issues, I did see that there was a woman on TikTok who stated she had something very similar to Lindsay and she was hospitalized. So the mom gets hospitalized. So she's taken away from the kids, right? The dad has to bear the burden of taking care of the kids, right? No more ski trips for you, honey. You're going to have to now buckle up and take care of those kiddos. And no more, races or whatever it is that you're doing. No more trips to New York. You're going to have to take care of the kids so that your wife can do better. And I mentioned this before. This started in September and went all the way through January. If she was having such a mental health crisis and she was unable to perform her duties as the mom, even though they had the nanny until December, did that put a strain on their marriage? The husband said his wife was not bipolar. What's the problem? Let's start there. Absolutely. If she's trying to get help, the doctor says, here, I'm trying to help you, and you're thwarting the doctor's diagnosis. Is that a problem? My parents are divorced, and my dad will take the kids now that they are older. My mom never has. There you go, Miss Rivera. Thank you for the share. I wish I didn't give my in-laws so much access to your kids. Well, Vicky, that's very interesting. Your 5-year-old thought her dad didn't have a mom because she doesn't try to be in his life. Gently, I'm so sorry for that. That is very, very, very sad. He was definitely pressuring her, even ran after the birth of Callan. This girl was trying to please him. That could be the case as well. But again, that hasn't come into evidence. And so, just FYI, we're trying to go off of facts that came into this case. I know that there's a lot of speculation out there, but in the end, I am basing my opinion off of the evidence that came into trial. You can only assume that Patrick was like his mother and just wanted to run away to Aruba. That was the other thing, that the prosecution basically said, oh, so then after you know all of these things that's happening to Lindsay, you went to Aruba? She's like, sure did. I think we should look at the Kaylee Earhart current case. She had CPS and mental health involvement. As much as I would love to, that baddie catty, my plate is already full. If you want to state stuff in the chat that you know, we can go ahead and I can make mention of that. But I can't, my plate is already full. He was definitely pressuring her. She even ran. Okay, well, I already read that. I don't know why I got that again. I missed the cross of Lindsay's mom. Did they do that? Jenna Alvia, they sure did. They asked her if she was Catholic, and they asked her, did they know if M was a mortal sin? So, and then the judge admonished the prosecutor, and then they said you had to strike that from the record. Pat's mother saying she was begging for help was very strong. I agree with that. But that begs the question. If she's begging for help, you as a labor and delivery nurse, what did you do to help her? And I'm not shifting blame to Patrick or the family members or what have you, but we do have to look at that in the big picture of the context of everything. If she's screaming for help from the doctors to the family, et cetera, and everybody's concerned about her well-being, the prosecutor's right on the money. So you didn't commit her. You didn't take the kids away from her. And if you heard her say that she was going to harm the kids, you did nothing, right? Burnsome, thank you for sharing the live. Everybody, please go ahead and share. Let your friends know that we are here. Not once did Lindsay journal negative. We already talked about that. Are we on lunch? We're on lunch, Harley. They're going to be back at supposedly 2 o'clock. It is 1:14 their time. They said in court today, sued for inference. Black Moon Gazer, I'm not sure what you're referring to. They did talk about the civil case quite heavily. They said in court today, sued for inference. I don't know what you're talking about there. I know you wrote it twice. I don't know why the chat has your things twice. Isn't it true that if she goes to a mental hospital, there's a possibility she could be let out? Yes, Amy Vaughn, but it is going to be a while. She's not getting out tomorrow. It's going to be a while, and there are lots of protocols and procedures that she's going to have to go through before she gets released. Nolan said he said in court it was the same day. Nolan, I'm not sure what you're referring to. Thank you for the blocking of that person. Again, I don't know how they keep coming in. I wonder if they keep changing their name. I've blocked them. I wonder if we can block them forever. Hold on, side quest. No, she's blocked. All right, I don't know how or why she keeps coming in, but anyways, back to the chat. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate you. Let's hit that likey like button. We're only at 83K. My siblings and I got taken away, and my mom was sent to a mental hospital. There you go, Luna Moon. Luna Moon, where was your father? Just asking. I would have canceled the Aruba trip to take care of my daughter-in-law. Battle Axe, you are an amazing person, but we don't know what's going on in their minds. We're not in their shoes. We're Monday morning quarterbacking, right? We're looking back as to a tragedy that happened. And I want to remind you, if by chance Lindsay was successful in her endeavors to unalive herself, we wouldn't be here. They would made her be away from the kids. Right, she couldn't get into that. Psychiatrists let patients dictate care more often than they'd like to admit. That was kind of what the Dr. Condi alluded to as well. All right. I don't know how to get rid of that person. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm up and down. Can I get out of that? Hold on. We have all said we were okay when the fact is that we're not okay. There are times, Big Lexi, that we do. And I've talked about this before. I talked about it on Sunday. I had a Sunday morning chat and talked about whether or not we admit the things that we want to admit to our spouses and other people, especially if it comes to our own medical personal information. And again, was she in fear of getting her kids taken away? Was she in fear of getting her license taken away? We don't know, but we do know that Dr. Condi let the cat out of the bag by the civil case. But prosecution didn't catch it, so, and just remember, the jurors get to evaluate what the expert has to say, and that is the facts that they get to rely on. So hopefully the prosecution might catch on to that. She saw a psychiatrist almost every week. I'm sorry, but most women can't afford one session. Exactly. Membership has its privileges, right? Like, where do you live? Families around the world spend outings together. What's the point of having, I'm not sure if I can get to you. They have a right to keep their vacation. They sure do. They sure do, especially if they booked it a long time ago. And besides that, are you responsible for the custody and care of your daughter-in-law? If she's seeing professionals, don't they think that's in and of itself? Again, did anybody have real concerns that she was going to harm the kids? I said that today. I would quit my life and go broke to protect my grandchildren. Jennifer, thank you for following me. Anna, thank you for following me, and welcome. I was one of those people totally believe she did it, but on the side of mental health issues, Hannah, yep, keep an open mind. Big Lexi, thank you for following. Are you all crazy? Do you not watch the trial? Blackmonger, well, let's keep it. We're keeping an open opinion until we get to the end. This doctor is not good for the defense. He was not. That's Patrick's mom. Now I think he needed to be investigated. Hannah, listen. If you listen, do you guys not think that do you guys not think that all of the TikTokers and everybody out there in the world are not calling the police constantly to report Patrick, or calling Kevin Reddington to report Patrick or to investigate Patrick? You know that they are. It's the next Elsie case. Just wait and see. She unalived her 2 children and tried for 3, but 1 survived. Ooh. Let me know where that case was at. I'll look into it. She should have gone straight up, not side to side. She should have gone straight up, not side to side. Amy, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Talking about vacation and events, she discharged herself for a birthday party. Great observation. She sure did. But also, we need to know whether or not she was getting the care that she wanted to in McLean. Remember, she was coloring and playing with clay. Now, mind you, she did not go to some of the therapy sessions. So there's that. He literally came home after a trip and left the next day for another trip. Why the hell would she say that to her? Alabama Sama, I think you're talking about the religious thing with the mom. Land, there is a baby at home. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Do you personally feel the question about religious was tactless? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And if you are religious in any way, shape, or form, that would have offended you. That would have offended you. She wanted sleep, not help. Didn't like anything but benzos and refused therapy. Jessica, that is very well said. Thank you so much. Okay. She was screaming for help. Did she ever confess anything, or is it just what Patrick said she told him? Heather, we've talked about this numerous times. Lindsay had signed a stipulation in court. It's also in the civil case that she did it. So there's that. She wanted a partner. A husband. All right. So, hello, Sleepy, 2 p.m. Sure, question mark. We're not sure, but yeah, come back at 2. Yep. Was Patrick supposed to quit working? No. No, he wasn't. Thank you, my moderator. People fail to act all the time. I was never taken from my mom. My mom hospitalized 3 times. Support, not only from the medical field, but from her own partner. Hannah, you keep harping on that. I think it helps the defense. She was begging for help and everyone let her down. She right. That is a great, great conversation. All right. There's no chatty chats over here on TY, but I do come over here from time to time if you chat on there. There is one person alive who lost someone who doesn't have regret. Wasted on you. I'm not sure what you were talking about, but be careful what you put in the chat. I don't want to get dinged. So sometimes you can put some asterisks. They had extensively for all 3 babies. They did. But you know, in our healthcare system, is that enough? I don't feel a prosecution made strong point with evidence. All right, Sarah, that's a great point. The mom had scary eyes. The mom was terrified on the stand, you guys. Chili, thank you for following along. I appreciate that. So, all right, everybody, we're going to take a pause for just a second. If you're new here, hi, my name is Missy K. I bring you legal cases. We are in the thick of watching the Lindsay Clancy case. We're in day 15. We're about, we'll say, 4-ish weeks into the Lindsay Clancy case. As you know, the prosecution has already rested their case. It's the defense's turn to bring on their experts, and then we'll see what's going to come from there. A lot of you have asked me, when do I think that this will end? The question is, I don't know. The defense has 80 some people that they want to call. Will they call everybody? No. I think if I were to predict, where's my crystal ball? Here's my crystal ball. Crystal ball. What do you predict? I think that the defense might be over by, let me see. Hold on just a second. Let me look at the calendar. If not by the end of next week, then definitely just after Labor Day weekend. Don't quote me. Don't quote me. I also bring you other law cases. I'm not just covering Lindsay Clancy. I've been doing this for over a year, but I found a home at TikTok. But if you know, you know. If you want to watch the trial live with me, you can go over to my YT page. If you don't know what that is, wink, wink, wink. It's the link in my bio. Plus, if you want to know, ask in the chat. My lovely moderators and friends will answer your question for you. Have to be careful what you say on YouTube. So if you want to watch live with me, we're live over there as well. Also, I am also in other spaces. I'm on the Book of the where I post a lot of other things on there. I posted the witness list for the defense. I posted the screenshots from Ian Whiffin's testimony yesterday for the Google searches, if you want to go take a look at that. I post other evidential value from this trial on there, plus other cases as well. What else did I post on there? I posted stuff about Sandra Birchmore, and I posted the civil cases. If you want to go read the motions in the civil cases, and much, much more. So go check it out and make sure to like and follow over there as well. Thank you, Liz. Thank you, Liz. I'll pin your post. Hang on. I'll pin it, but I don't know if you guys can see the pin post. And also, the pin posts go away. So I'm a little bit fairly new to TikTok, so please be patient with me. I'm trying to figure out how things work, etc. So I appreciate you. I appreciate the advice everybody gives. Yes, there are some other creators who can go ahead and televise the trial, but they're getting dinged too. I've gone and asked at least 5 different creators. Some creators can also do some other things. I don't know how or why, but here we are. I've tried it different ways. It's not working. If you have other suggestions, please do, and we'll take it from there. If you would like to donate to my notebook and my pen fund, my gifts are open, so I appreciate anything that you guys give. You guys are amazing, chilly and vivacious. Thank you so much. And Cookie, you're amazing. I think I got to everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we are not a tappity-tappiting. I don't see. I didn't know you. Wait, Lisa jumped. Hold on. Liz, what'd you say? I don't know. You surprised. Oh, I surpassed 2,000. I'm now at 2,000.3. Thank you, everybody. I know you guys are amazing. I just have to let you guys know I can't do this without you. So, if you don't know me, I am very, very much into the law. I really research things. I try to explain things to you. I do stop and start, and I know some people don't like that. I apologize. But some people want to know, why are they at sidebar? Why are they doing this? And I try to explain it to you. When it comes to motions and it comes to the legalese, that's a word. When it comes to the legal wranglings, when I say wranglings, words, thoughts, what cases are they mentioning? Why are they mentioning this case law? What does this mean in legal terms? What does this mean? When you guys ask me all of these legal questions, I do my best to answer them. I do have a small background in the legal field. I am not a lawyer. I am not a paralegal, but I should be one. But I digress. But you guys, as a community, we are here to bring awareness to this case. That's why I'm bringing this to you. That's why we're talking about this. Why? There are so many issues. You guys are contributing to this. I don't have firsthand knowledge in a lot of these things. The medication that she's on, you guys have shared so much, and I appreciate that. Women's mental health is a huge, huge priority. Also, the priority of talking about women's mental health, postpartum, having children, etc. If you are either going to have a baby, you've had a baby, a friend or what have you is in that situation, you guys too need to talk to one another and let you guys know that this stuff is not normal. If you're having these feelings or whatever, please go seek help. Go find someone, go talk to someone if you're having these feelings or what have you. Yes, we're looking at this case from hindsight of what we could have, it's a coulda, shoulda, woulda, right? So that's why I bring this to you, and I appreciate your comments. I appreciate the back and forth, and we need to respect everyone's thoughts and opinions because your opinion might differ than mine. Yours might differ from somebody in the chat, but we all need to respect one another and just appreciate what each other has to share. If you don't like what somebody is sharing, one, don't engage with them. Don't keep the cycle going. And two, just ignore that. You can make a post in the chat, and I usually try to get to you as much as I can. So there are 319 of you in here. We're at 89K. If you'll hit that little button at the bottom, some of you might be new to TikTok, and you're like, what the heck is going on? If you hold your phone down, I didn't know this, so I'm educating you. And if you already know, thank you. You just get your phone and you just tap on your phone. If you're on your phone, if you're on a computer watching this, down at the chat button, there's a little heart there. You just go on there and clickety click, click, click. It's free. It tells me that you guys are watching and you like the stream. The more that you like the stream and you get the stream out there, the more people get attracted and it sends it out to the world that I exist, etc. All right, everybody, let's get back to your thoughts and question. And then you guys know I'm going to have to take a potty break, right? So we'll take a potty break in just a little bit. People are saying the family should have done this or that. When losing a loved one, we all have regrets. Yes, hindsight's 2020, right? Do I think that the defense will call every witness? No, Liz. I don't think that they're going to call every witness. It's just a suggestion, right? You said this earlier that L reminds me of Brian Koberger or James Holmes. Well, Pink Sunset, I'm not following you, but yes, we will have to see what you have to say there. The Eva, you think it will be a hung jury. So if you guys don't know what a hung jury is, it means that so right now they have 18 jurors. No jurors have left us yet. If you hear that rumor, it's incorrect. There are 12 jurors at the end. So I know there's 18, so 6 will be yeeted. How the 6 will be yeeted, we have to wait and see what Massachusetts does. Sometimes they take those 6 jurors and they hold them in another room and they wait for the 12 to deliberate and get done. Sometimes they just release them. We'll talk about that at that time. The 12 jurors need to be unanimous. They are going to decide whether or not Lindsay Clancy was mentally incapacitated and she's going to a mental facility. Or did she have criminal responsibility? Did she do this? Did she plan this, etc.? Whatever the prosecution's theory is, and I'll go into that in just a second, then she needs to go to jail. Mental hospital, jail. If the 12 of them cannot agree, and there can be one holdout, it will take a couple of days. It's not going to be right away. If they're hung, they get some more instructions. Well, if they're hung, the judge tells them to go back and think about it a little bit more. Then I think by the second one, he has to give them by law an instruction. It's what's called a curative instruction. I'll go into the details about that when we get there. He'll read them a law case that they need to go back and think about, and they'll go back, and it depends on how many days that they're hung that the judge will decide, okay, you're completely hung. That means that it's a mistrial. And that a mistrial means that then the Commonwealth can decide whether or not they want to retry her again, or then maybe they'll make a plea deal. So hung jury means that they all didn't agree. It has to be unanimous. All 12 of them have to agree. Both people were in higher education for criminology. Look what they did. Pink Sunset. You know, I lived in Moscow, Idaho, and I know all about the Brian Koberger case, just to let you guys know. I wasn't there when he did the crime. I left just before he did. And I went back just after it happened. And I go every year. Did you see the defense added that neighbor that said that he saw her lying on the backyard to their list? The Sullivans have been on the list for the prosecution since the inception. So because the defense and the prosecution can have the same people on their witness list, but that doesn't mean that they're going to call them. Remember, it has to be relevant to the case. What are they coming in to testify to? It has to be relevant information. Hindsight is always 20/20. You don't know how you'd act in that situation. Absolutely. What is my area of expertise, New Jersey Mom? I just told you. I hope that I answered your question. Facebook. Oh, okay. You already got that. Thank you. I will repin that, Liz. Guys, sometimes I can talk and sometimes I can't. And sometimes I talk so fast. So I apologize. Woo. Now that I got this up here. Okay. Hold on. My chat box went really. All right, hang on. I'm going to change my chat box up a little bit so I could see it a little bit better. Hold on. See, I'm technologically challenged as well. Bathroom break. Yeah. So that's what I'm going to do, everybody. I appreciate everybody. I really probably need to go take a little potty break and maybe get something else to eat. I still haven't finished my breakfast this morning. So if you guys see, look, you kind of can see, I have my spinach, egg, white omelet with some cottage cheese in there, and it hasn't been eaten yet, so I need to eat that. So just FYI, I paused the live. I'm going to start it back up here. So if you're over in, you guys are chatting over here. I didn't see that. Okay. It really makes me wonder if the mother-in-law and Patrick didn't believe it was that bad. Exactly. She told him, her mom in the kitchen, how would you not take that seriously no matter what? That's right, Rachel. Cassidy said that she had postpartum issues also and didn't unalive her children. Going around right now is sad. You simply count yourself blessed and lucky that you didn't, and it wasn't this bad. Cassidy, thank you for sharing that. I'm so sorry. That's a lot. And it's like, that's a lot. Thank you for sharing that. And please, if there's anything that we can do to help you out, please share with us. I'm glad that you're in a better space right now. And if you have some words of advice for somebody that might be in that situation, please do share if you wish to. I don't know what your psychiatric psychiatrists do come with lots of, I'm not sure what you're saying there. Meds come with a lot of side effects, but they usually don't start immediately. I'm not sure she took it long enough to feel that side effects. That's a great thing. Oh, meds. Yes, I got you. So, all right. Those of you who are over on YT, I'm going to go ahead and put this up for you. It is live so that in case I'm in the potty, if it comes up, you guys will hear it. I just refreshed the stream. Those of you on TikTok, it is behind me. I'll show you. Peekaboo. There it is. I can't show it to you on TikTok because they won't allow it. But I am going to close my camera just because, like, I don't know. So talk amongst yourselves and we're only at 93K. When I get back from the bathroom, which will be about 5 or 10 minutes, we need to be at 100. Okay. That is my homework for you while I'm away. So let's hit that like button, everybody. And if by chance it comes on, don't worry, you're not missing anything. And I'll also have my headphones with me in case as well. All right, everybody, potty break. So it's your turn to go take a potty break as well. I'll be back in just a few. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Hello, 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 everybody. I am back. Cassidy says, I'm saying the people saying that is backlash towards this case is silly. All right, everybody. Where are my sourdough girlies? I know there's some of you on here who make your own sourdough, and I asked whether or not if you thought that, do you put like any blueberries or cherries in there? So my husband gets this sourdough bread. I don't know if I can show it to you. You can kind of see. Yeah, you can see it. It's got cherries in it. Oh, so delicious. So, if you did not see the cherries, oh, we're at 96. Yeah, love blueberries. Yeah. All right, they are not back from court yet. I'll just do like a little quickie because sometimes I'm a little bit behind. I don't know. All right, what's everybody eating for lunch? What did you guys have for lunch? And what are you guys drinking these days? What's the latest like drink besides like I know some people like Coke or Diet Coke. You're still eating the vodka pasta. You must have made a whole bunch. Diet Coke. You went to tropical smoothie. Yum. Amy, are you joking? Amy, you're joking. Quesadilla and water. Yummo. Did you make your quesadilla or did you get it from a Mexican or a Latina restaurant? Will Reddington call Patrick to the stand? To be honest with you guys, I don't think so. I don't think there's anything much that they can ask him, but you never know. So never say never. I don't think so. A regular Coke. Ha 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 ha. Peach tea. Oh, Liz, what's the brand of the peach tea that you drink? Diet Coke. Oh, you made it. Yum. Yum. Carrots, celery, cherry tomatoes, and a nut raisin mixed packet flavored water. Okay. And chicken fingers. Yum. You double the recipe every time and make it. It's so good. Oh my goodness. Yummo. Meant to tell you that the LNC trials stream is better at showing the full screen on projector. Amy, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Meant to tell you that. Oh, Law and Crime. Oh, Law and Crime. Oh, you like the Law and okay. I think it takes me a second. Law and Crime trial stream is much better at showing the full screen on projector. What do you mean by that when you say full screen on projector? I got a quesadilla at tropical smoothie with your smoothie. Oh, yum. Broccoli soup. Oh, I love broccoli soup. Oh my goodness. That's Lisa. That's great. That's yummy. Oh, you're snuggly stuck with your dog. Uh-oh. Yeah, when my cat's on my lap, I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm catting right now. It is Tuesday, you guys. It is Taco Tuesday today. You guys, I think I'm going to go get some stuff. Making brunch now. Oh, what are you making for brunch? Has anyone ever known somebody who committed M? Well, that's a great question. Why don't doctors tend to help till it's too late? Well, I do have to say, did she disclose all of the things that she wanted to disclose? It didn't show it all the times. Amy, are you talking about like when they go and show the evidence on the projector? You're saying they do a better job than other places? Let me know. Yes or no? Your mom's half-brother did a couple of years ago in Oklahoma. It was a national story. Ooh. Burritos, sausage, bacon, and eggs and potatoes. Oh my gosh, that sounds so amazing. That's where I get stuck. She was sick and wasn't forthcoming. You need the other Amy to change her name. Well, you know what? I think her thing goes by Amy Vaughn, and sometimes I just stop. So, Amy Vaughn. Okay, Amy Vaughn says, yes, in your opinion, you think that they do a better job usually at showing all of the evidence. Well, Amy Vaughn, I will take a look and see. Now, see, I like East Idaho because their logos are really small up in the corner and up down at the bottom, and I like that because I get to see a lot. But I'll take a look. I'll make a note for myself. I'll take a look at Law and Crime from yesterday to see if by chance if they were the same as far as showing Ian Whiffen's stuff. You guys, my little note that I'm making today is already full of the homework that I have to do at the end of this case. Plus make my little tickety talks and whatever so that other people can see. It's a lot, people. It's a lot. It's a lot. Oh, Manuel, thank you for joining. You just joined for the day. What did you miss? Well, let me tell you. I'm going to make myself bigger for you. Don't worry, it's playing in the background. If it comes on, we'll hop on. Manuel, you guys, we're doing a recap for Manuel. Manuel and Manuel only. Hello. Am I pronouncing it correctly? First of all, am I pronouncing your name correctly? Manuel, this morning, Lindsay Clancy's mother-in-law, Susan Clancy, took the stand. She said that Lindsay was begging for help, that she tried to help Lindsay. There was a day that Lindsay drove herself to the hospital herself. Her mother was working in the labor and delivery unit and came down to go see her. Apparently, Lindsay had taken her THC gummy, and could that have led to her going to the hospital with her heart palpitations, etc.? Lindsay drove herself there and Lindsay drove herself back. People are wondering whether or not she was under the influence. Also, where are my notes? I know the big bomb, you guys, but I want to get to some other small little things. Oh, she was asked whether or not, or if she thought that Lindsay was needed help, why didn't she take the kids? But then the grandmother went to Aruba, and the prosecutor dinged her on that as well. If you thought that Lindsay was needing so much help, why did you go to Aruba? Why don't you're a nurse, right? And you work during the day. Why don't you take care of the kids at night? And then she threw Lindsay on the bus by telling her what Lindsay told her therapist about their relationship, and that the parents didn't ask to take the kids, so she didn't offer. And then here's the bomb. Are you ready? The prosecutor, Ms. Bowe, you guys had some better names for her than I did. Oh, let me see if I can find it. Sorry. Oh, you guys had some really good names for her. Okay, I don't know if you guys called her Bozo or whatever. Anyways, you guys put it in the chat what you guys call her. Anyways, prosecutor with the bow says, "Are you Catholic?" And she says, "Yes." And she said, "Did you know that it's a mortal sin to commit M?" And the judge was like, "Oh, no, you don't. Come on, we need to see you over here." So the judge calls her over, admonished her. We didn't get to see it, but I bet you he did. And then he made an instruction to the jury. He stood up and told the jury that they had to disregard that and to just scratch it out, because that was wow. So the prosecutor pretty much made Lindsay Clancy's mother-in-law, the grandmother of the 3 children who we're talking about who have been unalived, made her to be a very bad person. And it was not good. It was not good, in my opinion. So, and then we had some problems with Dr. La Posada. She's supposed to come and testify via Zoom. They were having technical problems. So then we went to Dr. Condi. Dr. Condi was supposed to talk about her medicines and what, if anything, they had an effect on her, but it turned out to be a nothing, because all he did was review her medical records and restated the facts that we already know that all the other doctors testified to, and it was a waste of money. And the prosecution actually had a couple of bombs that they dropped. Let me see if I can tell you what they said. He also admitted that he had talked to Patrick Clancy for an hour and a half, and that the prosecution didn't know that. Let me see. She did say because he is a psychiatrist himself, or he has some psychiatric stuff. I don't even remember anymore. It's been a long time. She asked, don't you think it would be helpful for you to know that you're talking to your provider and that you're being honest with your provider to get help? He's like, yeah, which was a mic drop to me. And that he did not interview Lindsay Clancy, which is good, because if he did, then he would have to testify what they discussed. So I tell everybody, if you're going to be questioned by the police, here's a couple of pieces of advice. One, if you're going to be questioned by the police, you always need to ask whether or not you're being detained. If you are not being detained, you are free to leave at any point in time, especially if they take you into a room. If you're being detained, that means that they read you your Miranda rights, etc. That is when you say, I choose not to say anything and I need a lawyer. Whether or not you're guilty of something, if you're being detained, they think they have something on you, and therefore always ask for a lawyer. Now, lawyers are expensive, but that might help you out in the long run. If you're not being detained, you don't have to talk to the police. If you're not under suspicion of anything, you don't have to talk to them, and you can walk away. If by chance they are detaining you when they shouldn't be detaining you, that's a civil lawsuit that you can bring up later. But there are times too that you also need to respect the law enforcement, and you're trying to help them out. But if it turns and you get that gut feeling that something's not right, know your rights. Just FYI, know your rights. I talked about the case where there was these two boys who were teenagers. They were 13 years old, being questioned by the police. The parents were outside of the room, and they said, do I need to get a lawyer for my children? And they're like, nah, because the children needed to ask and invoke their rights, and they didn't, because they didn't know the law. And so I tell my children, know your rights, be careful. So can I explain the possible outcomes the jury could decide there's a lot of this information out there. Always stay humble and kind. Absolutely. I already went over this, but I will go over this again. The very first scenario is the jury is going to determine whether or not Lindsay was mentally incapacitated, whether she was insane. The defense says she was overmedicated, she was overtired, and she had postpartum psychosis. If they agree with that, her competency is at stake, and therefore if they agree with that, she goes to a mental facility. She'll be at that mental facility for a very long time. She's not getting out tomorrow. Everybody who says she's going to get out, that is not the case. Let me just look at the stream really quickly, make sure that we're on track. Yes, we are. All right. Second possibility is the jury thinks that she was criminally responsible. Criminally responsible. So remember earlier, Reddington was talking about this expert on the stand, that he's not going to talk about her criminal responsibility. That's at issue. Is she criminally liable for the acts that she committed? And did she have the mental capacity, wherewithal? Did she know what she was doing at the time of this act? Remember, the prosecution's already rested their case. They do have some rebuttal witnesses that they're going to bring, but just wanted to put that out there. If the jury believes that, and remember, they have to agree 100%. All 12 of them have to agree that yes, one way or the other. If they believe that the prosecution has done their job without a reasonable doubt, then she goes to jail. Missy, if she goes to the mental hospital, will she get out sometime? Possibly. But that is pure speculation. She's not getting out in 4 months. She's not getting out in a year. Every year she will have a mental evaluation about her mental capacity, and then she'll have to go under review by whatever the parole board, if you want to call it, I don't know the technical term for it, but whoever is the person in charge of the prisons, she's technically in prison, right? It's just hospital prison versus prison. She'll have to go under review before she gets released to society. So everybody just squelch that. There is a third possibility, which is a hung jury, and I talked about that earlier as well. All of the 12 of them have to agree to hospital or prison. If they don't agree to either one, then it's called a hung jury. And then what does that mean? That means that the Commonwealth will have to either retry her again, or they need to make a decision what they're going to do with her. So those are the possibilities. Now, could there be something else? Possibly. What we need to wait is everybody just needs to wait. You got to be patient. There are a couple of things that we need to get to the end to. One, we need closing arguments. The prosecution has made a whole bunch of claims here and there, and we want to know exactly what they're going to say in the end. And then we can say, oh, you proved your case or you didn't prove your case. Obviously, we need also to hear from Reddington as well to see if he did the same. Then we wait for jury instructions. If they do jury instructions in the courtroom and we get to hear, it is very fascinating. If you love the law, if you love the arguments, if you want to hear what case law, if you want to hear all of the ins and outs of that, you will find out all of this. If you don't, it is so boring. It is boring and painful to listen to them argue about jury instructions and what the letter of the law is, because they'll argue back and forth what they think the law is. Remember, Reddington asked for a lesser charge. They'll discuss that too. And then what the jury form is going to look like. As you know, in several other cases, the jury form has been difficult. Could that have been in Karen Reed's first trial? The defense argued heavily and said, Your Honor, this jury form is too confusing. And she said, no, that it wasn't. And therefore, there was a mistrial. If you are posting links in the chat, I don't think that they're going to work, Ariel. I just wanted to let you know. So I don't know if people can go and click on those links. But why is the prosecutor wearing the hair bow? I had heard that she's doing it for solidarity with Cora. That, to me, to tell you the truth, if the jury knew that that was the case, that would be prejudicing the jury, and you could not. That's a big no-no. So, anyways, oh, they can copy and paste the link. Okay, thank you, Olivia. So, I hope I answered your questions. Now, there's probably a whole bunch of other scenarios that everybody in the world is speculating on. Remember, this is my thoughts, my opinions, my channel, so I hope that helps. And I try to give you the straight talk. I don't try to do fluff and speculation and innuendos and rumors and stuff, although we do talk about it a little bit. But we try to deal with facts. So I hope that answers your question. But we'll get a lot of those questions answered when we get to the end, and then I will completely explain everything that goes on, because it can be a little convoluted. This, to be honest with you, some of these things should have been mentioned in the beginning when the court started this, and they've left a lot of things very ambiguous. So there's lots of speculations because the judge was not clear in the beginning. And that's okay. It's okay. So, all right, if you guys are just joining in, the court is still not back. Oh, Bozilla. That's funny. That's so funny. That is great. I like that. All right. Everybody. Oh, we made it. We made it to 100,000 likes. Thank you, everybody. 101. All right. Well, we set that goal, but we're gonna move the needle. We're gonna change the goalpost. Let's get to 110 before they get back. Thank you so much. All right, what are we talking about? When is lunch over? Harley, they're supposed to be back by 2. It's 2:06. Your guess is as good as mine. Thank you, Dre Mama, for the lovely gift. Bobby, thank you so much. Kendra, thank you. Oh boy, I'm gonna probably mispronounce this. Is it Yesenia? Did I get that correct, Yesenia? Or is it just Yesenia or Yesenia? Thank you for your lovely gifts. And Chilia, I said thank you as well. Dre Mama, yep. If you guys want to contribute to my goal, I have a notebook pen fund. I told you this before. I did go, oh, thank you. Okay, I try to pronounce people's names and stuff very well. Sometimes I can do it, sometimes I can't. If you can see, I got these pens. I didn't get it off the TikTok shop, but it's on there. These are the gel eraser pens. It's the InGen, IIGEN brand. The erasing's great. The pen part is terrible. You have to literally like put your pen upright. I'm sort of a hold your pen and kind of slanty writer. And these you have to hold upright in order to write. They're great if you're like writing notes and stuff to somebody, or you can concentrate and you're concentrating on your writing. But if you're doing quick writing like I am, it doesn't work. And then also like as you're going, the pen loses its ink and you kind of have to go back over it. So I don't like that. QWERTY. QWERT 01234 That is hilarious because you know what? Me and my kids do that all the time. What's your password? QWERT. We always go to the Y. QWERTY 1234. But you say what about what? Wait, my bad. I don't know what you're referring to, love. So you're gonna have to be more specific in the YT chat. During her opening statement, Buckingham told that Cora loved sparkly dresses and wearing a bow. I know. All right. I took care of Pav about spamming the chat. I just booted him. I mean, I can see one time or 2 times you're putting something in the chat, but if you keep going, there's no reason to spam the chat like that. Let's see. I'm kind of going back. Oh, hi, V. How are you, girl? Where are you? I see you joined, but I don't see you. But I'm all the way up, so I'll get back to you. Yes, everybody, your new task is to get us to 110,000 likes before lunch or before they return, right? People can't believe psychosis because it's scary to think that you can lose your mind. Tessa, that's very important. Oh, thank you for the heart. Thank you, V. All right, everybody, if you don't know my lovely girl V over here, I call her V. She has a name, but I call her V. Her thing is V to the double. And when it just comes up, it says V to the. So here she is. She has been very, very good. She says, just a girl with funny posts and AI slop. If you have not followed V, please do. She does amazing AI stuff. She's done a lot of stuff for Kevin Reddington and the Bow sisters and whatever. And she's very funny. She's very talented. I need to ask her to do some more stuff for me. V, I got a suggestion for you. Can you make an AI one where Kevin Reddington, and I don't know how to do this, but it's in my head. Kevin Redding is up at the podium and the girls are running around circles around him. I give V ideas and she sometimes makes it. Oh, we're back. We're back, everybody. Hello, we're back. We're back. We're back.
All right. Counsel, we all set?
Yes,
All right, ready for the jury?
yes.
Okay, yeah.
All right. If you guys don't know, Cassidy asked, what case are we going to next? You guys like spending your lives with me? Don't worry, guys. I got you covered. We're going to have a regular live moving forward, Monday through Friday. Once this case is over, we may not be in live trial with some other stuff, but I told you all these other cases that we have hearings, motions, and things to go through. You guys are going to be well educated. You guys are going to be lawyers by the time the end of this year. Between now and August, we're all going to be lawyers. So we are live. It sounds like the court has gotten Dr. La Posada up. Dr. La Posada, I'm not doing the Tupac trial. It's already happening right now. So, and we're right in the thick of Lindsay Clancy. We still have weeks to go, you guys. We still have weeks to go. Don't put more work on me. Oh, did the Zoom work? It looks like it's working. It looks like it's working. So if you're new here on my TikTok, you can join me over YT. I have a YT page. If you know, it is the app with the play button. You can watch the trial live with me over there, and you can make comments over there too. If you don't know what that means, somebody will post it in the chat for you. You can ask in the chat. Thank you, everybody, for hearting. Let's see. Did we make it to 110? No, we made it to 104. Come on, everybody. Let's hit that like button. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Okay.
And you know, I made some new emojis or emotes in the chat. There's Kevin Reddington. There is some gavels.
For the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the jury, I think we got everything fixed. Thanks for your patience. The next witness that's going to testify is going to be testify either by Zoom or teleconference, as you can see. I just want to tell you, this witness will be under oath, and you can consider her testimony the same as if she was testifying here live. Okay? All right. Mr. Reddington.
Yes, thank you.
All right, everybody. Witness number 5, Dr. La Posada. Yes,
Dr.
by
La Posada,
television.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Counsel.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Can you hear me?
You're a little echoey, but I can hear you.
Okay, I'm just standing in the corner here so that everybody can hear you. Tell us your name and spell your last name.
Dr. Elizabeth La Posada, Laposata.
And fair to say that you have some issues that require you to speak to us today by Zoom rather than appearing in person as you intended. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Tell us what you do for work, Doctor.
Well, I'm a medical doctor, board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology. So I have an active practice in forensic pathology where I review cases to understand how people get injured or how people die.
And how can you tell us your educational background?
Certainly. I graduated from Bucknell University in 1975, cum laude with honors in biology. I went to University of Maryland School of Medicine, where I graduated with an MD degree in 1979. I did my 2 years internship at Johns Hopkins Hospital in anatomic pathology, which is with a fellowship in forensic pathology, which is understanding causes of death and how trauma affects the body.
Do you hold any board certifications or any licensures in that field?
Yes, in 1983, excuse me, I sat for my board exams and became board certified diplomat of the American Board of Pathology in anatomic and forensic pathology.
And tell us your work history, if you would, please.
Certainly, since I became board certified in 1983, I've had faculty positions in St. Louis University School of Medicine, where I also was the assistant medical examiner for the city of St. Louis. I then moved to Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, where I ran the autopsy service at the hospital at the University of Pennsylvania. Had a faculty appointment there, a research lab, and I taught forensic pathology to medical students. I was also a city of Philadelphia medical examiner. After that, I was a assistant medical examiner for the state of Delaware. And in 1993, I was selected to be chief medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island, which was a position I held until 2005, when I started my independent consulting practice.
So you've been an independent consultant, testifying in courts and working on cases since 2005?
At my own business, yes, and certainly testifying on cases before that as medical examiners employed for the city of St. Louis, the city of Philadelphia, and the state of Delaware, and the state of Rhode Island.
Okay, and now you're independent on your own, correct?
I am, as it were, yes.
All right. Now, did I reach out to you on the case of the Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy and ask if you would help us out by looking at the discovery of the case?
Yes, you did.
And you're here to testify today. Can you tell the jurors what you actually reviewed as a basis of your opinion for your testimony?
Certainly. I reviewed medical records, and I have a list here on Dawson Clancy. I reviewed the Office of the Medical Examiner entire file. I reviewed his EMS reports, his terminal hospitalization, the Duxbury Police supplemental narrative, Duxbury Police narrative, and his pediatric South Shore healthcare medical records.
Could I just interrupt you for a minute? I apologize.
Sure.
Just in the interest of time, rather than going through every single, let me ask it this way. Did you look at police,
Okay.
Did you look at police reports?
Yes.
Did you look at grand jury minutes?
Yes.
Did you look at medical records for Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jurors what medical records you looked at?
For Dawson Clancy?
No, for Lindsay.
I looked at-
No, not Dawson. For Lindsay Clancy.
Oh, yes, I looked at her South Shore medical records when she was admitted on the evening of January 24th. I looked at her Brigham and Women's Hospital records, and photographs that were taken of her and published in her hospital records. I looked at the Department of State Police Crime Laboratory Toxicology report, crime scene photos of the bedroom, the outside of the house, crime scene photos, approximately 500 of them, grand jury proceedings, and photographs of the round exercise bands.
How about medical records? Did you review medical records pertinent to Lindsay and her treatment by healthcare providers in 2022 into 2023?
Yes.
Can you tell us what records you looked at?
Well, I looked at her records from the post-injury records from South Shore Hospital, where she was first transported after she was found in the backyard of her house. And then I looked at her hospital records where she was transferred from South Shore Hospital to Brigham and Women's Hospital.
Excellent. Doctor, in the course of preparing for your testimony here, did I direct you to a gentleman, Mr. Drake, and ask him for help putting together a little diagram to illustrate your testimony?
Yes, you did. Mr. Jeffrey Drake Graphics,
Yes.
under my direction, we put together some illustrations.
And Rona, could I, we all know what it is. Could I honor this now?
If you want to, is there any objection?
Just the prior
Other than,
session.
yeah, so the same ruling, that may be admitted. Do you want to pass out
Sure,
those?
that'd be great.
Yeah. Mr. Attorney, pass out copies of what was just introduced as the exhibit. It's just so you can kind of follow along with the testimony. At the end, you can ask
Oops,
and pass
sorry.
it back.
I want the packet. I hope we get to see what they're doing. Sometimes they don't. We at home want to see what's going on. Hopefully they'll show us. Oh,
Mark that.
oh, they did.
281.
Thank you.
All right, all set?
Yes, I think so. Thank you. Now, Doctor, first of all, we made reference to Dawson Clancy. Have you had a chance to review medical records and photographs and autopsy reports on Dawson Clancy?
Yes, on Dawson, Cora, and Callan.
All three, okay, three of the children.
Yes.
One of the questions that I have is that of the photographs, the autopsy photographs that
Mr.
you
Rankin,
were,
do you want to take that? It might be just kind of confusing. Is that this, that's better. Then we can go back, when we get back to the charts, we can do that. Okay, thanks.
thank you. The autopsy photographs, did you have a chance to review those, Doctor?
Yes, I did.
And in your extensive experience, have you had a chance to see autopsy photographs of young children, infants, adults, people being examined prior to an autopsy and of course during an autopsy?
Oh, yes, many, many, many.
Now, my question simply is, did you notice on the autopsy photographs of the children what, let's say, have been referred to as bruises to this jury? Have you seen, are you aware of that testimony?
Yes, there were bruises consistent with active children jumping and running.
And how about medical treatment and procedure? Did you make any observations, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause? For example, on the infant's head, bruising on the head, what appears to be bruising.
Yes, on Callan, when he was in the hospital, and there are even photographs of him in the hospital, he had EKG or EEG, electroencephalogram, monitoring devices attached to his head so the doctors could follow his brain waves. And they are little round cup-like things, and so where they were attached, actually on both sides of his head, they did leave a small little brown kind of parallel mark, little lines there that were from medical treatment for monitoring his brain waves. He also had many puncture wounds and evidence of medical treatment in that way.
And did you also notice that there would be, going to be on occasion fluid that might be mistaken for bruise?
That's possible, yes. If there is some liquid fluid that's a little blood tinged, you could see it on the surface of the skin, and there would be something you could wipe off.
So, for example, doctor, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty on the photographs of the infant that show what you say were the couplet marks on the area of the skull, they don't come from anybody squeezing, beating, pushing, or causing any injury to that child, in your opinion, is that correct?
No, absolutely not, no.
Doctor, you also had a chance to review the medical records of Lindsay Clancy when she went to the South Shore Hospital and then subsequently went to the Brigham and Women's Hospital, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you don't have to get into detail, we've heard it a number of times, but there were injuries to her left wrist, her right wrist, her neck, is that correct?
Yes, there were sharp force injuries to those areas.
And in your practice as a pathologist, have you had occasion over the years and over the many cases that you have had involvement with to observe self-inflicted wounds to a person's wrist or their neck in the course of a suicide attempt?
Oh, many times.
And can you tell the jury, to your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, as to the nature of these injuries, and are they consistent with somebody trying, in your opinion, trying to kill themselves?
Objection.
Sustained.
So you would agree that there's an injury to the left wrist, injury to the right wrist, that's a sharp incised wound, is that correct?
Yes, they're cutting type wounds made by a sharp object such as a knife.
Okay. And how about the neck? Did that penetrate the fascia or did that penetrate the skin? To what degree?
Yes, there were also linear, superficial incised wounds to her neck, and there were several of them, and one or two of them went deeper. There was bleeding also from the wounds on her wrist, and there were numerous attempts at cutting the skin, which we call hesitation marks, which are a classic finding in suicide attempts. And they did, those incisions did cut in through the skin and cut blood vessels that were under the skin. And you can also tell from looking at the photos of Lindsay taken in the hospital when she was first admitted, and also when the photograph of the bedroom, her bedroom, you could see there was significant bloodshed event from those cutting injuries.
No. Did she also sustain an injury to her neck from your review of the medical records?
Yes.
Can you tell us what type of injury, and if we could, and if it assists the jury with you, you can make reference to the pages of the full report and the diagrams, page 4, 5, and 6, and tell us what we're looking at.
Okay, let's see. So are we ready to look at number 4?
Sure. Yep. Start off with 4.
Okay. So
Just so you know, I think that's the first page that you have, so just.
yes, that's right. Yes, page 4 is actually page 1. Yeah, so what we have here is to show you how Lindsay was injured. And I got this from the scene photographs, from all her medical history, and my knowledge and training, understanding how injuries happen to the body. So if we look at the left-hand side of this panel, we see a depiction of the back side of the house, and the top window on the second floor is open. That's where she would have put her palms down on the windowsill and put her head out and precipitated down to fall on the hard frozen ground. During her fall head first, she had cuts on her wrists, which were bleeding, and her coming head down on the side of that building would then transfer some of that blood onto the side of the building, which was found in the scene photograph. She then hits really head first, and as her body descends that 13 or 14 feet. And if you look at the, so she really did a free fall dive head first. Then if you look on the right upper 2 diagrams that just show a skull, this illustrates the forces then that were applied to Lindsay's head from hitting the ground, and then her head bending a little bit. And what she got from that is what we call a characteristic burst fracture or a Jefferson fracture. And this is a fracture that we see with people who hit their head head on, like if they've taken a dive into a swimming pool and they hit their head on the bottom. It's a classic finding in people who have energy applied to the falling head. And what it does is that it takes the first cervical vertebrae, which kind of looks like a donut, as you see up there in the middle, and it squashes it. The base of the skull then squashes that. And then like a donut, it kind of spreads it out. And she had 6 or 7 fractures of that cervical vertebrae. Number 1, the ring of that. And the fractures I have pointed to there with arrows. So that is called the characteristic Jefferson fracture from hitting your head, the top of your head, in a dive first position. So you could also describe it as a bursting type fracture. But you don't get any spinal cord injury from that because the area, the hole in the middle is pretty big. So it just crushes down on the sides and fractures the ring around the spinal cord. So that tells me immediately that she landed head first and went down the window, went down head first. Then the energy is transmitted then from her head down her vertebral body, down the bony spine. And that then fractured and compressed C1. The lower right-hand panel there puts that cervical vertebral body in the context of the rest of her skeleton. The left upper hand, we see her jaw, and then the C1 is pointed out there, and there are little springs there to indicate they were squished and compressed together and fractured.
Now, looking at the next page, which would be 5, does that assist us in looking at the illustration of the injury to the spine?
Yeah, so this is after her head hits, so she gets her head first, then there is some flexion of her body, and the energy from the impact is transmitted down her vertebral column. And what that did was it crushed the number of her thoracic vertebrae or vertebrae in the chest area, and actually made thoracic vertebral body T5 be compressed and move over the top of the lower vertebrae, and that is what injured her spinal cord. In the right-hand panel there, the yellow tube coming down is the spinal cord, and the T thoracic vertebral 5 and 6 is pictured there, and you can see that her whole spinal column was compressed and it moved forward and out of place, causing her spinal cord injury. There were also injuries that are indicated by little red stars there, and those are fractures of the transverse processes of the cervical vertebrae. So when they were compressed, the areas where the joints are between the vertebrae were compressed and fractured those transverse processes. So she had a bending injury, and she also had a right posterior rib injury. You can see on the left-hand panel, her shoulders are also hitting the ground, and that caused a fracture of the right first rib in the back, and the flexion of her neck also damaged her thyroid gland and some of her voice box cartilages.
And if we look at panel page 6, can you tell us what we're looking at there?
Yes, this is the final resting position of Lindsay's body as documented in all the materials I reviewed that are on the left-hand side. So she is lying down on hard frozen ground. Her clothing is wet. She has on indoor clothing. The time that this occurred, it was dark and no sun. The temperature was in the low 30s. So she is going to be at risk of her body temperature going down, lying on that cold ground. In addition to, now that her thoracic chest spine is fractured, that has totally disrupted the thermal regulation of the bottom half of her body. So she is going to lose heat from the lower half of her body and to approach ambient temperature. So there she is lying there on the ground. Then if we go to the right side of that, this is a scene photograph showing the area where Lindsay's body landed. You can see on the right at the base area, there is some medical debris from the EMS emergency treatment. Then circled in or put in a red square is a little bit of snow that has some blood on it, which would correspond to her position lying down as we see it in the left-hand side there.
And sorry, go ahead.
Okay, then the last bit here is a X-ray of Lindsay, which was taken in early February after she had surgical stabilization of her fractured spine. So this is looking at the side of her, and you can see the hardware, which they look like little golf tees going to the left side. So this is the surgical metal hardware that was placed in her spine to open up and align her spine to try to preserve any function that was still available.
Now, doctor, when she went to the Brigham and Women's Hospital, you reviewing the medical records and able to discern that she actually coded as a result of the injuries?
Yes, she did. She was in spinal shock and hypothermia, and her heart did stop.
And did you observe that there were, I quote, massive blood transfusions for her at Brigham and Women's?
Yes, she lost a lot of blood around the muscles that hold the spine up because that was so damaged. So her hemoglobin and hematocrit and her red blood cell level was very low on admission.
And the final question I have, doctor, is as it relates to the records, it showed that she had a core body temperature of 82 degrees as opposed to 98.6, which we're accustomed to. Can you tell the jury, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, what does that mean and how did that happen? And that's pretty low.
Yes, that is low. That's like, 16 degrees below normal. And so her low body temperature came from lying on the hard frozen ground, which would be 32 degrees frozen ground. She had wet clothing on. So wet clothing is going to transmit the body heat into the atmosphere quicker than dry clothing. It was indoor clothes. She didn't have a big parka on. There was no sun at that time to keep her body temperature up. The ambient or the air temperature was around 30 degrees. She has a thin body. And also, most importantly, because of that thoracic spinal cord transection, she lost the ability to control her body temperature below that level. So that means all her blood vessels just dilate and they just lose heat to the atmosphere.
Thank you very much, doctor.
Attorney Sprague?
Thank you. Dr. Lapasada,
Yes,
you were head of the Rhode Island Office of the Chief Medical Examiner when it was cited for 10 violations and unsafe conditions, correct?
Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Oh, you guys, I knew she was going to go there. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Sorry. I knew it. I knew she was going to go there. Where's my girl? Okay. I need to give you a little bit of context before we get into there. There was a fire at the station in Rhode Island. There was a band playing. They had pyrotechnics. This was in 2003. The place went up into flames. A lot of people were caught inside the venue. If you know, you know. La Posada was the medical examiner at this time. I knew they were going to bring this up. So just FYI, let's see if they can get into it. I'll go backwards. I knew it. I should have pre-warned you. Okay, sorry. Hold on.
Thank you.
It was also brought up in Karen Reed's trials as well, but they didn't get into it.
Yes,
You were head of the Rhode Island Office of the Chief Medical Examiner when it was cited for 10 violations and unsafe conditions, correct?
yes, the unsafe condition was a light bulb out in a hallway, a computer in a hallway, and a few other minor things. I was very happy to have the safety inspection.
Right, those were the unsafe conditions, but there were also 10 other violations, correct?
They were minimal. I don't recall now. It was 20 years ago.
You didn't treat Ms. Clancy, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't examine her yourself, correct?
Correct.
Now, you talked about a Jefferson fracture and or a C1 burst fracture and how it can be from hitting the top of your head, correct?
Yes.
Isn't it also true that you can sustain a burst fracture by hitting the back of your head or the top of your shoulders as well?
No.
You say that she fell from 13 feet from the windowsill onto her head, the top of her head, correct? Onto the frozen ground?
Yes.
And you're saying that she fell with such force that she burst her C1 vertebrae and then broke other vertebrae in her back and broke ribs, correct?
Yes, just the force of a free falling body. Yes.
Okay, but she had no injuries to her head, correct?
I'm sure she had bruising to her scalp under her hair.
You're sure?
She did not have a skull fracture.
Right, she didn't have a skull fracture, correct?
Yes.
She didn't have any cuts or things that needed sutures, correct?
She needed sutures in the cutting wounds on her wrist.
Well, we're talking about her head right now. She didn't need any sutures on her head, correct?
Correct.
She didn't have any large dents in her head, correct?
Large dents? What do you mean?
From hitting the frozen ground head first, there were no dents or bumps or sutures required on her head, correct?
Her scalp was intact. The forces were transmitted to C1.
So through her head.
A very common finding when you go head first and hit your head.
So hitting the frozen ground, the icy frozen ground, not a bump or scratch or scrape on her top of her head. And then within her head, there was no brain bleed. There was no hemorrhaging. There was no injury into her brain itself. Nothing showed up on the CT scans, correct?
Correct. Her brain was fine. Her skull was fine. I'm sure she probably had some scalp bruising under her hair.
You're sure because that goes along with what you're guessing at how the fall happened, correct? You can't be sure because you didn't see the head, correct? You say you're sure, but you didn't see her head.
I saw the medical records and I examined all of those. I'm sure she had some bruise on the top of her head to the backside, as I showed in my diagram number 4. I'm sure there was some bruising on her scalp under her hair, but that was not a major concern at the time she was taken into the hospital.
You keep saying you're sure there were bruises, that you're sure that there was this or that that's not shown in any photographs or medical evidence. So you're not sure, are you? You're assuming.
No, I'm sure.
Okay. Let me show you some photographs here.
Excuse me. No, yeah.
Let me show you. I'm asking the questions. Let me show you some photographs here.
Ahead.
Let me show you some photographs of the defendant that were taken at the hospital of her head. Show me. Do we have sharing privileges on the computer?
Let's go. Let's go. Let's see. Dr. La Posada is very feisty. If you let her go, she's going to say what she needs to say. If you don't stop her, she will continue on and on and on. And she'll snap back. Oh, goodness.
Showing you here, photo of the top
Woo!
of the defendant's head.
Trigger warning.
No
Yes, I see that.
cuts, no swelling, correct?
Oh, we just see her hair.
There's no blood on the white sheet, correct?
Well, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you just asked me.
There's no blood on that very white sheet, correct?
Well, I don't see what's under her head, but that's not relevant to understanding that she did fall head first.
Okay, so you're saying she fell head first from 13 feet onto hard frozen ground and had no visible injuries to the exterior of her head.
Asked and answered.
Yes.
And you're saying that
there was
she-
some- but
Object.
Excuse me, I'm
It was a
sure
yes or
there
no
was some-
question, Doctor.
Listen, hold on. Doctor, listen to the question, answer the question, and then we'll just go from there. Go ahead. Ms. Sprague, if
Okay.
you want, Ms.
Thank
Sprague, if you
you.
want to re-ask that question.
Doctor, yes or no, she fell to the ground, frozen ground, and then had no apparent injury to the exterior of her head, correct?
Correct. As we
And
see there.
she fell head first to the frozen ground and not with enough force to break several vertebrae in her ribs, but did not have a skull fracture, a brain bleed, or anything else, any other type of injury to her head, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Let's see the other pictures. Show us the other pictures.
Move to put the photographs we were just showing into evidence.
Any objection? All right, they may be admitted.
It's 282.
We'll answer your questions as soon as she's done with Dr. La Posada.
Doctor, in your report that you provided to defense counsel, you also talked about the strangulation of the children, correct?
I did.
And in your report, you wrote that it would have taken 5 to 10 seconds for unconsciousness to occur, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you recall testifying previously in State of Rhode Island versus Kimberly Fry, case number W1/2010-0413A?
I knew this was going to come up.
Do you recall testifying previously in that case?
No, I don't.
Let me refresh your memory. It was a woman who had killed her 8-year-old daughter by asphyxia, and you testified.
Oh, yes, manual strangulation, yes,
Yeah, so ring a bell?
yes.
Okay. And so you testified back in 2011 in that case, and you were asked if you have a very complete compression, strike that. You were asked, unconsciousness due to oxygenation can occur within 10 to 20 seconds. And you said if you have a very complete compression of the blood vessels of the neck, you can become unconscious within 10 to 20 seconds. And then you were asked, I'm just saying hypothetically, just strangulation alone is 10 to 20 seconds. And you said if it is effectively and continuously applied, like in a lateral vascular neck restraint, most times there's a struggle going on, so you can't quite get that. So in that case there, you didn't testify that it was 5 to 10 seconds. You testified that it was 10 to 20 seconds, and that if there's any struggling, it could be longer, correct?
Yes, but that case was.
Well, that was a yes or no question.
It's not a yes or no question.
All right,
Defense can follow up.
hold on. She's answered the question, and then we'll have a redirect if counsel would like to.
Well, I don't remember
Hold on,
what
Doctor.
I said.
Why don't you,
I'm
Doctor,
sorry.
wait for a question.
You were also
I'm
asked
sorry.
in that same trial, Doctor, the question put to you in that trial was, but once that unconsciousness set in, you agree with me that there had to have been a consistent application of pressure either suffocation, strangulation, or compressions of the chest for 2 to 3 more minutes continuously while the child was unconscious, correct? And you answered, I think that's a fair statement. And the question was, you said that before yourself, correct? And you answered yes. And then the question was, I'm asking your opinion. And you said, the question was, after Camden became unconscious, after 2 to 3 minutes of continuous application of one of those 3, and you answered correct. Is that right?
I have no memory of that. I'm sure you're reading it correctly.
Well, you have memory of your medical knowledge, correct?
Sure, I have memory of my medical knowledge.
And so at that point in time, in 2011, you testified that you would have to strangle someone 10 to 20 seconds at least to unconsciousness, and then you would have to continue to strangle them for 2 to 3 minutes for death to occur. And you said correct. Is that still your medical knowledge?
That's a different case. That was not ligature, that was a manual.
So either way, you're talking about the compression of the neck causing a loss of oxygen and blood, correct?
I'll allow this question. Go ahead.
Yeah, there are many ways that can occur, and the way the pressure is applied is very important in understanding how long it takes to become unconscious. These are the children here were the victims of what we call ligature strangulation. The Fry case that's coming back to me a little now, that was a manual strangulation and also a body compression, which is a totally different type of asphyxia.
I mean, you were asked about that in that case, and you were asked, but once unconsciousness has set in, you agree with me that there has to be consistent application of pressure, either suffocation, strangulation, or compressions for 2 to 3 minutes more, and you answered correct. So not all 3, you said either one of those could cause death after 3 minutes, correct?
Yeah, just if you could rephrase that question.
You were asked, but once unconsciousness set in, you agree with me that there had to have been consistent application of pressure, either suffocation, strangulation, or compressions of the chest for 2 to 3 minutes more continuously while they're unconscious. And you said, I think that's a fair statement. So that's what you said, correct?
Yes, in order to become dead, brain dead, you need the physiology is that you become unconscious within 5 to 10 seconds, and then you're unconscious, but that's not dead. Then that continued constriction of the blood flow has to be still continuously applied for the brain to die.
Correct. So
that is what happens, and that's what happened to the Clancy children. The ligatures were wrapped around, they went unconscious in 5 to 10, maybe 20 seconds, probably less than 20 seconds because it was a ligature, not a manual strangulation. So it was immediately compressed, unconsciousness within 10 seconds, and then death within 5 to 10 minutes after that.
with continuous pressure,
Yes,
pressure around the neck.
Yes, because this is a ligature strangulation.
Thank you.
Not manual.
Okay, so when you're talking about ligature strangulation as opposed to manual strangulation, tell us in your mind what that means.
Well, they're very, very different. Manual strangulation means that somebody's used their hand and they've pressed either side of the neck. Okay, that the hand is manual strangulation. Strangulation means that you have stopped the blood flow that comes out of your brain, and the carotid artery continues to pump oxygenated blood into your brain, but it can't drain out through the jugular veins. So with continuous pressure, then the blood can't get in because it can't flow out. It's kind of like stopping up a pipe. And then so you go unconscious within 5 to 10 seconds, but then with continued pressure, your brain dies. So the difference between manual and ligature is that manual can be kind of an off and on thing. You may put, you have a jugular vein on either side of your neck. So if you're using a hand, you might compress one greater than the other. You might let go. The person that you're trying to strangle may struggle and remove your hand a little bit. So it's a very different sequence of events to end up with brain death and asphyxia. Whereas wrapping a round loop resistance band, which is a ligature, immediately compresses those vessels. There's no coming off, there's no putting back on. So it's a very complete, one-time, immediate, non-varying compression with those exercise bands ligature, which causes unconsciousness effectively within 4 to 10 seconds.
And in reference to the manual strangulation, where generally somebody would use their hands and perhaps press with their thumbs, that has a very common, that you see many times, fracture of what's called the hyoid bone, correct?
Yes, that can happen. Absolutely. A little U-shaped bone up underneath the jaw. So they both cause, brain death from lack of oxygen to the brain, but the way they get there, that's leading up to that, is a totally different pathophysiologic process.
So when counsel went through the Rhode Island case, whatever that name was, and was reading from a transcript and asking you questions about the time that a person through manual strangulation, and then she made reference to suffocation, she made reference to strangulation, she made reference to compression of the chest. That has nothing to do, in your opinion, with the ligature strangulation. Is that correct?
It's a totally different mechanism of injury.
Thank you. Right.
Doctor, as you said a few moments ago, the ligature causes unconsciousness, and then the pressure has to continuously be applied for several minutes to cause death, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Anything further?
One other question. On the ligature, doctor, and we discussed this, is the ligature, does that require a person to stand over the body and continuously apply pressure to the ligature, or walk away leaving the ligature?
Whether it had a bow or not would not really be important. It was secure.
The feed jumped. Let me see if we can go back. Hold on. You guys, the feed jumped. I don't know if they cut it because of this or what. Hold on, guys. Hang on. We got to go back. Sorry.
One other question. On the ligature, doctor, and we discussed this, is the ligature, does that require a person to stand over the body and continuously apply pressure to the ligature, or walk away leaving the ligature?
No, in this case, these were elastic round loops, like that were put around, somewhat tightly, pinching the skin. You could see little lines where the skin was pinched, and it just stays there. So it's a immediate compression of those jugular veins, staying there, and then death occurs minutes later.
Thank you.
Doctor, did you see these exercise bands?
Yes.
And you know that they're one long line with a handle on each end, correct?
Right, and they're round. They're a cylinder.
Right.
They're not like a flat band.
And you know they were wrapped around each child's neck and pulled to strangle them, correct?
Well, they were wrapped several times, firmly enough around the neck to close off the jugular veins.
And you're not aware, there's been no testimony, no evidence, nothing showing that they were knotted and left there, correct?
Uh-oh.
They weren't tied in a knot and left around their necks, according to any of the evidence, correct?
The important part to me was they were wrapped several times, and then whether it had a bow or a knot would not really be important. It was secure and wrapped around the neck several times. Yeah, I can tell that from the appearance of the skin on the neck that goes.
You guys, we're going to have to talk about this. She's getting out the exercise bands. Right. I thought that Patrick untied them. I thought they were talking about what kind of a knot it was.
Wrapped around the child's neck several times and then left there. I guess you can't see it from where you are, but it just fell
No,
apart. It didn't stay in a circle.
Yeah, I sort of saw what you did. So
What was that?
I said, I saw that.
You saw it. So it was left there and it fell apart, correct?
Yeah, what you just did, sure.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you, doctor. All right.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor.
Can I see you just for a second?
Okay, everybody, take a deep breath. That was a lot. That was a lot. You guys have a lot of questions. We are going to pause here for just a second so we can talk about this. We cannot go forward. We can't go forward just yet. Okay. All right. So I don't even know where to begin. You guys asked about what the point of the questions was. The prosecution says that she did not fall the way that she meant to fall. They're saying she had no injuries to her head. They're saying she fell differently. Remember, they said that she fell. Again, we're still not 100% sure how they think that she fell because they didn't bring somebody there. Yes, the prosecutor is bothering people. Manual S is harder. They are talking over each other. My heart rate, that was messed up. I know, but she's making a point. She's trying to impeach Dr. La Posada, which is what you do. She's an expert. She's supposed to get used to that. Okay, so I have a couple of questions, and oh my goodness, I feel like we need to go back and watch Patrick's testimony. I thought that there was a knot. I thought there was a knot. I know I could be confused with the TikTok speculation about people saying that something about a sailor's knot and he's the only one that could tie the knot. I personally, FYI, I personally thought that there was a knot, that they were tied. And then if that was the case and they were completely tied, I know this is morbid and I'm sorry, but this is where my mind goes. I think you guys have the same things too, that if that's the case, then the kids would be like trying to pull against it. And I know we heard a little bit about that, but right. So if by chance, and again, you guys, we can't get too hung up on this because she said she did it. Okay. But what they're saying, and I don't know why this is in controversy, and I don't know why we're here, but let's just say it was tied and the kids couldn't get it off. And then that is a continuing constriction and that they would be unconscious after a short period of time. Let's say that scenario A. What prosecution is saying is no, they were just wrapped around so that like they could have been unwrapped. Well, and they're saying that she constantly put the pressure on them. So there was no, like, I set it up, tied a knot, and then I left to do the next one. It was a constant pressure is what the prosecution is saying. So, right, which might have taken longer, which I'm not sure what we're trying to prove here because it's a lot both ways. All right, I'm just going to look and see. Right, he said that he untied them. Prosecution is saying that he's lying. Patrick said he untied them. I got that too. What is the ligature referred to as they are using? I'm not sure. Well, it was either straight, it was manual with your hands, or ligature meaning something that ties with it. Right, he undid them, but did he just like unwrap or did he untie? The attorneys don't have to be nice. Prosecutor said no evidence of not. Defense said there would have been. I know there's confusing. Patrick said that they were untied, but remember, what Patrick says isn't 100% clear. We know that he's got some things that are just whatever his thing is. Yes, prosecutors, she's very angry. He didn't say not. He said the first step is tying a shoelace. Amanda, you could be more specific with that, because they're trying to say, well, tying a shoelace, isn't that where you go and you tie it? Like you go and you make that first sort of, I call it like a first knot, right? You manually put that on and you tie it. So if it was tied and like that, maybe not necessarily in a double knot or a bow, but if it was tied tight enough, you can get an exercise band. All right, guys, look at this. You can go and you can tie this, right? This is just a wire, right? And I don't know if you can see this, but like you go, oh, you can't see this. You see, you guys can kind of see this. It's just tied. And think about that if that's around a child's neck. Look, I got it tied around. Oh, I got it tied around my wrist. And it's pretty tight. Like it's staying there, right? If that is tied, it's staying there. It's not going anywhere. And if it's really, really tight, and who knows if a child can get that off or not. I know that's morbid, but we're talking about it. We're talking about it. Let's see. Why was there fingernails? All right. I'm trying to see if I can get any of you guys. Patrick said he untied knots. All right. Only Patrick knows. Well, the first responders do too, because the first responders were there. Well, the prints and stuff, we've already talked about the prints and stuff. All right, I know there's a lot about this. I know there's a lot going on with this one. There's a lot. But yeah, see, even if so let's say she did the first one, right? Let's say she tied the first one and she tied it really tight, and then she wrapped the other ones around. If they were wrapped around so tight that they were constricting and the kids couldn't pull it off, she could essentially do one at a time and walk away and let the struggling happen itself. And I know, I'm sorry. I don't even want to go there. I apologize, but this is where we're at. All right, I know you guys have lots of questions. Wow, it's a lot. Okay, let's see what you guys over here. She said basement when he was on the phone with 911. Reporters in the courtroom heard all the 911 call. How could she tell Patrick if she couldn't communicate? Oh, we already talked about that. He said not. Okay. All right, everybody. I think I tried to squelch that. We can come back. We can come back. All right, let's see. He's going to talk to the lawyers. Oh my goodness gracious, you guys. It is 3:00 there. I don't know where we're going. Lindsay's crying. I zoomed. I'm trying to zoom. They're still at sidebar, buddy? Are they still at sidebar? I might have zoomed too much. Hold on. Yep, they're still at sidebar. Oh, you guys. Oh my goodness, you guys. You guys, this is bananas. I don't even know where to go with this, you guys. I don't. And you guys are talking so fast. I love it. If he untied them after the first responders appear, it would be considered tampering with evidence at the crime scene. Yes, silent to an extent. He's trying to save their lives, right? So, yes and no. Now he did.
Lindsay Clancy, all parties are present excluding the jury.
All right.
Okay, jury's
Counsel,
out.
you ready for the jury?
Yes.
Okay, jury's coming back. Oh, they might have needed a break because the jurors were like, oh my goodness, this is too much. Can you imagine being in the courtroom? This might have been too much. Okay, we're back from break. Everybody, there are almost 700 of you in here. Come on, please hit that like button. Let's go. I know it's a lot. We will chat. Let's get to 120K. Come on, let's go, everybody. Let's go. We'll recap. That was a lot right now. We will recap. They're going to move on. We need to move on. They only have about an hour left today. So let's get through this and we will recap and rechat. And this is big, guys. This is big. Did the prosecutor hit what she meant to do? That's huge. Or did she just create confusion? And remember, the jury is not in our chat. The jury's not in our chat. The jury doesn't know what we're thinking. But they might have the same questions that you do. So. All right. Dr. La Posada, who was very controversial, as she always is, made her mark. So we're on potential witness number 6 for the defense. Who is Reddington going to bring up right now? Guess what, Law Lovies? We can go backwards. We can go backwards and we can watch Patrick's testimony.
All right, Attorney Reddington.
Thank you. Call Dr. Paul Zeisel, please.
Here we go, Dr. Zeisel. Oh, it's the day of heavy hitters. Well, I wouldn't call Dr. Condi a heavy hitter. Dr. Condi was a nothing burger. I didn't find his testimony compelling whatsoever. He didn't tell me anything I didn't already know. Dr. Zeisel. All right, everybody, hold on.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Dr. Zeisel is the psychiatrist that, well, first of all, he was in the room with Lindsay. And remember, there was the rumor that he had given Lindsay her phone and told her to tell Patrick that she was hearing voices. Remember all that kerfuffle? This is him. Plus, he is a world-renowned psychiatrist. He's been treating Lindsay, we think, from the beginning. So, and remember, there was also the kerfuffle of Dr. Zeisel going to see her after the court is over. And remember, they wanted the log and stuff. And so they're like, here, you can go ask Dr. Zeisel and Father Bob. There you go. All right, here we go.
All right, Mr. Reddington.
Thank you, Judge. Afternoon. Tell us your name and spell your last name for the record, please.
Good afternoon. Paul Zeisel, Zeizel.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist.
And briefly, what's the difference between a psychiatrist and a psychologist?
A psychiatrist goes to 4 years of medical school and does a residency in a specific field in medicine. A psychologist goes to graduate school, generally 4 years, and gets a PhD or a PsyD, Doctor of Psychology, in psychology. The difference in terms of clinical practice, psychologists are trained very extensively in counseling, testing, interpretation of testing, and that then continues to various treatment modalities, working with children, adolescents, couples, families, and it can extend beyond that neuropsych testing, issues of guardianship, child custody cases, and there are many variants in that. So psychologists are in the domain of treatment, testing, and evaluation of mental health conditions.
Can psychologists prescribe medication?
Generally, no, but the Department of Defense will allow psychologists in the military and overseas to sometimes prescribe medication, but 99% of psychologists do not have prescription privileges.
As far as the testing that you referenced, what is it you referring to regarding testing?
So there's testing across various domains. If a person comes in with, let's say, concerns about intellectual functioning for a child, they would have a perhaps school psychologist or educational psychologist who would do testing on cognitive levels of functioning, or neuropsych testing, or testing that deals with issues of ADD, attention deficit disorder, or ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. There's other testing that would include For example, forensic testing, that's the integration of mental health and the law. That requires a psychologist to know about the different types of forensic testing issues that might be there. So this would often be things that would be pertaining to deception, malingering, personality assessment, and sometimes sociopathy, or what's known in the DSM-5 TR, which you've heard about, antisocial personality disorder. In addition, as I briefly mentioned, guardianship, conservatorship, custody issues with parenting, risk assessments for certain jobs that individuals might have, working for government and top secret positions, police officers, military as well.
So, for example, some of the testing, what is the MMPI?
So, yes, it's called the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, and there are various iterations. There's MMPI 3, there's the RF. Some are focused on forensic assessment. It is a test that is been around since the 1940s, that was originally used to determine a sample size of white men going into the military who would be good leaders. Today, the sample is based on a much more diversified population, including women and different racial ethnicities, and it's divided into two parts. One part has what we call a validity and reliability scale and a lie scale. Validity.
The lie scale, is that also referred to as the K scale?
Yes, it could be considered part of the K scale, and it's whether someone is being dishonest with the test, but it will change slightly because people on some tests, psychological tests, will want to come across as faking good. Some people will want to come across as faking bad. Faking good would be a mother whose children were taken away. She would like to get them back, so she wants to come across as the healthiest person there is. Conversely, faking bad is someone seeking a, let's say, a workman's compensation claim, and they may have a tendency to exaggerate the nature of their injuries.
So in this case, for example, forget about workman's comp. Let's talk about a murder charge. If a defendant submits to a psychological test, such as the MMPI, and the interpretation by a psychologist of the results of that test, if the person wanted to pretend that they were suffering from a disease, a defect, would that test ostensibly be able to tell the psychologist that?
Yes.
Was an MMPI administered by the government's doctors on this case to Lindsay?
Yes.
Did that have a K scale as to whether or not she was lying or exaggerating or malingering or trying to fake that she had some disease or defect?
Yes, it had a case.
And what were the results of the government's doctors' tests on the Minnesota multiphasic personality as it relates to the K scale?
Objection.
Yeah, can I see counsel over here?
Why the objection? It's because whether he's like making inferences towards other people and Lindsay, and I feel like he's making a leap towards her where he can't really get into that because we don't know. They haven't laid a foundation yet. Foundation. That's my answer. They haven't laid a foundation yet. Did you treat her, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the reason why I think that they're getting into this, but I don't know because I'm not at sidebar. You guys have said you've seen Dr. Zeisel before. I was trying to see if I could look really quickly. There was when I asked Google, it says Carlos Asensio trial. I don't know if you guys know about that one. I'm trying to see if I can think of any others that he had testified to that you may or may not know about. Okay. I'm trying to see if I can find out where he testified before, if you may or may not know. No, they just keep saying that it's the Carlos Asensio M trial. I don't know. But he's a licensed clinical and forensic psychologist. I hope that answers your question. Yeah, let's forget about workman's comp. Let's get to the thing at hand, the M charge, please. Everybody, this is bananas. It just went from kangaroos to something else. I think we need to have some bananas, some banana emojis. Banana emojis. Because kangaroo court just went to bananas. This is just bonkers to me. So you guys are wondering kind of why the prosecutor did what she did. Because she's arguing with La Posada as to how long it took potentially for the kids to be unconscious, which is a hypothetical, right? You don't know, you weren't there. And does it really matter? Does it really matter? I'm not downplaying that 3 children have died. I'm not downplaying that whatsoever. We already know how they've ceased. I also think that Reddington is also trying to play to the TikTokers, right? When they were talking about her thyroid being crushed and all of that stuff. And then I know a lot of people are like, the timing.
As we say, lead you a little bit. Yes or no answers would be fine. Were you aware that a test was administered by the government's doctor, I think it was Dr. Helbrin, to Lindsay Clancy in the course of the government's evaluation?
Yes.
And did you consider the results of and the interpretation of that test as part of your opinion for this jury?
Yes.
And to that extent, as you discuss whether or not somebody is faking or somebody is exaggerating, do you have an opinion based upon your review of the discovery in the case to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not Lindsay Clancy, in the course of that evaluation, was malingering or lying or exaggerating?
Yes, I do.
Tell the jury.
My opinion in the testing of Ms. Clancy regarding the MMPI was that
Objection.
Just the doctor, your opinion, doctor.
she was not faking. There was no evidence of any malingering. She presented as an honest citizen.
Okay. Now, regarding your background, I may have jumped the gun. Tell us briefly what your educational background is.
I have a bachelor's degree from Queens College. I have a master's degree from Harvard University and a doctorate in clinical psychology from William James College.
And your career spans how many years, sir?
I've been licensed for 37 years.
And would you consider yourself to be a forensic psychologist?
Yes, I do.
And as you indicated, that's the interface between medicine and law. Is that correct? Forensic?
And mental health and law, yes.
Mental health and law, okay. In this case, your experience obviously is something somebody has to evaluate. Can you tell us your history as a psychologist? In other words, your experience that you've had in the field.
Yes. Well, in the field, as a forensic psychologist, been involved in over 1,000 cases, testifying for both the Commonwealth as well as for Respondents' Counsel. I testify more for respondents or defendants these days. I've been qualified in every court in the Commonwealth with the exception of Nantucket because I've not done any cases in Nantucket County. I have a small private practice. I have done work with governmental agencies, a psychologist for the DEA, Drug Enforcement Administration, and I've worked as a federal contractor, as a vendor overseas for the State Department in Afghanistan.
How long were you in Afghanistan?
I was in Afghanistan from November 2007 to roughly mid-February 2011.
So for that 4-year period while you were in Afghanistan, what was the nature of your work?
the nature of my work was basically the equivalent through the military. They get analogies with the military as a combat psychologist. I was embedded in the field. I would do evaluations, what we call critical incident debriefings. And when there would be multinational forces, and in Afghanistan, it was the ISAF coalition, International Security Assistance Forces. That would be countries that were deployed over there. England, Germany, France, Spain, Italy, Portugal, Romania, Bulgaria, Australia, New Zealand, a total of 38 countries. I could go on, but I'm not going to. And I'd be loaned to various countries in different parts of the country to do debriefings after a critical incident, which would be what's called a TIC, T-I-C, troops in combat. I'd fly out usually on a helicopter, do the debriefings of the people who survived those attacks, engaged in those attacks, and ensure that they were stable enough to continue and, if you will, fit for duty. I would also do evaluations on violence assessments, individuals who had problems maintaining their ability to function safely in a war zone where everyone carries at least one weapon, usually two, to ensure that they were able to be healthy for their work. And I would do various types of training and debriefing. I was also loaned out to other governmental agencies, the U.S. Marshals, the FBI, the CIA, and with each of those agencies, there would be various issues that were necessary. People getting hurt, people killing individuals who attack them. And when that occurs, as one would imagine, there's great trauma that goes with that. And these people were not necessarily negatively impacted in the moment, but we would make sure that they were healthy enough to continue their work. If need be, if they were psychologically impaired, I would be involved in helping get them sent over back to Europe, to Landstuhl, Germany, sometimes to Dubai, and help with individuals who suffered themselves with issues back in the United States. So I would have to do death notifications with the military. I would help with issues of conflict with other soldiers and contractors and agencies, dealing with all the issues that one might expect could come up in various parts of a war zone. I was often sent to what are called FOBs. Those are forward observation bases, generally about 100 people, more or less, in those bases, multi-international. And I was also sent to COPs, COPs, combat outposts, very remote, in the middle of nowhere, on mountainsides where you walk up goat trails just to get to where your small base is. And the billets were often cots and tents that were erected on rocks and no electricity, quite remote. And I was on many, many dismounted patrols with the belief that having a psychologist or someone psychologically trained to deal with what it's like to be in a war zone would be therapeutic, if not therapeutic, explainable and helpful. I did many of those events.
At some point, did I ask you to become involved to some degree in this case, Doctor?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury when that was?
I received a phone call from Attorney Reddington late in the evening on February 3rd, 2023. It was late because I was already in bed sleeping and the phone rang. It was about 11:30.
And without getting into the details, did I advise you that I was representing a young woman by the name of Lindsay Clancy and that she was severely injured and she was in a hospital?
Yes.
As a result of that, what did you do?
That next morning, I went to Brigham and Women's Hospital. went to the front desk where one would normally check in. And there was a woman there who I felt was a volunteer. I explained who I was. I explained that I was asked by Attorney Reddington to evaluate Miss Clancy on the surgical ICU unit.
Were you able to access her to speak to her?
Eventually, yes.
And when you say eventually, what's the time frame we're talking?
I was initially told I couldn't go. I had to wait 30 minutes. Attorney Reddington called the chief counsel of the hospital to enable me to have access to the unit where Miss Clancy was staying.
When was it that you were able to get into the unit to see her?
12:30 in the afternoon,
What day?
February 4th.
So it would be January 24th, 7, so this is almost
11 days.
later, right?
Yes,
But also aware that I needed a court order to get you into the hospital.
that's correct.
And were you able to ultimately get in the hospital, go to the surgical unit and meet with Lindsay?
Yes,
Jurors have had a chance to look at photographs of her laying in the bed with tubes and wires and all of that. Is that what she looked like when you first saw her?
yes. However, she was also with her right arm, as I recall, shackled to the bed with handcuffs.
So they're not little soft little things that tie her hands to the side of the bed, but they're handcuffs?
They weren't soft. They were regular, but appeared to be metal handcuffs that police officers and perhaps officers in this court use for detaining people and arresting people.
So
They were not soft.
while she's laying in the bed, did she have the tubes and the wires for treatment in the emergency, the intensive care unit, I should say?
Yes,
Was she intubated at that point, if you recall?
she was not.
So she was able to speak.
Yes,
Was she able to move obviously she's chained to the bed, so she couldn't get up.
she could not get up. She couldn't move below her sternum, the chest bone.
At that point, had you and I met and talked about this case at all?
No.
What was the reason I asked you to go to the hospital?
You are worried about her mental health, given the significant event that had just taken place a few days earlier. You were concerned that she had absolutely no ability to have visitors. Visitors were not permitted to meet with her, from family members to friends to a priest. No one was able to see her.
So as a result of that conversation we had, you went to the hospital, went into her room, and you were able to speak to her. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, if you recall, what type of law enforcement presence? Uniform, cops, guns, stuff like that? What did you notice?
I noticed literally outside of her hospital room were 2 state troopers in their blue uniforms, sitting each in a chair on either side of the doorway to Ms. Clancy's room, with a nurse sitting in the corner of her room.
When you went in to see her on that date, was it your understanding she had recently been extubated? In other words, they removed the tube from her mouth?
Yes.
And do you recall the conversation that you had with Lindsay at that time?
Yes, I did.
Tell the jurors what your memory is.
The conversation I had with Ms. Clancy at that time was one where I asked if she knew where she was. So I did what's called a mental status exam, a brief mental status exam. It's orientation to time, place, location. She didn't know where she was. Wasn't quite sure what time it was. She knew who she was. And she told me that she remembers what happened, but it was very fuzzy and foggy. At the time, she had been on medication for the significant pain post-surgery while in that hospital room.
And during the course of that interview with her, did she express any concern to you about her husband, Patrick?
Yes, she did.
Tell the jurors what she indicated to you.
She said, since 11 days prior to my meeting with her, which would have been January 24th, 2023, she had no contact with Patrick. She wanted to know how he was doing. She wanted to know if she could call him and find out where things are with her and with him and how he was faring, and to just speak with him.
She expressed concern about her family.
Yes, she did.
Did she express concern about what had happened?
Yes.
Did she ask you, or did you offer to her the ability to speak to her husband, Patrick?
She asked me if she could use my cell phone to call her husband.
Did she do that?
Yes, she did.
Did you hear the conversation?
Yes, I told her we'd call. It would have to be on speakerphone.
And tell us about that conversation.
So that first phone call, I believe on the 24th, he did not pick up. She left a message. I did not leave a message. We then called back 2 days later on the 6th.
And after the 2 days had transpired and the call was made on the 6th, did she have a chance to talk to Patrick?
Yes.
Were you there?
Yes.
Was she still chained to the bed?
Yes.
Were the cops still outside the room?
Yes, not in blues. They were in civilian clothing, jeans, flannel shirts.
And tell us what she said to Patrick in your presence on the speakerphone at that point.
She had told Patrick that she loved him very much. She was unable to express a lot of emotion, but she expressed love for him. And she had said that she heard a male voice ordering her, telling her that she didn't have any choice, but she had to kill her children and then kill herself.
Now, doctor, have in mind your background, your career, Did you tell Lindsay Clancy to lie or make that up and pretend that she was hearing voices?
No,
Do you have any conversation or any suggestions to her at all that she should say she heard voices or anything like that?
absolutely not.
Why did you let her call her husband on your cell phone?
I let her call her husband out of human compassion.
As time went by, did I then, oh, by the way, you've testified for me on other matters.
Okay, everybody. I have to say something. We'll go back. Human compassion. She is under arrest, everybody. She is a suspect in a crime. I just need you to put two things into context, okay? Why is she any special than anybody else? If I know you can come for me, It's fine. You can come for me. If this was another person, what if it was somebody of a different race? Do they have a Dr. Zeisel come into their rescue so they can call a loved one? She is under arrest in her hospital bed. No special treatment. No special treatment. So you can come for me. I don't care. Think about this. Think about if it was you. If you don't have the money to have a Dr. Zeisel come into your room, do you think that you would get that comfort call, that human compassion call? No, you're under arrest. You might be able to call and talk to a lawyer, but that's it. You're not talking to anybody else until you're cleared to do so. She wasn't cleared to do so. I don't know what the implications of this are. I don't know necessarily if Dr. Zeisel broke the law, but I can tell you this is not good. I don't think it's legal, but I cannot tell you at the top of my head why it would be illegal. But it's not normal, right? And then, think about if this was another person, somebody who might be African-American or somebody of a different race or whatever. You're not going to get the same treatment. I'm sorry, you guys, right? Jail calls are recorded. This isn't a jail call. This is a hospital, give me the phone call, right? And not only that, but then, it's not recorded. This call's not recorded. We don't know. Would Dr. Zeisel lie? We hope not. We hope that, right, she's a suspect. We would hope that Dr. Zeisel is not lying, but we'll never know. So we just, I don't know. When I talk about kangaroo court and this stuff happening, it's just beyond me. I have no words. I have no words. No words. Mistrial. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. And besides that, the prosecution knows that this was coming in. All right, I'm going to back it up. I just had to say my 2 cents. I'm going to back it up just a smidgy
Have
smudge.
you not been
I let her call her husband out of human compassion.
as time went by, did I then, oh, by the way, you've testified for me on other matters, have you not?
Yes,
We go back about 20 years
yes,
and we socialized together.
yes,
So we're friends.
yes.
And as you worked on the case, can you tell the jurors what information you had access to that would allow you to continue with your investigation as a psychologist?
I had access to her clinical records. Many of that were discussed here. Emergency room records, grand jury minutes. With the longitudinal nature of my evaluation, I had records from Brigham and Women's, South Shore, Spalding Hospital, and most recently, Tewksbury Hospital, which go back to, I believe, March 27th or so, 2023 till today.
How many times have you seen Lindsay since that day in January of 24?
So I've met with 2023. I've met with Ms. Clancy over 45 times since then. And that was at the writing and the issuance of my report to Attorney Reddington. That was in the middle of June. And I've seen Ms. Clancy since then 20 times probably, or 15, inclusive of being in this courtroom and sometimes meeting with her in the holding unit.
And you've had occasion to visit with her in Tewksbury Hospital many of those times, right?
Yes,
And you've had occasion to visit with her in the lockup to this courthouse, correct?
yes,
And she's been treated very well by everybody, the court officers, everybody, is that correct?
Objection. Relevance.
Yeah, sustained.
Relevant.
You've had a chance to see her in the lockup, right?
yes.
Why would
No, overruled.
you see her in the lockup?
I would see Lindsay Clancy in lockup because the nature of presentation in this court has been gut-wrenching for anyone who would be exposed to such horrific
Objection and move to strike. It's not responsible to the question.
Not only that, it's speculation.
I'll withdraw it. Let me
All right, so that answer, please, Jill, that answer is
Thank you for the objection.
Okay.
In Tewksbury Hospital, have you had to see her to evaluate her in addition to your testimony for a juror?
yes,
Why?
because the nature of mental health is something that's not a static or what we consider historical piece of information. Static information means a date of birth. That's never going to change. Dynamic issues are things that are subject to change, like the weather, like your health, like your mood. So to do an evaluation for a case that Ms. Clancy's involved in, which is a triple homicide case, requires an examiner to ensure that she's competent to stand trial and that her mental health is stable enough to be able to go forward with court proceedings.
Is there an additional component, and has there been an additional component of her suicidal ideation since she's been in custody at Brigham and Women's and then, of course, transferred years ago to Tewksbury?
Objection. Approach. Please.
Can I see counsel?
Okay, what are they getting into? They're getting into her medical status after the time that she obviously did the crime and now that she's in Tewksbury. Yes, he went to go see her, but I don't know at what capacity Dr. Zeisel serves. Is he just a consultant on this case? Is he actually taking care of her and diagnosing her? So I don't know that dynamic. So we don't know what he can get into. If he's not treating her, he can only look at her records and make an opinion about her records, not direct testimony. He's directly testifying to her mental status. And that is why they objected. He can't do that. So I hope that that answers that question. Yeah, it was on speakerphone, but everybody, listen, you guys, she's in custody. She's a suspect in this unaliving of her children. They're still investigating even after 11 days, right? I don't know if she was arrested and arraigned by that time. I don't know. I would have to go back and look at the records. Remember, I don't have those records. So you can't do these things. You can't give special treatment. Not only that, but think about all the other suspects and stuff. Do they have a Dr. Zeisel, right? No, they don't. And remember, Dr. Zeisel's getting paid. He's a buddy. He's a buddy of Reddington. They've been buddies for years. He's getting paid to do all of these things. So is biased? Absolutely. He's biased towards the defense. He's getting paid to do the things that she did. Right. Just like Lori Daybell. Right. Daybell doesn't get any special treatment. Wouldn't you think he would ask first if she could call her husband? No, he decided that they didn't need to ask anybody. Dr. Zeisel took it upon himself to do that. Can you bring up my volume, please? Thank you. Oh, okay. Let's see. All right, we'll do some testing. All right, is that good enough or is that too low? Too high, too low? Let me know. Jose, let me know. I'll be looking for your answers. Good or bad? Volume good or bad? Yes or no? Everybody, answer the question about my volume. Good. Mari says good. Good. Okay, everybody, thank you. She knew the kids were gone. I would say the answer is yes. How many of the prosecutor's witness have been used for multiple cases? Oh, Monique, I would have to go back and look at that. I can't tell you. I know that the forensic people, they testify all the time. So that would be it. But I can't answer that question. Do you think you remember Pat's number? I don't know. But a lot of people, I'm sure that Reddington gave it to him. But a lot of police did give Lori Daybell special treatment up until everything was uncovered. Perhaps, maybe. Pretty white women. Yep. Wouldn't you think that he would ask, okay, yep. Wait, isn't hearsay repeating what somebody else told someone? That's right. That's why she objected the one time. He personally witnessed her saying it. That means two people heard her at the same time. Yep. Can I do a recap? You missed everything. Jasmine, as soon as we are done, I will do a full recap, okay? We need to get through this witness. We need to get through whatever's going on. I see the camera moving. So the cop heard it. Well, we don't know if that actually is true or not.
While you're evaluating her, whether it be Tewksbury.
Okay, we're going back.
Here, her present state of mind is always an interest to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in addition to all of the police reports, grand jury minutes, photographs, and things that you've described for us, sir, have you also had occasion to review all of the medical records without going through every one of them, dealing with Jennifer Tufts, Gelada, drugs that were prescribed to her, et cetera?
Yes.
Were you able to take a family history and a school history from Lindsay?
Yes.
Were you able to take a medical history from Lindsay?
Yes.
Were you concerned about her status as a woman who had recently had a child, Callan, in the spring of 2022?
Yes.
And what time frame was it that you were focusing on for purposes of your evaluation as to her mental state after having Callan, when she was postpartum?
The time frame started in roughly September 2022 through January 2023.
And during that period of time, you were aware that she had certain symptomology. Again, we could go through every single one of them, or we can just say, yes, she did express that she had symptomology. Jury's heard the evidence up to this point.
Yes, many times
And
to
did she see
other
doctors?
people.
Did she see doctors?
Yes,
Dr. Tufts?
yes.
Was that the first time that she was expressing anxiety and her concerns about insomnia, and that she went to see Dr. Tufts and she was prescribed the SSRI?
Yes.
July, June, August of 2022. What was her mood at that point?
Her mood was waxing and waning at times, but struggling as well in common sense ways. Having 3 children, ages 5 and under, not an easy task.
So in the fall of 2022, when she went to see Dr. Tufts, that's when she was prescribed the first SSRI.
Zoloft, yes.
And that would, and again, when she had the second baby, that would be Dawson.
Yes.
Did she have also indicia, symptomology of anxiety and the symptoms that she had described that she required that she had to be placed on some medication?
Yes, she did.
What was that medication?
I believe that was trazodone, if I'm not mistaken.
When she was in nursing school prior to that, was she placed on medication?
Yes, she was.
And that was because of public speaking nerves. What was the medication?
There were multiple medications. I believe it was propranolol, and I believe it may have been trazodone and Wellbutrin, but I'm not totally positive of that.
Do you recall that she was prescribed an SSRI when she was in nursing school?
Yes,
What was that?
that was Zoloft.
When she saw Dr. Tufts and she took the Zoloft, it was 25 milligrams initially. Is that correct?
Yes,
Was it increased?
it was increased to 50 milligrams sometime later.
And
Yes.
how did she react to that?
She didn't take the medication initially. She waited a few weeks until she started on the lower dose.
So my question was, how did she react to the increase in the Zoloft?
Poorly.
What does that mean?
It was not a therapeutic uplift for her. She didn't do well. She didn't feel better. By all reports from Ms. Clancy, she did not get better.
How about sleeping? Did she have any complaints about sleeping?
Yes,
What was that?
her insomnia got worse with the passage of time.
As September turned into October, it turns into November, around the time of Thanksgiving. Had she continued to seek help from medical health care providers?
Yes,
Answer is yes.
yes.
Who did she seek to get help from?
Well, the initial person, I believe, was her mother-in-law, Sue Clancy, and who was a labor and delivery nurse who knew
Who
people.
did she see as a result of Sue Clancy?
I believe it was Julie Paul initially.
And what group was she affiliated with?
South Shore Perinatal Health.
Did Ms. Paul, nurse practitioner Paul, prescribe medication for her?
Yes,
And did she continue to deal with South Shore perinatal?
yes,
When at some point did she stop dealing shortly, a short period of time, with nurse practitioner Paul?
yes. Nurse
But-
Paul left.
And why was that?
She got a transferred position. It had nothing to do with her patient load or
So she was transferred.
she was transferred.
Okay.
Yes.
So as a short period of time, she was transferred. Who was the next person that she dealt with?
Rebecca Gelada.
Did Rebecca Gelada have a particular position? Was she a nurse practitioner?
Yes.
And how long did she deal with Rebecca Gelada?
3 appointments.
And during that period of time with Rebecca Gelada, was she prescribed medication?
Yes.
What was the medication?
I believe it was Seroquel.
How did she react to that?
Poorly.
And as time went by, going into the holiday season, Thanksgiving, do you recall what her symptomology and complaints were to the healthcare providers at that point, whether it be Tufts or Gelada, anybody?
Yes.
What were they?
She had many concerns about her health. She wasn't feeling well. She felt out of touch with herself. She felt numb. She experienced disassociation.
All right, stop right there. What is disassociation?
Disassociation is a psychological construct that means you feel removed from your body. You don't feel in touch with your body. You feel different than the way you normally do. You look back at your life and you say, something is wrong with me. I'm not feeling the way I normally do.
Did she express, for example, when the jurors were looking at the medical records on November 27th of 2022 to nurse practitioner Gelada, that she felt that she was out of her body and that she had a disassociated state?
Yes, and that's sometimes known as a depersonalization. You feel removed from your body. You feel removed. You feel as if you are not in your full body.
Now, at that time, was she also complaining of other symptoms? And to cut to the chase, was she saying that she could not emote, she couldn't feel love, she couldn't feel happiness, she felt heavy,
Yeah.
she couldn't walk, she couldn't bathe, she had difficulty relating to people? Is that fair to say?
Absolutely. She couldn't get out of the bed. She had total flattened affect.
Did she then seek additional help?
Yes.
Where?
She went to the, I believe, the emergency room initially at South Shore to go to Mass General.
And did they prescribe additional medication for her?
I believe they did, yes.
Did she make any expressions to her treating physicians up to this point about what in her opinion, what the medications were doing to her?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said she was in a brain fog. The medications were making things worse. They were not helping. They were not helping her.
Now, as that time went on into the period of Thanksgiving up to around Christmas, did she continue to reach out to people for help, such as suicide hotlines?
Yes, she reached out to.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
Why did she call a suicide hotline?
She was worried about killing herself.
And did she get any help from the suicide hotline?
She was turned away.
How about the second time she called the suicide hotline?
She was turned away.
How about when she went to the Women and Infants program in Rhode Island?
They told her she was not a good fit for the program.
Why?
Because she was overly medicated.
And did she continue to seek help from healthcare providers?
Yes.
And what was the next thing that happened as far as dealing with healthcare providers for Lindsay in her postpartum stage?
She went to the Mass General emergency room.
What happened there?
On 12:30, she said she needed to go to the hospital. She was at the emergency room. She was sent to McLean Hospital in Belmont. It's a Harvard-affiliated hospital.
Now that McLean Hospital, when you say was sent to, they're to say that even though they had to transport her, it was a voluntary commitment?
Yes.
And what was her state of mind that caused her to have a voluntary commitment to the locked wards of McLean Hospital?
She was worried about killing herself, and she uttered concerns about killing her children.
How about, did she relate any intrusive thoughts, dark thoughts, things of that nature during this period of time, October, November, December?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
She said she had, quote, horrible thoughts, unquote. She felt that people could actually hear her thoughts. The thoughts were so loud that strangers could hear them.
Did
Sometimes.
she express at that point, for example, that she was concerned about school teachers with the little Sprouts school with the kids, that they could read her thoughts and that she would lose custody?
Yes, it's called ideas of reference. You believe other people can hear what you're thinking, and that can have a very negative interpretation for the person believing that, feeling that, and thinking that the outcome is going to be a negative one, that their children may be relieved from their care.
Now, as it relates to the concept of a psychosis, can you tell me in 25 words or less what a psychosis is?
A psychosis is what's considered a major mental health disorder. It's when people have disorganized thinking, and the symptoms most typically are hallucinations. There are different types of hallucinations. 80% of people with psychoses hear voices. There are different types of voices that one can hear. Benign, get a glass of water. Benevolent, you're a good person, keep it up. Or malevolent, threatening them, telling them, ordering them to do something horrible, and you believe those voices.
Now, during that period of time, when she got out of the McLean Hospital, what medication was she titrating or getting off of?
I believe she's getting off the Seroquel.
Was she able to do that?
Yes.
Relating back to November 27th with the dissociative state, is that an indicia, is that an indication or a harbinger of psychosis?
Yes.
And is a psychosis, is that something that somebody would be suffering from a psychosis for a month at a time, 2 months at a time, or is that short periods, or how does that work?
People with psychoses have intermittent symptoms. They can function fine one day, and the next day they can be hearing voices. They could be seeing things, feeling things, smelling things. To be clear, those additional types of hallucinations did not plague Ms. Clancy. She only had auditory hallucinations, but hallucinations are like the waves at the beach. They come and go.
They're called waxing and waning?
Yes.
And would you tell me, doctor, in your opinion, is an individual, and we refer to postpartum psychosis, is that a particular affliction that afflicts women that have had babies and they go through a period of postpartum depression and then ultimately postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
Can you tell us, is a person, even if they are in the throes of psychosis, are they able to make a phone call?
Yes, they can.
Are they able to drive a car?
Yes.
Are they able to say, hi, Hawaii, I'd like to have a hot dog?
Yes.
They don't have to look at the unicorn in the corner, right?
That's correct.
Mr. Ring, it's 4 o'clock. So it's a good time to.
Sure.
All right. So members of the jury, we're going to recess until tomorrow morning. I would expect our schedule tomorrow will be similar to the schedule we had today, hopefully without the technology issues. And I'm just going to remind everybody the same instructions. Don't read anything about this case or similar cases. Don't talk about it. Don't listen to anything. And keep an open mind. Go home. Have a nice evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. Okay?
All rise, please. Jurors exit.
All right, let's see if they put anything on the record. Hello and welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining me. It has been a very long and heavy and very jaw-dropping day. If you haven't seen my expressions throughout the day, I think if I had a highlight, it would be like, oh. So I'm all over the place. My mic is low again. You can't hear me? Oh my goodness. All right. Can you hear me now? Do.
Thank you.
Yes, tea time. You can hear me? You can hear me. Can everybody hear me? You can hear me now? Everybody hear me? I don't know why my mic is low. All right, we're going to see if they put anything on the record, so we're just going to still keep it going on. Get new headphones. It's low. Everybody, you're killing me. You're killing me. Let's see. My audio is all the way up. Maybe I'll put it a little bit closer to me. Then if I scream in your ear, let me know, okay? If I'm screaming in your ear, please let me know. Thank you, everybody. Okay. All right. You can hear me fine. I'm good. All right. I hope that's good. Let's see. My microphone. Okay, there. Oh, I turned it up. Oh. Okay, let me know if it is any louder than that. If I'm too loud, let me know. I hope I don't scream in your ears. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me. Oh my goodness. They cut the feed. All right. Hello and welcome, everybody. If you're just joining in, my name is Missy K. Thank you so much for joining me. We are talking about the Lindsay Clancy case. We are in day 15. It has been bonkers. For those of you who need a recap, I'm going to recap for you. I'm not going to tell you everything. There's been so much stuff going on. The very first witness that we had this morning was Lindsay Clancy's mother-in-law, Susan Clancy. Remember, she was the one that works as the labor and delivery nurse in South Shore. She testified that she testified to a whole bunch of things. Let me go back. She testified and said that Lindsay was a really good mother, that they were worried about her. And then that begs the question, if you're so worried about her, why didn't you do anything, right? The prosecution did get hung up on that, and they asked her many times, why didn't you take the kids from her? If you're working during the day, you can take them at night. As we well know, the Clancy in-law family, for some reason, is not connected to the kids. They don't want to go to the birthday parties, but they do help out from time to time. The mom said she took Cora to go shopping, but she didn't with the younger kids. You can go either way. She said that Lindsay never harmed Dawson, that she was a loving mother. She knew that she was declining in the fall. She was begging for help. She stressed that on cross-examination. They talked about that she had met Lindsay in the ER one time. Lindsay drove to the ER. She was in labor and delivery at the time. She came down to go see her. Patrick wasn't with her. He must have been watching the children. But it was stated at that time that she had taken a THC gummy. Taking the gummy, could that have made her go to the hospital? Could that have made her have the palpitating heartbeats? Who knows? But the mother-in-law didn't know she took one. And remember, Lindsay drove herself to the hospital and back. Was she under the influence? Question. And she wasn't sleeping. But the prosecution got up and asked her if she was a Catholic, and then asked her if she knew it was a mortal sin to have committed M. I kid you not. The prosecution asked her that. The judge admonished her. They went to a sidebar really quickly, and then that had to be stricken from the record. The judge made a note to the jury. I thought she was pretty compelling. I felt like the prosecution was sort of blaming the mom. You know, if you guys felt that she was in such danger, why didn't you take care of her? But that is a question. That is a question. All right, next we had La Posada was supposed to take the stand, but she couldn't because they had issues. Then we heard from Dr. Condi. Dr. Condi basically rehashed all the things that we already know that all the doctors testified to. What Lindsay was doing, saying, etc., to each one of the doctors, what medication she was on, what adverse reactions she had. Dr. Condi didn't have anything really to add. In my opinion, if you feel like he landed somewhere, you guys can let me know. But I do not think that he landed anywhere that would be of any noting fact. And remind you, I am just going over this really but at the end of all of this, I do kind of go through the witnesses and make some little TikToks of anything that was important. But Reddington was in the middle of a question, and the prosecutor got up to object, and he said, "Let me finish." So that was kind of funny. That was of note. All right. When Dr. La Posada, she testified via Zoom. That's not the same as testifying in front of everybody else, by the way, but it sounded to me that Dr. La Posada had some medical issues in which she couldn't travel. In the beginning, it was nothing, but then they talked about La Posada says that Lindsay Clancy, and I took pictures of this, it's on my Facebook page if you want to see, that the way Lindsay fell out of the window was that she fell down, her head sort of kind of crumpled, and that's how she sort of landed on the back, and that is how she received the injuries in her spine, her C1 fractures, her Jefferson fractures, etc., etc., etc. I don't have the explicit notes in front of me. You can go to my Facebook page. It's on there. She was emphatic that that is how those injuries occurred. Remember, the prosecution says that's not what occurred, but they haven't quite told us what their thoughts are. And remember, the prosecution has rested. They didn't bring on a doctor to say how those occurred. And if they did, let me know. Then the prosecution got up and was really stuck on, they brought up a case that Dr. La Posada testified to. It was the Kimberly Fry case out of 2011. That case was a manual escalation, which is where you have your hands on someone's neck, versus Lindsay's, which was a ligature. Ligature is where you have, the bands. So they were arguing back and forth how long it actually takes for somebody to be incapacitated, unconscious, i.e., be unalived. And I don't know why that they were going back and forth with this. Is this still a hill that they want to die on? But the prosecution doubled down. So La Posada was talking about how the bands were around the children's necks and how that basically she was saying, oh, well, you just kind of like tie it around each one and it sort of self does it themselves. If it was tied very, very tightly around each one of them, perhaps the children were unable to extricate it from themselves. And therefore, I'm assuming that she could go quickly and just go tie them and do all the things. And that's how quickly it happened. Everybody was saying in the chat. So then the prosecutor got out the bands, I kid you not, and she kind of wrapped them around. And she's like, well, if it's just wrapped around, then it just falls down. She was making it stating that Lindsay was there actually pulling and creating the pressure versus it being tied and having that pressure around the neck of the children's and it being done by itself. I hope that I explained that. So she actually got out the bands and was talking about it to Dr. La Posada, and it was bananas. If you need to go back and watch anything, go watch this testimony. It was you just were like, what? And I think the jurors had a huge, huge, huge reaction to it. They had to take a break afterwards. I talked about it a little bit. You can go back and see that if you want. Again, is that the hill that we're dying on? We already know that Lindsay already said that she did it. But remember, the prosecution, they need to prove their case too. So are they both doing their due diligence in this case? Absolutely. Absolutely. So definitely go back and look at La Posada's testimony if you can. That is definitely eye-opening for everyone. All right, everybody who is in my TikTok chat, there are 739 of you. Welcome, welcome. If you don't know who I am, my name is Missy K. I bring you legal cases. We are in the thick of the Lindsay Clancy case. If you're following along, welcome. It's day 15. I cannot bring it to you live on here because TikTok won't allow me to, but I am over on YT. I'm live over there now. You can join in or you can join us tomorrow. The last witness that testified just now right here is Dr. Zeisel. Dr. Zeisel is a forensic psychiatrist. He went and saw Lindsay in her hospital room 11 days after the incident. He gave Lindsay, they talked about how bad it was that she was handcuffed to the bed and that there were 2 police officers outside guarding her. You guys, I must remind you that she is a suspect. She is under arrest, right? She is the sole person who committed this crime. And at the time, she's the one that they're investigating. Dr. Zeisel was able to go into her hospital room and he allowed her to make a phone call to Patrick and have a conversation with her, talking about that she loved him. And Dr. Zeisel wasn't specific as to what was talked about. He talked about it in generalization, but that she kind of knew what was happening. Yes, so there is a big controversy of whether or not that Patrick said that he untied those bands around the children or he didn't. And so you guys, as soon as we are done, we're going to go back and listen to Patrick's testimony just in that time frame, just so we can go back and yes. So that's a big hub to do. All right, so there are a whole bunch of you here in my chat. If you guys do not know, I'm on other spaces as well. I'm on Facebook, I'm on YouTube. So if you want to go to those spaces, make sure to go over there, like, subscribe, what have you. On the Book of the Face, today I did post let me be more specific. I posted the pictures from Dr. La Posada and the injuries to Lindsay. I posted how they made like a a rendering of how she fell out of the window and what that meant. And I only posted just a little bit about the mom. Also on there is Lindsay and Patrick's civil suits. They're on there as well if you want to go read, plus a lot of other things. So make sure you go over to those spaces and like them and follow as well so that you guys know. All right. Again, there are 764 of you here in my chat. I need to get my numbers up. So everybody, if everybody's here, we have 131 likes. We're going to get to 200,000 likes. So everybody, please tappity tap, 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 and I will go through and answer your questions to the best of my ability. But there are a whole bunch of people over here on YT. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. You can hear me fine. We haven't circled back to that, but I'm 99% Patrick stated he untied it. Yes. Thank you. We have confirmed if there was testimony on the bands being knots or tied, we're going to go back and we're going to watch it just so we can clear that up. The only bands were shown were, I think, the black bands, and I want to say the black bands were the ones that were around Callan, but I don't know for sure. I don't know. You can hear me fine. Thank you. Thank you. No problem. This was Dr. Zeisel. If you guys know, so you guys, somebody asked me earlier, he said it was tied to show like it was up without the bunny ears. Right. And I said that. Okay. So you guys, look at this. I did this earlier. I'm going to do it again. I don't know if you can see, but here we go. So here's this wire and it's tied around my arm, right? If I go and I make it tighter, it's really tight around my arm. And then if you wrap it, if I'm wrapping it really, really tight and really, really tight, it hurts. It hurts. So if she initially made the first little tie or little knot, and then and the kids couldn't do this, you guys, it still doesn't absolve the fact that she did it, okay? I just want to say that. She is admitted to it. That's not in question, okay? But was it right for Dr. Zeisel to give her the phone? Probably not. She's a suspect. Does every suspect get that treatment? Probably not. Then Dr. Zeisel continued to rehash what was already said earlier that day. It was interesting, though, that he was going into psychosis, what a psychosis means. You guys kind of caught some of that it could just be, it waxes and wanes and it can come and go. So do you guys know that there are people who have internal thoughts in their head that like you're talking to yourself in your head, and then there's some people that don't have that. I have that, right? And you guys know that if you have like this internal voice in your head that's like, oh, don't do that. Oh, you better not do that. Or like you're talking to yourself. Is that a form of psychosis? Is that a form of psychosis? I'm asking for a friend. All right. Yeah, said it was like without the bunny ears. Right. Okay. And some of you asked, have you seen Dr. Zeisel before? The only other time I remember Dr. Zeisel being mentioned is only if you're in Massachusetts, you would know this. He was mentioned in the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case. If you know the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case, put a K in the chat if you know Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Dr. Zeisel went to go see her because she also too had a postpartum issue. All right. It is time for us to go and answer any questions that you have. I appreciate everybody being here. If you are new, please give me a like and a follow. And also my gifts are open. If you would like to contribute to my notebook and pen fund, I write very, very, very copious notes so that when you ask for a recap, I can give you my best recap. Plus, I'm recreating a timeline. Yes, the unicorn comment at the end, total mic drop. Yes, we're going to make a unicorn for the chat. So thank you everybody who has given gifts. Erica, Lemon Drop, Vicky, and Sumner, and Kim, and Six Reese's, and I can never read your one. I know it's Cookie. I should remember that. Cookie and everybody else who has given gifts. I really, really, really appreciate you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Some of them are amazing. The heart one is amazing. The one where you guys put stuff on my face is fun. I had like a new glasses and stuff. That was really, really fun. I appreciate those. Thank you so, so much. And also share, tell your friends. All right, it is question time. Let's go. We're at 139K. Let's get up there. We want to get to 200 before the end of this. And stick around because we're going to go back and listen to Patrick's testimony here in just a little bit. We'll see if we can get into like about 10 minutes of chats and stuff and see. If I didn't get to your question, I'll try. All right. She's going to the cuckoo house. When did she admit this? I want to see it. Naturally, Brittany, on my Facebook page is a stipulation that she made, was filed earlier this year. That's where she admitted it. Plus, she also admitted it in the civil case. That too is pinned to my Facebook page. Go read it. Thank you, Andrea, for following me. I thought the husband said he confessed it to him. User blah, 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 blah. I don't know what you're talking about. She didn't say she did this. Patrick words. Okay. She does have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Yes and no. Yeah, girl, Corrine, welcome. Whose side is this chat on? Chastity, we're on the sides of facts. If you guys think that Patrick Clancy had any culpability in this case, we need to let you guys know that we deal with facts here. If it's evidence that has come into the courtroom, then that is what we are going off of. If you think that Patrick did it, show me the evidence, okay? Deborah, thanks for following me. Lindsay actually is saying she's not guilty before the trial starts. I don't know what you're talking about. Right, everyone forgets that Patrick said he had to untie the bands. So, yep, we're going to go and do that. Thanks for following me, Breezy. Oh, I can't read the rest of it. Some Breezy Alien Kitty. Read the defense's opening statement, people. She's also paralyzed. That's right. And why wouldn't he get permission to let her talk to Patrick? I think I answered that before. She was paralyzed. I would think that that's the basic protocol. She couldn't get out of bed to do anything. No need for the cuffs. Well, she is under arrest. Where is she going? She's not going anywhere. Allegedly, yes. Did Patrick say he had to untie the children? I think so. Some of you aren't actually paying attention. Patrick wasn't the only one hearing her confess. Oh, Ashley. Who else heard her confess? And confess explicitly to what, Ashley? I've never seen something in regular cuffs. Amanda, I'm not sure what you're saying. Seems like standard protocol. She could not move. That's why they were trying to say it's excessive treatment. That's how they treat suspects. Anyone who thinks that she did this has no critical thinking skills. All right, Brandy, thanks. That was definitely to set up an insanity plea. Well, if you guys think so, you think Dr. Zeisel is going to ruin his career to set up an insanity plea? The witnesses heard her confess to Patrick. Okay. Is the day finished? Yes, they are finished for the day. They'll be back at it tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. You can follow along with me. I'll be back here at 8:30 Central Time. If there was evidence of Pat cheating, wouldn't that hurt Lindsay's case? Absolutely. But it hasn't been brought up. She was in custody. She's not authorized to make calls. Absolutely. She is doing not guilty. She already pled insanity, though. Isn't that the trial? Carly, that's right. Her choices are, was she insane going to the mental hospital, or was she not insane and she had criminal culpability and going to jail? Chelsea, thanks for joining us. Andrea, thank you for joining us. I'm a nurse. When someone is under arrest, they are cuffed to the bed. I had a PT, something in the chest. Thank you for that. Selena says, I don't think she fell on her head. I think she slid out the window, down the wall, and couldn't something. Right, but here's the thing. The prosecution didn't tell us how she fell out of the wall. Maybe they'll bring it back at the end. Maybe they have a rebuttal witness. Zizell heard her confess to Patrick. Did he say that? Did he say that specifically? Remember, I only half hear things. So Mary, let me know. Pumpkin Mama, welcome. Regular handcuffs. He just testified to that. Okay, I'll have to go back and look. She pled not guilty. What's the defense going for? Insanity. Okay, thank you. The comments confused me saying she pled guilty. Well, she kind of did. She pled guilty. She pled guilty to the acts of doing it. Now it's whether she's insane going to the mental hospital or she is going to jail. Her not doing it would something the civil case? No, it would not. Because the civil case, there are two different civil cases. Patrick Clancy is suing them for wrongful death. Lindsay is suing for medical malpractice. The rules of evidence in civil cases and criminal cases are very different. We'll go into that later. Make sure to follow along because we'll go over it when that comes. And what she said to Zizell is the same as her civil lawsuit. Tesler, I think that is correct. An actual acquittal is possible if the Commonwealth doesn't prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. Taylor Nicole, good luck with that. Is she cuffed every night now? That's a good question. Well, first of all, she's not in bed. She's in a wheelchair, and I assume she probably is in a locked cell in the mental hospital. I feel like Reddington is still setting up a story. He's not done. He's not done until he's done. Hold on. Drop down and damage her spine. Selena, I still have questions that have not been answered. Will they cross-examine Zizell tomorrow? Absolutely. On speaker, she said it on speaker. Is there any way she can be freed? No. The conspiracy theorists have joined us. Yes, they have. She told Patrick about the hallucinations on the phone. Oh, yes, she did. But did she confess to unaliving the children on the phone? In that specific sentence, I don't think I heard. I think it was sort of generalized, but I didn't hear it emphatically. So that's where my brain's going. But yes. There's no chance she'll be freed. No. She is pleading not guilty by means of insanity. That's yes. In a roundabout way, GDT Tanner, you hit it on the head. Okay. Yes, Izzy, you're correct. She agreed to the stipulations that her actions caused this. I went back to get the quote. It said she heard a male voice ordering her to unalive her children. Yes, Tesler. There you go. Okay. All right. So I see what you're saying. It took me a second. You guys, I'm reading this. I'm trying to process this. So thank you, Tesler. That is exactly what I needed. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Let's see. I thought she pled not guilty, even though they did, except she did it. Lucy, I'm not sure exactly what you're saying. Why did Pat cremate them? I don't know. Journalist and Professor Zhang said old people got the choice to replace traditional marriage. I don't know what that means. If she's found guilty, don't that hurt the civil case? No. Will the civil be televised? It depends, Amanda. Amanda Minshew 26. If the civil case stays in Norfolk County, we're just talking about Lindsay's, not Patrick's right now. If it stays in Norfolk County and it is of value to the people who own the television stations, yes. But it's going to be a while. You like The Last Witness. I'm saying if she didn't do it, what would be the point of suing for malpractice? Well, because they're claiming that she overmedicated her and that they didn't do the standard of care. I hope that answers your question. Go read the civil suits. You'll see. Or go back. I read these on Sunday. If you go to my YouTube page and go look at that, I spelled it all out. I read it all out. We talked about it. Go watch it. Go listen to the judge prior. Oh, we already did, Taylor. We already did that. Taylor, we already did that. He did hear her confess to Patrick and told him that she heard a man. Yes, thank you, Chicago CC. I just needed clarification. Could she claim a false confession? Those happen. It's too late in the game to do that. It's too late in the game. Wait, so do you think she's innocent or she's guilty? Samara, Jade. I am waiting for me personally. I'm waiting for all of the information to be given. My job here is to kind of talk to you, lead you the way to where what the facts are of this case, kind of tell you about what the law is. And then for me, I'm waiting for all the evidence to come in before I weigh my opinion. I have a lot of followers. I think you are as well. Join us. Not a conspiracy theorist. It's how the law works in Massachusetts, and acquittal is a possibility. Taylor, thanks for that. Taylor, are you an attorney? How are we on day 15? People still don't know. It's guilty by insanity being challenged. Was there a nurse in the room during that call? I don't think so. I think she just said it was her. Can it be a mistrial? Yes, Mimi Shani. If the jury cannot agree, there are 12 of them. If there's one holdout and they don't agree, it's mistrial. Plus, also, if there's still some shenanigans about in this trial, they could call a mistrial as well. Oh, my friend Amanda's on here. She said, yes, you heard voices telling her to kill the kids. Yes, Amanda, thank you. I just needed a refresh on that because I'm reading all these things going left, right, and forward, and I just needed a refresher. Thank you. I don't think she went out head first. There's no way she would have hurt her head/brain. Well, as you heard, she had no brain injuries. Tracy says he did it. Tracy says she's innocent. What's in the air fryer? As you may know, hello and welcome. I don't know what's in the air fryer. What's in the air fryer? A bagel. A bagel's in the air fryer. You heard from my children. So if the defense wins, then Patrick and Lindsay will win the lawsuit. Not necessarily. Thank you, Tesler. Yes, Amy, that was the air fryer. Yes, a familiar sound to those of you. Yes. The timeline is what's going to hurt her in this case because it's like she planned it out. Could be Chicago CC. We'll have to wait and see. Do you think there will be a mistrial or hung jury? That's a possibility. It's a possibility. You're interested to see Dr. Zeisel be cross-examined. I can tell you, Tesler, it's going to be fire. He is going to be crushed. This is the most interesting case ever. Have you seen Karen Reed trial 1 or 2, Chris? How is Patrick's wrongful death? Well, it is about, go read it. It's on my Facebook page. It is about the care that was given to Lindsay and that they didn't do things right. So therefore, Lindsay unalived the children. I hope in a nutshell, that's kind of what I said. Go read it. It's a good read. Taylor, if you're not nice, you're going to have to go bye-bye. Just FYI. 1993 Souls. Thanks for joining us. Thank you, Jen, for sharing the live. I'm trying to answer your questions. Candace Starr already said this last week. She saw Pat on the floor in the dark telling her to do it. I don't know what you're talking about, Nada. I have no idea what that is referring to. But defense is flipping on Patrick soon, right, guys? Catching Tigers, thanks for joining us. Jen NP, thank you for joining us. People are now trying to read Lindsay's lips, stretching to the max. You must know Patrick. I don't know what you guys are referring to. The nurse is outside the door with the 2 police officers. Thank you, Chicago CC, for telling us. The timeline is what's, the feed jump. What happens if a mistrial? If there's a mistrial and or hung jury, the Commonwealth gets to decide whether or not they want to retry her or a plea deal. I think plea deal. But who knows? Who knows? It depends on how much they want to double, triple down. This is an election year, by the way. Right, she could have door dashed. D Jazz, I said that before. Taylor, you're a third-year law student. Well, good for you. I think it's going to be a mistrial. That last doctor said that there was a nurse in the room and 2 police officers outside the door. Okay, well, there you go. Why do y'all think that she stood on the ledge and flew down? She's like Peter Pan and Wendy, right? If she was handcuffed, was she even allowed to make the call? No, he made the call. No skull fracture with a Jefferson fracture. That's right, Sagabones. The doctor was there and she told you all what happened. She used to jump out cheerleader. Okay. I already told you if it was a mistrial. I already answered that question. You can read, girl. You're talking to me if I can read. Are you talking to somebody else? Chicago CC. Would they have to retry this case if it's a mistrial? They don't have to do anything. They choose. They didn't even have to bring this case in the first place, but they chose to. What about the blood outside the house? So that's a good question, Monica Link. How'd the blood get there? When Dr. Zeisel testified, she testified to the blood, which I thought was interesting. So that was pure speculation. But hey, whatever. This is kangaroo court. Who benefits from the civil cases? Well, obviously Patrick and Lindsay, right? If they win, they get the money. Amanda, I do not have Karen Reed's trial somewhere. You'll have to go to YouTube to go look at Court TV, and you just type in Karen Reed trial 1. I got to tell you, those cases, I think there were 6 to 8 weeks. The first trial was a mistrial, and they retried her again the following year. And then the second year, she was acquitted of her charges against unaliving John O'Keefe, but she did get a DUI charge. If there is 2 mistrials, does she walk free? Listen, the taxpayers of Massachusetts are the one that are footing the bill of these trials. So, if there are 2 mistrials, you would think that the district attorney would be like, no, thank you. We're going to plead this out. So, we'll see. Lisa, 0814, welcome. You guys, Taylor says that she's a third-year law student. Some people are delusional. Sorry, that was mean. Lindsay was sleepy yesterday. She was. I thought she was a little sleepy today, and then I got a really good look at her. She was just crying. I don't even know if Patrick's going to come and testify. What could he already lend that he hasn't already said? Oh, the lip reading has been crazy. Yeah, I don't pay attention to that. Pretty sure he said the nurse was in the corner of the room. Thank you for telling me. We cannot do another trial. It's already too crazy. Well, they did Karen Reed's case. You would think that trial number 1, that was the craziest trial I'd ever seen. That one, every day there was a bomb. Even in trial number 2, when they already knew what was going to come in, every day was a bomb. I kid you not. Yes, I can't do this trial twice. I cannot believe some people think guilty by insanity means she could walk free. Well, he definitely said nurse inside and 2 officers. Thank you. Oh, the feed totally jumped. All right, everybody. We're going to take a break before we answer any more questions. We are only at 143,000 likes. You know, the goal is to get to 200K. So everybody, tap your hearts. Please go. Everybody right now, let's go. Let's rain hearts. And also, if you are in a generous mood and you would like to, oh, Lauren, thank you. Lauren, thank you. I was just going to say that. If you guys, Lauren, the hand and the heart is so adorable. I love that one. Amy, thank you so much. If you are inclined to contribute to the fund of my book and pen, I appreciate that. Mama, oh, is it Mama? Mama, Mima, Mama, MAMAW. Thank you, everybody. Please, please like. Thank you, Jake. Thank you, Ashley. Like. Let's get up there. I appreciate you all. All right, let's go over to YouTube and see if you guys have any questions. All right. Same with the voices. Sometimes I need to tell my internal monologue, be quiet. Me too. I'm like, stop that right now, especially like when I'm in bed, right? I can totally hear it. I'm like, please stop talking. I need to go to bed. Can you go over what the cop outside the hospital door said? The cop outside the hospital door said that Dr. Zeisel told Lindsay to tell Patrick that she was hallucinating and she heard voices. So that's what that was said. I hope that answers your question, Rachel. Rachel. All right, let's keep tapping. Miss Rivera says, let's go. Let's go. Let's tappity tap, tap, tap. Tappity tap, tap, tap. When you guys give gifts, what's your favorite gift to give? There's so many. I like when you guys put things on my face. I think that's hilarious. Like the glasses today was really cool. That's the first time I saw that. If you don't know, I'm new to TikTok myself. So I don't know all the ins and outs of all the things that are going on. All right. I call you my law lovies because you guys love the law just as much as I do. You guys, I need you to do this for me. Put a 1 in the chat if you would like to go back and look at Patrick's testimony only in the context of when he went to the basement. We're not going everything. We're just going over to, you like the crane? So if so, we're going to pivot and we're going to do that. All right. Yay. We are inquiring minds and we're all nosy and we want to know, right? You want to know. I want to know. We're going to go back and just watch and listen. Now, you guys on TikTok, as you know, I cannot bring this to you. TikTok will ding me. If you want to join me live over on YouTube, it's the same channel name, Legalese123, and you can watch it with me. And if you want to do that, I'll wait a few minutes so you jump over there. It's got my pretty little face like you see up here in my TikTok. If you see me with the bow, that's me. You got the right space. So I'll wait. I'll wait for you. And or if you want to send me a message over there and say, "Hey, I'm over here now." You can do that. So just to let you know, I have TikTok on one side of my screen and YouTube on the other side of my screen. So if you see me going like this, it's because I'm going back and forth between the two screens. All right, we'll wait to see if you guys want to do this, and I will go and find us a Patrick. One moment, please. Please hold. So Patrick testified on day 2 to the atrocities in the basement. It's coming up. Give me just a second and let me get this all together.
I had asked you some questions.
Hold on. I know you can hear it, but hold on. I will bring it up. One moment, everybody. Here we go. I know it'll get better. Hold on. It's just wherever I paused it. 1 second. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right, everybody, if you are joining me, thank you, thank you, thank you. We are going to listen back to Patrick Clancy's testimony about the bans around the children. And I apologize in advance that this might be triggering. Trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning. All right, here we go.
About the Surface Pro that you and the defendant had in your home and had access to, and about whether you had looked at a site on suicide methods on August 22nd. If I could ask you, did you look at? We could have this photo mark.
I don't remember.
I can show you page 70. Yes.
Yeah.
Amy, is your work messing with your jury duty?
Purchased some Pedialyx.
Okay, we're only going to where he discovered the children. Okay, everybody?
Bottom. Is that where 3B restaurant is located?
Yeah.
Chicago CC, who looked at the site? I think that the defense proved that it was Patrick. when Ian Whiffen and not Ian Whiffen, when the other person testified, in my opinion, I don't think that Lindsay looked at the bridge site. Okay.
Thank you.
Hang on. I'm going to see if we can get to it. Bear with me. Okay, he's at the restaurant.
You could just look at the name.
Could I see council just very,
Oh my goodness, they're sidebarring.
I think that's the receipt mark is the next.
Okay, let's go.
Park, there were both vehicles now in the driveway.
Yeah.
Okay, we're at the driveway, both vehicles in the driveway. All right, hang on, everybody.
I'm going to show you a series of photographs of the exterior of your home.
Oh my
You just
goodness.
look through them and tell me
Okay,
if
we
they
can pass
accurately
through that.
reflect.
If you're just joining me, we are revisiting Patrick's testimony because today, Dr. La Posada was talking about the method that the bands were around the children. And Patrick said that he untied them. So we're going to find out what Patrick said, and then we're going to talk about it because we want to know.
37, no, 38, so much. Sir, is this going
Okay, they're going over what the house looked like.
in here?
By the way, if you guys want to see, the snowman is in the pictures. The snowman is in the picture. There's a tree, and the snowman is in the backyard. I've heard a lot of people talk about the snowman. No, he wasn't. He wasn't there. I see it with my own eyes.
Exhibit 37.
And the window where Lindsay jumped out.
And so.
Oh, and Patrick said, Patrick just said, in the window, Lindsay jumped out. Not that that's evidence of
Back
anything.
of the house about Lindsay, is it this upper right? Is and from our left and again.
Okay, I'm trying to get to the point where we need to. Hold on, I got the spinny wheel.
When you got home and you parked your truck,
Here we go.
how did you get into the home?
I went in through that side door.
The door that was to the left of the garage?
Yeah.
And what did you do once you got inside the home?
I started taking my boots off.
And did you have some bags with you from CVS and 3V?
Yeah.
Where did you place those?
On the kitchen island.
Show you a couple photos of that area where you came in.
Okay, we're going to fast forward that. We already know that they're on the counter.
it may be a minute.
You hear me skipping?
Exhibits 39 and 40.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't see the picture, Amy. Whether they on or over the plate.
Marked as exhibit 39.
I'm skipping the pictures.
Can you tell us where the sliding glass doors are in this? So we and the is that where you place the
Okay,
bags
Amy.
on-
The dishes are the purple dish is on top of the blue dish. The CVS bag is sort of sandwiched between that and it looks like some other bag. And then the takeout bag is in front of that. I hope that clears that up. I don't know. Is there a controversy
on the
about that?
island in the kitchen?
Yeah.
And there's a water bottle.
Was there anything you noticed?
Yeah, the house is really quiet.
Is that unusual?
Yeah.
And when you realized it was really quiet, what did you do?
I called out
And who did you call out to?
everyone.
Did anyone answer?
No.
After you called out and no one answered, what did you do next?
I think I don't know the order, but I called down in the basement and no one answered. And then I called Lindsay to see if she was home because I looked out and I couldn't see her car, but it's because it was dark and her car's black.
Okay, so when you say you
All right. I know there's a controversy about where Lindsay's car was. Didn't he park next to Lindsay's car? It's in the photographs. Again, we're talking about facts in the case versus controversies that TikTok is talking about.
Called down to the basement. When you approached the basement door, do you remember if it was open or shut?
It was shut.
So did you open it and yell down?
Yeah,
And there was no response?
correct.
And showing you a photo here, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the stairway down to the basement level?
Yeah.
We could have this marked as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Do you recall when you opened the door to yell down whether the light was on or off?
Yeah, it was on, but Lindsay always left the light on.
And you said you called Lindsay, was that a phone call?
Yeah,
And was that at approximately 6:09 PM?
yeah,
And did she answer?
no.
After calling down the stairs to the basement, did you leave the door open or did you close it?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I would think I closed it because I always try to keep it closed. I'm not sure.
Okay. And so after you called Lindsay and didn't get a response, what did you do next?
I started checking upstairs.
And where did you check upstairs?
First, the bathroom. I thought maybe they were taking baths, but there's no one there.
And then where did you go?
The kids' bedrooms.
Was there anyone in the kids' bedrooms?
No.
And then did you go to your bedroom?
Yeah.
And were you able to get into your bedroom right away?
No, the door was locked, and that's when I knew something was wrong.
And when you realized the door was locked, did you have a way to unlock it?
Yeah, the previous owners, when they installed the doorknobs, had these like these little keys that they taped to the back of each door. So I got the one from Cora's room, and I started unlocking the knob.
And when you unlocked the door to your bedroom, did you go in?
Yeah.
And what did you see when you opened the door and went in?
I just saw blood everywhere, and the window is open.
And showing you here a photo, is this the bed in your bedroom?
Yeah.
Now, the way the bed is in this photo, kind of pulled away from the wall and slightly askew or at an angle, is that the way it was typically?
No.
And when you left the bedroom that day for the last time prior to coming home later that night, was the bed in that position?
I don't think so.
You could have this photo marked as the next
It may be admitted.
All right, if you're just joining me, hello and welcome. We are going back over Patrick Clancy's testimony because today Dr. La Posada testified about the bans around the children. There's some controversy. We're trying to see if we can squelch our questions. Thanks for joining. Make sure to hit the like button. We're trying to get to 200,000 likes before we end the stream. If you want to join me over on YouTube, we're live over there watching this, so you can join us. Thank you.
And
showing you a photo here. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the window looked?
yeah,
All right, I'm going to kind of zoom. We don't have to hear all of
You
this.
saw, where was that located in the room?
sprayed, almost sprayed.
24. Looking into the room.
Yeah.
And then exhibit 45. Is this mirror to the right of that bureau we were just looking at?
Yep.
And this area right.
Austin, over on YouTube, what's your question? You stepped away and I probably answered it already. I don't know. What was your question? I don't think I saw it. Did you? Let's see. I didn't see your question. What's your question? I went backwards and forwards. I didn't see your question. Ask your question again. I'll try to answer it.
Here, is this the blood you were referring to?
Yeah, that's some of the blood.
And then in exhibit
Okay, they're looking at the
46,
bedroom. We already know about the bedroom. I'm going to
on the
try
bed
to
in the
zoom.
bedroom that night. consistently using between September of 2022 and, well, actually August of 2022 throughout the fall and into January of 2023.
Yeah.
Observation. And do you recall whether you came around, whether you went out the front door or the back door?
I went out the back door.
So that would be the sliders, is that right?
Yeah.
And where did you go from there?
I just looked around in the backyard below that window and I saw Lindsay.
And where did you see her?
She was face up in the backyard
And where in the backyard was she?
at the bottom of the window.
And so,
Okay, we're gonna zoom through this. We already kind of know where Lindsay was.
The house, her feet were away from the house.
observe any injuries.
Yes.
And what did you see?
She had deep cuts on her wrists, and she had a red line across her neck. I wasn't sure what it was at first, but she cut her neck.
And do you recall?
Myself.
Did you ask her anything else?
I said, "Where are the kids?"
And what was her response?
She said, "They're in the basement."
And at that time, she didn't tell you that they needed help or they were in danger or they were injured, correct?
Correct.
And so you mentioned talking to someone on 911. At what point did you call 911?
I don't know the exact time, but it took a few minutes because my phone was switching between Wi-Fi and 911. So I almost just started calling out for the neighbors, but eventually it went through.
Okay. So you had some difficulty connecting, but eventually you connected to the 911 operator?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just to let you guys know, he called Lindsay at 6:09, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the 911 call was at 6:11.
And did you stay on the phone with them while they were sending people to respond?
Yeah.
Okay.
He said that he was looking for Lindsay's car, but in the pictures, Lindsay's car is in the driveway. So I don't know.
While you're on the phone with 911, are they asking you questions and you're responding with information about her condition?
Yeah.
And if you could just look at the screen here, is this the model of the first floor of your home?
Yes.
And so we have here
I'm going to try to zoom. I want to get to him
door to the base across from the.
going to the basement.
Can you estimate for us how long it took for first responders to arrive?
4 or 5 minutes.
Okay. And during that time, are you continuing to try to talk to Lindsay?
Yeah.
Is she responding?
She was in and out of consciousness.
Okay. Was she breathing on her own?
I believe so.
Okay. And you're communicating information to the 911 operators, and are they giving you, advice on how to deal with the situation as it progresses?
Yeah.
Okay. Once emergency personnel arrive, what do?
I immediately got up and ran to the basement.
Okay. And do you still have the phone on you? You're still on the 911 call?
Yeah, I didn't realize it at the time, but I did.
Okay. And have you look at this model here on the screen? Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the setup of your basement?
Yeah.
Okay. If you can just describe the rooms for us, what the purpose of each room was.
He's describing the rooms. We
Down
already
the
know.
stairs.
I saw Cora.
And how did she,
Okay,
and
hang
when
on.
you went, what direction did you go?
All right, sorry, backed up.
That night. Which direction did you go?
I immediately went left.
And when you went left, what did you see?
I saw Cora.
And how did she look?
She had a band around her neck.
And was that an exercise band?
Yeah.
And do you recall whether she was, what position she was in, whether face up or face down?
She's face down.
And when you saw her in that condition, what did you do?
I immediately ran over and tried to take the band off.
Were you able to get the band off?
Yeah,
And do you recall how you got the band off?
I think I untied it.
And when you say untied,
There you go. Untied it. Okay. She just said, now say, I just stopped her. I'm going to back up. He untied it. So the prosecutor was wrong. The prosecutor said today that it was just loose around her thing like this, like so it could like fall. No. All right, hang on. I stopped it. hold on, everybody. I'm going to back up. Give me 1 second.
when you saw her in that condition, what did you do?
I immediately ran over and tried to take the band off.
Were you able to get the band off?
Yeah,
And do you recall how you got the band off?
I think I untied it.
And when you say untied it, was it in a knot that you had to, put everything down and unknot it, or how was it tied?
I'm not sure I fully remember.
Do you recall describing it previously as when you initially tie your shoes, but then don't do the bow?
Yeah, that sounds right.
And
All right, there you go. You tie your shoes and you don't do the bow. I just explained that to you. So here it is. I'm going to show you again. So as you see on my arm, hang on. As you see, hold on. So it's kind of tied, right? Like when you first go and you tie your shoes, that first initial, I call it tie, and you just didn't make the bunny ears. If that were the case, right? And I have this around my hand, my thing, and I make it really tight. It's tight. It's not going anywhere. It's not falling down. It's on there. And then if she wrapped the cord around and around and around, depending on how tightly she wrapped that, right? She could have essentially wrapped each one of the children in succession, and with them struggling, technically, I don't come for me. Technically, they did it themselves, right? And that could be a matter of seconds for each one of the kids. Again, it's not a hill that we're going to die on, but this is where we're at. Let's see if he says anything about the other children and untying anything at all. Okay.
was she responsive?
No,
And what did you see or do next?
I saw Callan.
And where was he?
He was next to her.
And how did he appear?
He had a band around his neck.
Sorry?
He had a band around his neck.
And did you remove that as well?
Yeah,
And do you recall what position he was in?
same as Cora.
And looking at the model here, if you could just tell us, where was Cora?
The left of the couch.
So would that be this area here that I'm pointing to in between the bureau and the couch?
Yeah,
And where was Callan?
to her left.
So would that be more over here towards the chair and the bureau?
Yeah.
I want to hear what he says about Dawson.
After you removed the band from Callan's neck, what did you do next?
I tried to find Dawson.
And where did you go?
I looked in the bathroom and on the other side of the couch. And then I went to the other side of the basement and he was in my office.
And when you saw Dawson, what condition was he in?
I knew he was gone.
And did he also have a band around his neck?
Yeah.
And did you remove that band?
Yeah.
And looking at the office here, where was he located within the office?
Just to the left of the door when you went in.
Just in this area here, right inside the door?
Yeah.
We may approach briefly.
Yeah, please.
Okay. He didn't say not, but the prosecutor asked him, was it as if you were tying your shoes, but you didn't do the bunny, right? So the initial first, I showed you on my hand, the first initial, and then depending upon how tightly she may have wrapped. And as the several doctors testified, depending on how it's constricting around your neck is whether or not you're getting blood and oxygen to your neck. I hope that cleared it up. It sure did for me. All right. We have some questions over here. Austin, how did I feel about the last witness on the stand, Dr. Zeisel? Dr. Zeisel, he shouldn't have allowed Lindsay to have a phone to call Patrick. That's really not allowed. He at the end, he was pretty good talking about that a person can go into psychosis pretty quickly. And I think I think that they're trying to finally give the jury what it looks like for somebody to be in this state. And I think that's really good. I think they have a couple more points to hit, and I hope Reddington hits them tomorrow with this witness. But I got to tell you, the prosecution, they're on their toes. They're going to eat him alive. So it may wash itself out. The prosecution and the defense are both good, and it just kind of, to me, it washes them out. That's why his DNA was on the bands. That's right. I think that only works if she nodded it. Well, if she supposed she was talking, then she was breathing. Yes. If you're talking about her talking on the 911 call or talking with Patrick. I don't know why his responses are, bother me so much. I think that he's nervous, right? He's very nervous, and relaying this to a room of strangers is very hard. The children with mobility could release those, but not the baby. Well, it depends on how it depends. So it depends on how it's wrapped around, right? And it just depends on the way that it is. She was fighting with them to keep it on there. We don't know that for sure. Dawson was his boy. He can get very emotional about Dawson. Yeah. Is that how you tie a tourniquet? I think so. I think you initially do like the knot, but I think you do another knot. I think it's like a knot and you tie it really tight and then another knot, but I'm not a nurse. I'm not qualified to really answer that, but I think so. All right, everybody over here. How is everybody doing on TikTok? There are 289 of you in here. Hello, welcome. We were just going over Patrick Clancy's testimony. As you heard, Dr. La Posada was talking to the prosecutor, and the prosecutor, we could impeach her on her testimony because she just said the bands were wrapped and that they could just fall down, but they weren't necessarily wrapped. So I have issue with that. So we just went back over that. Let's see what your questions are. And by the way, we need to get to 200,000 likes, people. We're at 171. Let's hit that like button. If you can, please, tappity tap, tap, tap. I would appreciate it. I would like to get to 200K by the end of this lovely stream, just so I can say we made it. Thank you. All right, let's see. I'm going to go back. I know you guys had a lot of things. You believe that she was medicated to decide at the time if she could plead guilty. All right. Why does he never show any emotion when it comes to this? You guys, we don't know what his state of mind is. He could be numb, right? He could be on medication, by the way, right? He could just be so numb about all of this. I mean, his 3 children are gone. Yep, he thinks, he doesn't know for sure, but the prosecutor asked him point blank, so she knows, right? Because I bet you that when it came to the grand jury and he testified, so you guys know that your memory is better at the time that the event is versus when you're coming up and testifying. So maybe he testified to a grand jury. Maybe this was in his police report, and she is just asking the questions based off of that. So there you go. I know he said he thinks, but untie can also mean unraveling. Could be, Cynthia. Yeah. So they took pictures of the bands before he did this. I'm not sure what you mean by wasted on you. I think the bands he said he took the bands off. So the bands were on the floor by the time the first responders got there. It's weird that she was doing that because that would mean Lindsay didn't have time to do each child. Or she did. That's what Dr. La Posada was saying. If by chance that she did put these around his neck, around their necks, they couldn't unravel it themselves. Or if she was actually physically doing it to them, right? They said it was, they were arguing how long it took for each kid. It was the doctor that said it wasn't tied in a knot. It was wrapped multiple times around. Okay, Morgan, sure. Well, then that still goes with what I said, right? If this was around the thing and then they wrapped round and round and round and round, right? And you guys know, you guys get a wire, wrap this around your hand, wrap, 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 wrap. Check it out for yourself. It's very tight. You checked the 911 call, said that he found Cora first. Was that the debate? No. How could you forget? She's contradicting herself now. Yeah, the prosecutor is the one that was showing if it wasn't tied, then it would just have stayed, right? Right. Yeah. Doctor said wrapped. I know, yeah. I'm sorry. Susan, thanks for joining. Who needed more than 2 exercise bands? Italy, I have different exercise bands. Each band color is like a different weight. So like orange or yellow is very lightweight. It's a resistance band. So depending upon the color, the resistance is higher or lower. It's like usually like a 5 pound, 10 pound weight, etc. So the colors are the different lengths of thickness of the bands and what the resistance is. I hope I answered your question. It doesn't matter if it was wrapped, tied, tucked under, they were tied around their necks. Yes, I got that. He never said not. It's so sad. Probably trying to run away. Could be. Yet the kids probably were playing with the bands, but I don't think the kids did that, wrap themselves up by themselves, which was the point of if she held them for 10 minutes or 10 seconds. Exactly. But you know what? Everybody's out there and they want to know. They want to know. I could have swore he said he cut it. We just listened to it. He said he unwrapped it. You could actually pass out under a minute when, yes, exactly. So SE Texas, Dr. La Posada testified that it could be within a matter of 10 seconds. Well, she kept going all over the place. 4, 3, 10. And that's why her and the prosecutor were going back and forth. It could be a matter of seconds. Yes. People hate the prosecutors, but I think they're doing an actually good job. They're doing their job. But why wasn't the DNA on the bands? Jasmine, it depends. So, it depends on how she was holding things. It depends on where she was. It's a variable, right? I that's all I can answer for you. Usually we tuck it under for, oh, are you talking about when you do blood draws? Okay. Monica, thanks and welcome. He has a something, I saw that museum video. Mischievous, I don't know what you're talking about. We have to be as empathetic to him as her. It's been 3 years. He could forget too. If they were pulled so tight and knotted, they would be significant DNA evidence on that. We don't know that, Angela. We don't know. We don't know because some surfaces, as you know, some surfaces your DNA gets attached to as well as your fingerprints, and sometimes it doesn't. Do you think Bo and company were right to handle the bands like that? It was giving passive aggressive. It was definitely giving theatrics, which is what we really like, right? I think she was trying to prove a point, and I don't know if it landed well. I would have to see what the jury looked like, but she was trying to one-up Dr. La Posada. What's my opinion, Andrea? I just did a couple of different demonstrations. I hope that you got that demonstration. No, they were trying to save the kids' lives. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. They only asked specifics about Cora, not the other two. But he did say that Callan was exactly like Cora. You can read into it what you want. Why is the DA making mortal sin comments? Well, that question was asked earlier. Yeah. Yoli, that question was asked earlier by somebody. I do not know. If he's on meds, that would need to be disclosed. Yes, it would be, but you can still, how do I describe this? He could be prescribed by his doctor to be on whatever, like a low dose of something, and still testify. I think Bozilla's attitude is gonna rub the jury wrong. Not a good look. That comment about the "Are you Catholic?" thing probably did not go over very well. That's exactly what they're trying to do, to determine premeditation to psychosis. Yes. I feel like they're trying to portray her as evil and doing these things with hate, while the defense is trying to say she was sick and had no evil intent. This is so confusing. Exactly. That's what I would assume. It would leave you to believe that it was intentional, like not just a thing, but that she was cognizant of what she was doing because it took so long. Yeah, and think about it. It's 1, 2, 3. So not only once, but twice, but 3 times. So the defense never claimed she wrapped it and walked away. Did they never ask Lindsay what she did? When Dr. La Posada was talking today, she was kind of inferring that the way it could potentially be wrapped was that it was wrapped so tight that it only takes a few seconds, and therefore she could go to the next one and the next one and the next one. That's what I got from it. Go back and watch Dr. La Posada's testimony. It was very, very telling. Go watch it. It's the time frame she had it planned out, and that's not mental illness. To me, waiting and planning for him to be away means she knew right from wrong despite any voices. Right, she woke up like that. Right. All right, everybody, we only made it to 180K. How sad. How sad. All right, my law lovies, I've been on for a very, very long time today. I have other things to do. Plus, I still have homework to do. So I appreciate everybody being here. Just to let you know, tomorrow morning, we'll be back at it tomorrow morning. I'll be live here on TikTok at 8:30 Central Time. That's an hour behind court time, but court never starts on time, so it's only approximately like a half an hour. They usually never start on time, and or if they don't, we start from the beginning and we end up always catching up. Again, I cannot play it live on TikTok. It's copyrighted information. I will get dinged. Don't want to get dinged. If you want to join me live and watch it with me, you can go over to my YouTube page. It's the same channel name, Legalese123. And if you're over there, please like, subscribe, and turn your notifications on. I am also on the Book of the Face. If you know, you know. Go over there, give me a like. I post a whole bunch of stuff over there as the trial is going on as well. So you guys can go and see that as well. My law lovies, what I call you, thank you so much for joining us. The things that I need to do today is I need to make a bow emoji for our TikTok chat. I don't know how to make emojis over here on the other channel. I have to think about that. I'm doing a timeline. I need to go back and do a couple of things. Some things were brought up today that I need to go back into. And yeah. I need to also make some bananas. And go look up these Right Tech pens. So, thank you, everybody. Thank you to my mods for coming in. There was a couple of naughty people today that we had to restructure. So if you're in the chat, please be kind. We all have differing opinions, and it's great that everybody can come together and be nice to one another. If you don't like somebody else's opinion, that's okay. I tell everybody you do not have to like somebody else's opinion, but be careful about engaging with that person because you might start a kerfuffle is what I call it. And we don't want to do that. There's no reason to do that. We can be in harmonious means. There will be a special live this weekend. I do not know exactly the time frame. I will put a poll up tomorrow to ask what time everybody would like. I have got to go back over and I've got to, I need to start covering my other cases. So there's going to be a live about my other cases. I still need to do the Murdaugh plus a whole bunch of other things. So I hope that you guys like more than just Lindsay Clancy, because there's more than just Lindsay Clancy. Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So thank you everybody for joining me. Right. Well, Silent Dream, both Cora and Callan were face down. Dawson was the only one face up. But I don't want to leave on that note. So thank you everybody for joining me. We got to 182K, 6,160 comments. Plus for everybody who had liked me, you guys, if you guys know, when you go onto TikTok and you get like those notifications that are in red and it says all the things, I really enjoy that. So I really like to see the red pop up. So Tesla and everybody, thank you so much. And I am working on some stuff behind the scenes. I hope to get that together and I hope to make an announcement very soon for you guys. I have some lovely things planned for you. Again, thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate it. I can't do this without you. I have a wonderful community. I appreciate all of your comments, your experiences, your thoughts, and you helping other people on here. It is amazing. I can't do it without you. So check your spaces. Right as soon as I'm done, I'll go ahead and make notes about me being on TikTok tomorrow and then YouTube tomorrow. So Lauren, thank you. Thank you everybody else. I will see you guys again tomorrow. Bye-bye. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. My lovely, lovely, lovely YouTubers. Hello. Hello. Now I'm really big again. What do you guys say over here? 2 of them were face down. Yep. And yeah, we don't know if she did that to Dawson or not. He was face up. I don't know. She might have had him face down and turned him over. I mean, that would be gross. I don't want to think about that. Okay. All right, you guys, thank you so much for joining me. And if you're over here on YouTube, I have an outro. So you guys get to hear my lovely outro. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Thank you so much. I appreciate each and every one of you. Bye-bye. Thanks for watching Legalese 123. If you like what you saw, please like and subscribe for more content.